Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got AI Jack, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Monday morning with open phone lines for you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap, as we are on our 3-hour ride here this morning, I'll start off by saying that we as fans love new. We love fresh. When it comes to an offseason, we look at what new players will we be seeing on our favorite team. When it comes to ownership and a general manager, you say, if someone's going to get fired, who's going to replace them? If there's going to be a new coach or new manager, who's going to replace them? Nothing else keeps the fan going than new and fresh. And so we turn to theathletic.com, a piece written by John Greenberg a few days ago, as entitled, Billionaire Justin Ishbia Abandons Bid for Twins to Boost His Stake in the White Sox, according to sources. Nothing like new and fresh, Cap. Remember, I'm a White Sox fan. I know that the team's not going anywhere anytime soon, but if there's going to be new and fresh in the ownership spot, I'll be a happy man.
This is big news, and I said to you, a month, 5 weeks ago, don't be shocked if Jerry cedes control of the franchise sooner rather than later. I told you maybe by the end of the season. Justin Ishbia and his brother Matt, with one T, own, I believe, a soccer team, MLS soccer team in Nashville. They own the Phoenix Mercury. They own the Phoenix Suns. Justin lives in Winnetka, and I've done my homework on this guy. I've never met him. I've never spoken to him. I hear he's a really, really good guy. He loves baseball. And if you're a White Sox fan, yes, you may wake up and go, we're going to lose another 100 games this year. But sooner rather than later, he's going to have his fingerprints all over this franchise. I'm just telling you. He's not abandoning the Minnesota Twins to pursue the White Sox without the knowledge that at some point he's going to have say on what's going on. I would imagine that his purchase, although the Athletic hasn't said this, I'm hearing his purchase will come with a seat on the board. Mm-hmm. Jerry will still be in charge now, but eventually there's options in there. I believe the purchase price will be a valuation somewhere around $2 billion. There'll be a $200 million line of credit, so that knocks it down about 1.8 now. There'll be a 5-year option, and then there'll be other options in there to exercise to buy out limited partners. And you go, well, why would a limited partner want to sell their shares? Well, if you're a limited partner, you have no say. You get your ownership stake. You don't have any say. Jerry makes the decisions. Do you not want to sell at a maybe reduced number, but far more than whatever you put in to buy the team originally? I think the original shares were $250,000. Wouldn't you want your tens of millions of dollars now? Can't take it with you, man.
I agree with that 100%. But from that piece that we talked about from the Athletic, Cap, Chicago area billionaire Justin Ishbia has dropped his pursuit of the Minnesota Twins and will instead buy more shares from the limited partners to increase his existing minority stake in the Chicago White Sox. A couple of other things that stand out in this piece. Talking about but another source said that if Ishbia takes control of the White Sox, he would lead He would be the lead, and his brother Matt would be the investor. The reverse of the arrangement they have with Phoenix, where they own the Suns and the WNBA Mercury. Another big number here, White Sox limited partners were recently informed that an investor wanted to buy their shares at a franchise valuation of $1.8 billion, according to people briefed on the discussions who are not authorized to speak publicly. I remember as a kid, Cap, in 1981, when I read in the newspapers that Jerry Reinsdorf and Eddie Einhorn were going to be the majority owners for the Chicago White Sox. At that time, as a kid, you read it through the papers. You see Harry Carey inviting him in the booth. Here come the new owners. And there's Jimmy Pearsall there, and they're welcoming him in. And as a fan, I'm thinking, boy, these guys must have long pockets. That means that change is coming, that I'll be able to see my team, like the Yankees at the time in the 70s, or the Red Sox, to see those teams always at the top. Maybe my team will be at the top because of new and fresh. Even as a child, Cap, you see something that's new and you say, boy, this might be something different. As a White Sox fan this morning, I'll tell you how I feel. I feel like Jerry Reinsdorf, as you laid out, can't take the money with him. When he's dead and gone, they're not going to just, put him in the coffin and just line his money. They'd line the box with money. You can't take it with you. You should be able to look at this franchise, baseball, a sport that you love, and say, you know what? I don't have to be the face of this anymore. I'll still have money coming in from my family and for my son and for his kids. We'll be fine financially, but someone else needs to have a new set of eyes in this organization. Jerry has run this organization like it is 1981. It is embarrassing that the Chicago White Sox don't go to the deep end of the pool. This before all of the stuff with streaming, all the stuff with the TV deals. They had every opportunity, Cap, to be able to run their franchise like a Chicago franchise, like major market franchise. Just because the Cubs are in town doesn't mean that you have to take a back seat and not spend money. But this is the way that Jerry's done business. I feel optimistic that if the Ishbias take this thing over, that there's going to be an opportunity for the White Sox to be a perennial playoff team because they'll spend the money that way. It's embarrassing that Benintendi is the high watermark for this franchise. Andrew Benintendi? You know how many great White Sox players have been through this town that deserve way more than what they made? So this is why I'm pretty excited about what could happen. Jerry did some great things here and there with the White Sox and definitely with the Bulls. But it's now time for something new, a fresh set of eyes on the organization.
Yeah, and from what I was told this weekend, right now he is not stepping back. And he said, I don't play golf. I don't play bridge. My wife is gone. This is what I do. And even though it's been bad, I still enjoy going to the ballpark. So for those thinking, oh, could this happen quick? I don't think so. But I do think at some point in the not too distant future is probably the best way to put it. Mm-hmm. Justin and his brother are not getting involved to just have limited shares and a couple of tickets to sit in the ballpark. Absolutely not. This will provide eventually a path for the Ishbias to own this team with Justin being front and center. He lives in Winnetka. They're both, I think, from the Detroit area. They've made a lot of money in the mortgage industry that I think that their dad started, and then they've gone on to make billions of dollars. So it's going to happen, excuse me, at some point. God, clear it out, Harry. At some point, it's going to happen, and I think it's for White Sox fans to say we need a little more patience. That's what you need. You have to be patient this year because it's not going to be great, but it's coming.
But I know change will come eventually, Cap, because, Jerry might not have any hobbies, but the organization, from an ownership standpoint, has to match the bread and the circuses of the team, meaning that you take a look at around that ballpark, Cap. There's been people that's working there for 20 or 30 years and do great work behind the scenes in the front office. I want the ownership to match those great people that work behind the scenes from a PR standpoint, from the restaurants, everything, all the aesthetics around the ballpark. They've done a great job. The only thing that's missing is the commitment to winning. That's the thing. It's a winner around the ballpark, Cap, but not on the field. That's the problem. I've told you many times. Walking into Guaranteed Rate, where you're tailgating, you're spending time with family and friends. You walk through, you could smell the food. As soon as you walk into the ballpark, it's wafting through some of the most delicious food you'll ever have at a ballpark. And everything is there. Everyone's smiling, everyone has fun, and then the first pitch is thrown. That's when it goes downhill. Like everything else is cool. Like it's, the ticket taker, everything else is cool, Cap, until the first pitch is thrown. And that's the problem. You have everything that's world class about the White Sox, except the ball club and the ownership. Just being fair, because it is, again, last place. So the reason why that I'm optimistic this morning is because with a new set of eyes in that thing, that is a sleeping giant on the south side.
Completely agree. Completely agree. And Ishbia was down the road on the Twins. The article says, in recent months, Ishbia met with community leaders and potential minority investors in Minnesota and had been vetted on behalf of Major League Baseball and the Twins. In early January, a person briefed on the sale process described interest in the Twins as robust, and Ishbia was considered by multiple sources with detailed knowledge of the sale process to be the leading contender to purchase the Minnesota Twins.
Along with that change will be a new stadium, I'm sure, at some point.
Yeah, I don't know how close that is. He's got to get his hands on it where he's in control. That's not here yet.
As I said, at some point, where there'll be a new stadium in place, along with maybe someone new in that chair.
Right.
I think all of it is going to change within 5 to 10 years, Cap. I do. You can't just be in that chair and just continue to be in last place. Say you love baseball, but not really put your foot down to make sure that you put a winner on the team. I mean, I look forward to seeing the next step in this whole thing. I just know, I'm sure some of my Twins fans I'm sure that they're not happy about the Ishbias because they thought, hey, man, we got a kind of a newish stadium, and Minneapolis is a great city. Hey, man, maybe the Twins could be a perennial playoff team, and maybe they could be able to have a chance at the World Series. And the Ishbias said, no. And I love that they may be choosing Chicago, Cap. Makes sense. World-class city. Mm-hmm. And you could be able to do some great things there. I think that you and I could put together on a yellow pad 10 things that you would change about the White Sox to make them a winner. And we're not even talking about the baseball team yet. Just talking about how the whole thing could be a winner, how the whole thing could have a breath of fresh air for the organization. There's a lot of things that could be changed there. But I was very fascinated reading this morning from John Greenberg from The Athletic.
So we will see where this all goes, but I believe this is going to happen. I believe at some point down the road, like Rick Morrissey wrote today, and I like Rick, but I completely disagree with his article. Mm-hmm. Ishbia seems to want the Sox, but he'll be running into an immovable objection. Jerry and his family, his kids, reached out when they heard he was down the road on the Twins. Hang on a second. Would you be interested in a path here? Mm-hmm. And he and his brother went, yes.
Of course.
And so those backroom discussions have been going on. And so some of these minority investors Jerry has, some of whom were his original partners back in 81. Either those people have died and left him to their kids, or some are still around. Yeah. They absolutely want to get their hands on some money. You imagine back then it was $250,000 to buy a share.
Crazy.
And now the valuation's going to be right around $2 billion.
Yeah, you put in the inflation calculator, that's how much it would be, right? In today's money?
Yeah. I'll look that up.
Yeah, that'd just be unbelievable. That's a lot of money. Ishbia, by the way, for those who are wondering, is 47 years of age, has an estimated worth of more than $5 billion according to Forbes. And Matt, $4 billion purchase of the Suns and the Mercury, and that was finalized in 2023. Just want to give you an idea of these guys that are in their 40s, Cap, and they're looking to be able to increase their portfolio. Imagine them being the owners of the majority owners of the Chicago White Sox. Imagine. I could see it.
Yeah.
And I see better for the White Sox in that regard, too. I just think that when you've been in for a long time, I think sometimes you just take fans like me for granted. As a lifelong White Sox fan that grew up 20 minutes from the ballpark, and I always loved the White Sox. It's my number one team in town since I was a kid growing up on the South Side. And I just think that it's gone stale. It's gone stale. As much as I enjoy going to the ballpark and all the amenities around the ballpark, Cap, I just think that the running of the team has gone stale.
Yeah, the one thing that throws a bit of a wrench into it for the Twins, the Pohlad family, if they determine that they can't get the asking price they want, could simply end their exploration of a sale, the article writes. Previously, the Angels and Nationals were taken off the market when those prospective buyers were not willing to meet the price tags of those teams' respective owners. So it's not as easy to consummate a sale as it used to be.
Understood. But just the idea that there is an inkling, the idea that there could be change at 35th and Beck makes me excited as a White Sox fan. It does. You just grow stale with it, Cap. The thing that I just can't get past is for someone who says that he loves baseball to the point where he would trade in a couple of his NBA championships with the Bulls and Jordan for a couple of more World Series championships. For someone who loves the sport that much, how could you sit there and watch history being made last year, being the worst team in the modern era? You can't tell me you love baseball and then allow that to happen. You can't do that. It just, to me, you are just wallowing in the muck and the mire, just saying, well, this is who we are. I know he's a historian of baseball, so there's some history for you. You suck. That's your history. And I just think that the time has come for Jerry. It has come. He's had some good moments, Cap, but that's enough. That's enough. It's time for a fresh set of eyes in that organization. Imagine what the Issues can do to be able to raise just the level of play for the White Sox by being able to spend money. To just, again, I'm not looking for the White Sox to be the Mets or the Dodgers. What I'm looking for them to be is competitive and not do it on a shoestring budget. That's what I'm looking for. Not luck.
Fair.
No, but I want them to do it not with luck, but with skill, Cap. And how do you do it with skill? You develop your farm system. You're able to be in the mix in free agency and then build from there. That's how that works. For years, do you understand that my team has always just been, hey, the agent says, hey, you're going to come to Chicago. The Cubs? No, the White Sox. Oh, God. Wow. You know that was the case because you know how this team's been built over the years. Ask Bruce. How's the White Sox built? By the free agent coming in here for a couple of years, just stopping by to go someplace else. That's how it's been built.
Yeah.
Just stopping in. You already were at two other teams. The White Sox are available. Okay. All right. For a couple of years, and then they go someplace else because the Sox are not willing to spend to keep that player, or that player wants to go someplace else, realizing the Sox can't go anywhere.
And just spending does not guarantee you anything. Steve Cohen hasn't won anything yet. He hasn't. And in Phoenix, the Ishbias will tell you, well, wait a minute. We traded for Kevin Durant. He makes a fortune. We traded for Bradley Beal. He was already on an existing contract. Bradley Beal this year is making $50.2 million. Devin Booker gets a fortune.
Yeah.
And guess what? They're not very good.
No. But you try, though. You take the swings, Cap. I'd rather for an owner to take a swing rather than to just put his hands in his pocket and say, oh, I guess we can't spend. I guess we're not going to be competitive. You try, Cap. You try. As soon as the Ishbias got that ownership, they were like, we're going to try to win here. Come on in, Kevin. It was very shortly. Take a look at the timeline of that. Very shortly, they were able to try to cobble together a team and try to make them a playoff team. At least they try. What's happening at 35th and Beck? Tell me to try there. What are they trying there?
Agreed. And it's amazing. If I tell everyone, go on Spot Track. Just look up contracts, what guys make. Bradley Beal, $50.2 million. He's got 2 more years. The last year's worth $57 million a year. And we worry about what baseball teams pay, guys?
Yeah.
That tells you how much money is in the NBA. Mm-hmm. Between all the things they do in the Far East. Like, there's a huge NBA presence in China. Huge. And the amounts of money that are pouring into that league, we could say the product's damaged.
Sure.
I watched the Bulls against the Suns over the week. It's okay.
Yeah.
But the amounts of money that are coming into that league make baseball look paltry.
That's exactly right. And they've got their TV deal already sewn up and ready to go. Now you got to have people watching it. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. So you hear that, White Sox fan. As a White Sox fan this morning, again, it's just one piece that's written by John Greenberg from The Athletic. Also, Dan Hayes contributed to this report as well from The Athletic, talking about the possibility of the Ishbias and the White Sox being one. How about that? I think about the Ishbias, those brothers coming in and saying, here we go. You know what? We look at the White Sox. We can make this sleeping giant something bigger than just turning the lights on between April and October.
Yeah, and the calls I made over the weekend to people who know them said, really good dudes. Like, if they were here, you'd be like, oh, really good guy. Not aloof. They said, just a wealthy dude. And he loves baseball. He loves sports. So let's go.
Coming up next, some of the issues regarding television deals, streaming, cable, and everything else in Major League Baseball. How does this affect the Cubs? We'll get your comments on that and give you a breakdown on that as well. Cap and J. Hood on this Monday morning, presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J. Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Their long jumps can be measured by a ruler. Their 40-yard dash is timed with an hourglass. But they are still among those invited to the NFL Combine. ESPN Chicago presents Waddle and Sylvie, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Tomorrow and Wednesday, 2:30 to 6:30. Brought to you by Steinhoffels and ESPN Chicago.
Moving Day, a walk for Parkinson's, is happening around the country this spring. More than just a walk, Moving Day is a fun experience that unites the community in the fight against Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's doesn't stop, and neither will we. So let's get moving. Join the Parkinson's Foundation to learn more and register for an event in your area at movingdaywalk.org. That's movingdaywalk.org.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at Window Nation. This February, you could miss Groundhog Day, President's Day, and even Valentine's Day. Well, some of you probably shouldn't miss Valentine's Day, but don't miss your chance from Window Nation to save 60% off all window styles and pay nothing for 2 full years. Only from Window Nation. This offer ends February 28th, so you'll want to schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Find the way to lose unwanted body fat and enhance your sex drive at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Now back to Cap and J. Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
I am a role model, Jerry. I have a family to support.
On ESPN Chicago.
Show me the money.
Cap and J. Hood, weekday morning 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app as we're presented by ESPN Bet. Glad to have you in today. Hope that you're going to have a great Monday. As we talk to you, we mentioned to start off the show the Chicago White Sox. A great piece in The Athletic. Check it out yourself from John Greenberg. Billionaire Justin Ishbia abandons bid for Twin Sabusa's stake in the White Sox, according to sources. Really well-sourced, interesting article that was written. You got to check this out. And again, for me as a White Sox fan that's been watching Jerry Reinsdorf / Eddie Einhorn when they owned the team starting in 1981 as controlling partners, Again, there's been some ups, but a lot of downs. And I just feel like in 2025, for the White Sox to be the doormat of Major League Baseball and laughable at that, not just a doormat. There's bad teams in baseball, Cap, but when you are the doormat and there's really no hope for the near future, that sucks, especially in a market like this. Understand if we were, in a small market where baseball didn't matter, but when you're in Chicago, it doesn't mean that you're just supposed to just let the Cubs just take all the headlines and you get laughed at. I could not be laughed at as an owner. I would sell first. If I can compete and I have 41 wins to show for it last year and maybe 8 or 9 more wins this season, I couldn't be laughed at. I would sell my chips and you'll never see me again. That's what I would do. I would push my chips all the way in. Enough. If I can't compete, I'm done. And I know that Jerry's gone through a lot of tough times over the last decade or so. Point is, though, is that if you really love baseball, you will do what's right. Just coming to the ballpark, just shooting the crap with Steve Stone and people from Major League Baseball is great. But what about your responsibility as an owner? I mean, you've been there for a long time. You have a responsibility to do what's right for the organization. Yeah. And he's not. And so that's why something new is needed. So I'm all good with that.
Fair.
But here's something that I think is undervalued that we should discuss, and that is where baseball is headed as a whole, not just for 2025, but 2025 and moving forward. Because, and this is a lament from Shea a lot, talking about what is going on with sports and television. Where can you find your favorite team on a regular basis, and how much does it cost now? And so looking at what's happening now, Cap, around Major League Baseball, there's some teams that are hemorrhaging money because they don't have the great deal that the Dodgers were able to swing a few years ago.
Yeah, the Dodgers bring in $338 million a year in their local TV deal because they struck and got that done before cord cutting became a thing. And so I did a lot of homework over the weekend talking to people in the TV sports business and asking them, like, why do the Cubs, why do the White Sox, why do the Bulls, why do the Blackhawks all have these issues? He's like, it's not just because. I talked to 2 different guys. He said, it's not just Chicago. Go look around the rest of the sports landscape. They're all in trouble other than the National Football League because those deals are national. You don't have local TV in the NFL. Your games are on Fox, NBC, CBS, Amazon, Netflix, and then all that money goes into a pot and each team gets a share, which is humongous amounts of money. But what I was told, what's going on with the Cubs is crazy. Sinclair's got serious financial issues. Their contract with Marquee and the Cubs says that they will pay a very large rights fee even for a period after the business is no longer greatly profitable. Well, since 2019, they've lost 2.5 million subscribers. I don't mean Marquee. I mean Xfinity and the different platforms.
That is people cutting the cord, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And when you look at about an average of $5 a month, if you count the Chicago area, the outer market, the what's called the inner market. There's a bunch of different markets. It's about an average of $5 per subscriber per month. Well, if you've lost 2.5 million subscribers, and then you're going to get moved to a pay tier where if you don't want the sports, you don't have to pay for it anymore. Right now, if you have Xfinity Basic, you get Marquee. You used to get NBC Sports Chicago. Even if you're not a sports fan and never watch it. I think it was in the Chicago, what's called the Chicago DMA, $7 a month from your bill was going to Marquee. They've lost 2.5 million subscribers since 2019 in all the platforms. That's over $10 million a month. The money is just, it's astronomical how effed up sports TV is right now.
Okay, so we know what the issue is. How does that get fixed? See, I feel like Major League Baseball at this point in time, unless they have a deal in place with, say, an Apple or an Amazon or Netflix or whatever, unless they have a deal in place, Cap, then I don't know how they'll be able to recover those losses.
They don't know either.
Because Empire Carpet is just not going to do it for the White Sox on Channel 26. Just saying, like, it's not.
This
That's not
isn't
feasible.
this isn't like when we grew up.
Right. I mean, but it feels like it's going backwards.
It is.
So, like, it's funny. These other sports are ahead of the curve, though, in this. Like, the UFC at some point is going to try to get possibly on Netflix and be able to have their platforms on Netflix or their TV shows on Warner Discovery. That very well could happen as well. Major League Baseball has to be able to find a partner and just say, hey, baseball fan, if you want to see your favorite team, it's going to be on this platform only. And you could be able to a la carte your way to the team that you want and watch your team every. I just think that it's going to have to be in that. That's the way the baseball is going to have to work, Cap. That they're going to have some kind of platform where it's like, this is it. If you want it, it's on Netflix, it's on Apple, it's on something. Because ESPN got themselves out of the baseball business for a reason.
Yeah.
Losing money.
That was Friday.
Yeah.
They said, we're out. And Rob Manfred went, good, because you got rid of baseball tonight. It's not a destination. They just happen to have games.
Yeah. So now what?
Right, but the NBA's having the same issues. Hockey's having the same issues. It's a bad set of circumstances right now.
Mm-hmm.
You got teams that are going, wait a minute, those tens of millions of dollars are gone? Yeah.
Okay, so what does that mean for the Chicago National League Ball Club? If there's problems with Marquee and the Cubs relied on that money coming in, and by the way, this is not one of those segments where we're crying poor for the Chicago Cubs.
No, far from it.
Because you already had the Ricketts at the front of this thing, as the face of this thing, and then from there, just all those other added revenue streams that come to Wrigley Field. I mean, 12 months out of a year now. It's not just baseball. The concerts, the Wrigley on Ice, the Northwestern game. Yeah, you got plenty of revenue streams coming in there. So now what are the Cubs going to do? Because all the Cub fan now listening to our show right now wants to know is, will our team be competitive? Will our team be in the playoffs every year, starting now?
I think they're going to be really good this year. I do. I think they've got a really good team. Now, they're in a division. They're not in the division with the Red Sox and the Yankees and the Orioles. They're not with the Dodgers and the Padres. They're in the NL Central, fortunately for them. But I do think they have a very good team. What I see happening down the road, once the Cubs feel a little more pain in their TV deal, because they're going to get moved to the premium tier. That is a done deal.
Okay.
They fought it, but they're going to get moved. The premium tier means if you're not a sports fan, you don't have to pay Comcast, Xfinity, that extra money. Well, guess what? You're not getting the games anymore on your basic cable. The Atlanta Braves, who have a really good team, they can win the World Series. They lost 20% of their subscriber base when they got moved to the premium tier. The Miami Marlins, who do not have a very good team, they lost 50% of their subscriber base.
And rightfully so.
Right, but those are people that every month that check was coming in because it was on basic cable. All of a sudden, it's not. So there's issues there. I think eventually all four teams get back together. That's what I believe happens.
Shay?
Isn't this where Jerry Reinsdorf was saying, though, we're getting away with murder, and it was used as a reason to be frugal? Like, we get all of this money for people who may or may not even be watching us just because they subscribe to a service
and
that
that's
has
what
us.
the Dodgers are living on. They've got $338 million this year. The White Sox will have between 30 and 40.
But I'm just making the point, like, I'm not denying that this is a problem and MLB has something that they need to reckon with, but I refuse to make it the reason teams can't, won't, or don't spend. The Marlins were not spending when they were getting away with murder. The White Sox weren't spending when they were getting away with murder. So don't come crying now that your TV money is dried up so you don't have the money to spend. You weren't spending it when you had it.
Yeah, I don't think the Marlins were ever in a good financial situation. They don't draw. I don't think the TV money was basically what they had coming in. But for the White Sox, fair argument you make.
How could the Marlins not have been in a great, or maybe not great, but good financial situation? They built a multi-million-dollar complex, and I know it wasn't entirely privately funded, but you are providing some of the money.
But nobody goes.
I understand that, but you had the money to build it. I got to look up what percent of that was public funding, but
I would imagine a large chunk of it.
And then you ask for what? You would think that the Latino and Cuban community would be able to support the Marlins. They don't go. Actually, I would just say that baseball in Florida is at a loss, period, across the board, not just Miami, but also Tampa. It's not an interest. It is a spring training state, Cap. That's what it is. You fly in, see your favorite team play in spring training, and then you fly back to wherever you live. There's just not enough of a fan base on either Tampa or Miami for that thing to be existing.
Miami-Dade County paid for the majority of the Marlins
right,
Stadium.
and it led to the recall of the mayor. The mayor was forced out. There's no charges in an SEC probe, but the financing had long been controversial because the city of Miami and Miami-Dade County took on large debt, and they're saying that the financing will cost them almost 3 times what they put in.
Just remember, folks, these teams are not looking out for you.
They are not. No,
Right.
Shay, they are not.
Right.
And that's the thing that sucks, because it circles back to the conversation we always have, and that is, what about me? What about me, the paying customer? What about me? Well, here's what. Look, I know that I can't tell you I deserve a championship, but what I can say is, for the amount of money that I put into the team as a fan, season ticket holder, a group ticket holder, whatever, that I should be able to see a winner. I would like to see a winner. I think that's not asking too much. I think that's okay to say I want to be able to see a winner for my team. For the amount of money that's paid. And then think about the conversations we've already had on this show in the past regarding how much money that you invest as a fan watching on TV. I mean, it was one thing for like SNY for the Mets and the YES Network for the Yankees, what the Dodgers have right now, where you're paying through the nose to see your favorite team. But the thing is, Cap, is that the owners will always have the carrot on the stick. And we, as the fan, we might bitch about how much it costs, but we'll pay it. Somebody's going to pay it. That's the way it works. The diehard Cub fan wants to follow the team. And they want to see, well, where can I find my Cubs? Well, this is how much it costs. Well, quality costs, pal.
By the way,
this is what it is.
Fair. The Marlins Stadium was gold only for team owners. They said it would spur attendance so they could pay top player salaries. The year the deal was made, the old stadium averaged 18,770 tickets sold per game, 29th in baseball among 30.
That's a lot.
Last year, they went down to 14,355, also 29th. And that the payoff, they agreed to pay $350 million. They'll end up paying over $3 billion. It was like taking a credit card and making minimum payments.
Yeah.
Yep, your kids will handle that.
And by the way, those
do not pay for billionaires to get stadiums.
Just so you know, those numbers are lies. I see Marlins games. You watch Marlins games, AI. You know that's 5,000 people in the ballpark.
Yeah, there's nobody there.
It's not 18,000.
And I hear it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's not 18,000. So you can thank Jeter for that.
So.
Because that's his.
Oh, it was pre-Jeter.
It's David Sampson into Jeter.
Yeah.
That's what that ownership group.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. So there you go.
312-332-3776 is our telephone number. We've been talking to you about the White Sox. Do you believe the White Sox will be sold based on the piece from theathletic.com? Also, Cub fans, you heard what Cap laid out regarding television and streaming. Should that preclude the Cubs from trying to win? Let's talk about that. Cap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now, you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do, like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking? And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number,
Call now, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Hey, Bulls fans, be the first to know about team news, special promotion, and giveaways by signing up to get text messages straight from the Bulls. Visit bulls.com/text to get started.
Hey, are you dreaming that your team draft is coming up really soon? Well, think about this. Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft. Again, travelwisconsin.com/draft is your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered at Across Wisconsin. Again, that's travelwisconsin.com/draft. Terms and conditions apply. AI.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's a Cap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock, and then Clinton and Friends at 10 o'clock, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. And then we got White Sox baseball that take on the Rangers, a 2 o'clock start right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Then Waddle and Sylvie after the Sox baseball game, and then Bleck and Abdallah at 6:30. All part of the mix right here on the home of the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. A myriad of topics we're talking about regarding our baseball teams, the White Sox and the Cubs. And so I would agree with Shay, and I have been for quite some time now, regarding how when you look at the Chicago Cubs in particular, you cannot rest on your laurels from 2016 and say, well, we got our one World Series championship and we made some noise under Joe Madden, and so now we're just going to be non-competitive to try to get a World Series. Here's the thing, and again, I'm only speaking as a White Sox fan, as a baseball observer, Cap. I will just tell you that if I'm the Cubs, I'm not afraid of the money of the Mets and the Dodgers. Why should I be? You can admire it. You can say, boy, look how much money that they have over there. Look how much talent they have over there. But you still have to do your due diligence as an owner to put together the best team possible. If you have the most money that you've spent in the division, in the Central, okay, so now you move forward and then try your luck in the playoffs. But I'm not overwhelmed by it, though. Of course, the Dodgers are the favorite. Of course, teams that spend a lot of money increase their chances to win. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you just tuck tail. I don't believe in that. The Diamondbacks showed you a couple of years ago that, hey, they had strong pitching, starting and bullpen, strong bullpen help to push them over the top to win the World Series. So my whole thing is that if you have a way that you play and you stick to that way that you play, you paid Craig Counsell a lot of money to be the manager of this ball club. So the idea that, well, we can't compete or we can't spend money, hey, man, you push your chips to the middle of the table as much as possible and you go for it. You don't worry about the streaming deal. You don't worry about the opposition. You got to worry about Chicago Cubs business. That's how I would look at it. You do your best, but you just don't stand still. That's the worst in sports, by the way. You just stand still. Now, you got to move forward. This should be the year for the Cubs to get to the playoffs and then try your luck. Simple.
Which means that if they are where we think they're going to be in July, right there, or leading their division, if they are, then you got to push your chips in and take a shot.
Sure.
You got to try to win. If you tell me they're in fourth place, okay, there's major change coming to Wrigley. And I get it. I think Jed would tell you the same thing. But if they're healthy and playing good baseball and they're leading a very winnable Central, what do we need? And that's when you go into your personal pocket. If the franchise doesn't have, all right, buy that guy.
Yeah.
Let's take a shot.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, again, what will happen between now and whenever there is a collective bargaining agreement, because we feel like there's going to be a shutdown, a lockout at some point for Major League Baseball, unfortunately, unless they come up with some kind of labor peace. I don't know. Don't know if that's going to happen, Cap. I think it'll be a lockout first before we're able to get on the other side of this thing. But what I'm saying is that this whole thing of, well, look how much money these teams are hemorrhaging. Hey, man, before the streaming deal, you had an opportunity to make sure that your team was solidified to be a contender. And I just think that during the time that the Cubs were not in the playoffs, that's a major problem. I just think that the Cubs didn't do enough under David Ross to be able to get there. Because you know how I know? I watched the team. Blown saves, not enough offense, not enough production. Hey, man, the team always should have been able to keep a championship standard after Madden was let go. Should have. Even when Theo was done, it should have been a championship standard. It just wasn't there. And now look where you are.
You got a chance.
A chance to get to you'll be in the playoffs, I believe. But this whole fear of, well, look at these other teams and what they spend. Well, we can't compete. You got to compete.
The Mets have been spending like drunken sailors for a while. What have they won? Nothing.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's just the way that you play the game.
Look, are the Dodgers in an enviable situation? Certainly. Mm-hmm. But if they're where I think they're going to be in July, I'm talking about the Cubs, it's incumbent on Tom and his family to say, all right, what do we need?
Yeah.
Get it done.
And on the other side of it, Cap, if you cannot be able to develop talent, we saw about this with the Bears all the time about trying to develop talent. If you can't develop talent, if you're the Cubs in the minor league system and bring them up to the big leagues for them to be able to be productive, then what are you doing?
Fair.
What are you doing? Because it's going to take ingenuity to be able, for this Cubs team moving forward, to be able to compete with some of those high-priced teams. We know where the talent is with the Dodgers. Up and down the roster, there's difference makers. There's guys getting paid in crypto and carrots. They're getting paid that just to be part of a championship team. But for the Cubs, as we've admired the Dodgers over the years, how they were able to develop talent and have a really strong Major League ball club, those are the best teams. The teams that say, boy, look at your minor league system. You just plug someone in. Here's Gavin Lux. Just bring him right in, and all of a sudden he becomes a quality player. Cubs have to do the same thing.
Correct.
Same thing.
I don't want to hear any more about Matt Shaw and Kevin Alcantara and Cade.
Let's go.
I want to see him. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. That blender of talent, I think, helps.
Yes.
It also says, wow, not only are the Cubs a good enough team to compete in the division, but they also develop talent that can help you right away.
And PCA got a speedier number. He went from 52-4. Did you see why?
Oh, please tell us.
We will after we take a quick timeout. I'll tell you the bet that PCA lost, and he had to change his number, which he liked.
All right, 312-332-3776 is our phone number. We're talking about the Cubs and the White Sox. We got Shot or No Shot coming away 8 o'clock. All part of the mix on Cap and J Hood.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and spring training is here now. Glenn Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of the Sox and Rangers today at 2 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
2024 was another big year for sports betting across Illinois, though the gains actually trailed the national growth. There were $14 billion wagered statewide on sports last year. That was a new record high and 21% more than in 2023. The American Gaming Association last week said the U.S. legal sports betting market grew by 25% last year, even though only one state, Missouri, joined the legalization crowd. Illinois did overtake New Jersey last year as the number 2 state for sports betting revenue, behind only New York. 95% of sports betting nationwide in 2024 was done online, according to the AGA, with DraftKings and FanDuel controlling about 2/3 of the overall market. DraftKings was the most popular sports betting app in Illinois last year, accounting for about $5 billion in wagers. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40. So I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina's way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood Experience. Weekdays from 7 to 10 on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We got Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock. Jesse Rogers from spring training at 8:35 right here on your home for the White Sox and Bears, ESPN 1000. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet, now live in Illinois right now. New users can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. download the ESPN Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100. You were saying about PCA.
So PCA wears number 52, and Jed Hoyer was standing with them and some other guys by the basketball hoop behind the training center in Mesa, and he said, hey, you need a faster number.
Jack?
What does that mean? 52 looks slow, and you're fast. You need a fast guy number. So he was holding the basketball, Jed was. He said, how about if I make this shot, you change your number? He's like, all right, deal. Bang. Jed nails the jumper, and he goes, by the way, go see the equipment guy. Because guess what? We just released Canario. Number 4 is available. You've got it.
That's unbelievable.
He is now number 4.
And rightfully so, by the way.
Yes.
52, I could wear that number because I'd be your DH.
Correct.
Stumbling out of the box.
Looking like a linebacker.
All right, you don't have to go that far, but nonetheless.
Linebackers are athletic, rangy.
Okay, that's
just bigger.
That's fine. You didn't have to go that far. You had to be insulting on a Monday.
Wow, it was a compliment.
No. I'm an offensive lineman. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. You didn't have to go that far, Cap.
Special team.
I'm this close to you, so I'd reach out and touch someone.
Yes, you could.
Yeah. So for someone that slight and that fast, number's too heavy. You can't, like Shay said, like, you know, if he was like in the 20s, right? Like Bobby Dernier was 20. What was Bob Dernier? 20? I think he was a double-digit number, but not that high.
He was 20.
20, right?
No, 20 was, hold on a minute. Was it 20 Jerome Walton?
He was. Jerome Walton, I think, did have 20. After being Rookie of the Year, he was asked, Jerome, in year 2, you're going through a slump. He goes, I'm going through a 2-year slump. That's what Jerome Walton said. It's like, I'm going through a 2-year slump. Okay.
Oh, he was 20. So he
Bob
gave
Dernier?
up 20 for Jerome Walton. They both wore 20.
Yes. An outfielder should not have a heavy number like that. It was too heavy.
But 4 feels like a second baseman number. 4 doesn't feel like a center fielder
Well,
number.
it also looks wrong, too, because he has the huge last name, Crow Armstrong, that's like 20 letters
and
long.
then just the one number. I like Kyle Hendricks is gone now. 28 is a good center fielder number. I would have liked 28 on Pete
28
Crow.
was Hollinsworth. You got to be like a big muscled up guy.
I think 28 is a corner outfielder.
Yes.
Not center.
Agreed.
I've said, didn't Curtis Granderson wear 28? Wore 20-something.
I better know that quickly.
Yes, you're at Granderson Stadium tomorrow.
Mr. Curtis Granderson over there.
I better know that quickly. I think you might be at the ballpark tomorrow. I think that for Pete Crow, 52 was way too high of a number.
Correct. But when he got here, most of the other numbers are either retired or taken.
Yeah.
And Canario released? We'll give you that number.
Like 52 to me, that's either for me that's the DH or a middle reliever. To me, or spring training invitee.
Right. 52 is a spring training invitee or a relief
or
pitcher.
Tim Stoddard.
52 as a number has no aura. Maybe negative aura. Like you can't be cool and wear 52 in baseball. Not even as a pitcher, I don't think. Like it's a reliever out of the pen, whereas 52. Your middle reliever that you aren't that excited to see. He's doing mop-up because your starter exploded. That's 52.
You call down, Cap. You call down to the bullpen. Oh, God.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Who's this?
It's the pitching coach. Get Stoddard up.
Get him up.
All right, get him up. Quickly.
Paul Russell, get him up.
Quickly.
That's it. Eat him up.
So Pete Crow with a number that's a single digit, you say. 8, you say he's going to be wearing.
No, 4.
4 he's going to be wearing. 4. Okay. You all right with that?
Yeah.
What about you?
He had 3 hits yesterday. He's looking good, man.
Where was he in the lineup? 7, 8?
I don't remember.
The game's on.
I had it on. They're 4-0. All right. They look good.
All right, coming up, shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood.
Cap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's.
Classic. Then treat yourself to Masa Cafe after.
Oh, now you're talking.
We could do this all day, Carmen.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene.
Perfect time. Restaurant Week is on now through March 2nd. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you. With flexible online classes and career-focused resources, you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Empower your future today at nu.edu. That's nu.edu.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J. Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and J. Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Cap and J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We'll hear from Jesse Rogers with the latest on the Cubs and Sox from spring training at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Monday. How we feeling?
Good, man. Good. Wife's been out of town. It was me and the dogs, just a chill weekend. Cooked some really intriguing, healthy food. Yeah, watched hoops.
There it is, Hody.
Yeah, it sounds fun.
What?
God.
I made French fries out of chicken.
That sounds like chicken.
Basically was.
Chicken
in the shape of little French fries.
So you made chicken strips.
Kind of. A little different. I found a cool recipe on Instagram.
That's not French fries.
They call them chicken fries.
Like the Burger King chicken fries?
I never had them. I don't know.
I've never had those. I didn't even know they had those.
Guys, I got my hand up his back, of course.
But these things were bussin', man. I'm telling you.
They were what?
Bussin'?
They were what?
What is that? What planet am I on?
Hold on. Stop the presses. Hang on a second. They were what?
Bussin'.
Who are you talking to?
Everybody.
Bussin'.
Yeah.
Who's that referring to? Bussin'.
They were awesome.
Okay.
They were fire. I'm just telling you.
This guy apparently watching BT over the weekend as well. He watched some Tyler Perry movies.
How'd you make them? Were they in oil?
No. Don't use crap oil. I'll use some olive oil occasionally. No. Some shredded cheese which I shredded. I shredded cheese, an egg. I shredded a chicken breast that I cooked, shredded it all up, made them into like
strips?
Steak fries, strips, and then I baked them. Yeah. On parchment paper. Delicious. Yeah. Little Primal Kitchen unsweetened ketchup, and it was delicious.
I'll be honest. It sounds pretty good, but
normal ketchup has too much sugar in it.
Yeah.
You need to use the Healthier stuff. Primal Kitchen. Trust me. Can't taste the difference.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
No thanks, I'll pass. No thanks, I'll pass. I enjoy because I like a little flavor in my food. I like that. Now, here's the thing, though, Shay, I will tell you without joking. So what Cap made more than likely was delicious. More than likely was delicious.
I'm sure it was.
I'm sure it was because he made it. So
I can cook.
It's not a surprise that he would put that together, and I'm sure it was amazing. So that's great. But the rest of it, no. It's just that I think the reason why it doesn't have flavor is because you beat people over the head about flavor and sugar. People don't want to hear that. They want to be able to enjoy their food and taste it. I think that's the whole thing.
That's the thing for me. It's not that I think it wasn't good. It's just the way you present it. Why do you have to be such a bag?
How am I being a bag?
I made this really healthy, intriguing food.
I was on Instagram and I follow all these recipe people, and I'm like, that's a good one. So I created my own email address, Cap's Recipes. And I email all these. When you share them, I email them. I have a file of.
It's fantastic.
Oh, there's an appetizer file, and there's a dinner file. There's a breakfast file. Yes. There's a lot of hacks, man. If you'll just make the effort, you can eat delicious food healthier.
Because what, shot or no shot, what Cap is saying is we aren't making the effort. That's how it feels.
I'm
being attacked. I'm being attacked this morning. Shot or no shot, Hoodie.
Oh, it's always a shot. It always is. It's always pointing the finger in the audience's chest to show how much healthy food he's had. I mean, it could have just been food without saying how healthy it was. But, I mean, this is what he does. That's what he does.
This is what it is.
I mean, he's Cap Lane, and so this is what he is. He just wants to tell you how to live. Tells you how to parchment with your paper.
I went to the bar, I had a smash burger and french fries and way too many beers. And I'm sure that Cap is like, can't do that, kid. That's not good for you.
You can do those things in moderation.
Uh-huh. At least the door is ajar for you to be able to live your life, Shay. That's a good thing.
There you go.
You can at least do that. But he's going to tell you how to parchment paper all the time.
Wait a minute. So, parchment paper's great.
I understand that, but he's telling you how to parchment.
Don't use no crap oil on that, kid.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, avocado oil, olive oil. Don't be using the canola oil.
No, vegetable oil.
Don't be using that stuff.
Why? I don't. What do I look like? I live in an apartment, dude. I can't be using olive oil on the stove. I'll smoke myself out.
Right. Get to the questions.
All right, it's good for you to tell people how to oil this morning as well.
I'm just trying to keep people healthy so they can keep listening to us. That's all I'm saying.
What?
That's fantastic.
What?
Eat like Cap.
Everyone has to eat healthy so they can continue to listen to us.
I just want to keep people healthy.
Because
I love them.
Eat this.
You do?
Eat this way or you'll die, and then you won't be able to listen to our program anymore.
Correct.
All right, let's get started.
That's a different way to have time spent listening.
There has been some strong reporting.
How about that, Eric?
That the Jacksonville Jaguars will look to move on from wide receiver Christian Kirk this offseason. Kirk has over $16 million of unguaranteed money in the final year of his deal. The Jags don't want to pay that. Last year, had a hurt collarbone, missed a lot of time, hasn't been as productive as the contract that they paid him. So it's very likely they'll move on. But Kirk was averaging over 800 yards a season before the injury, so shot or no shot. Christian Kirk could be the perfect buy low replacement for Keenan Allen.
Not for me. No shot. I'm done buying older wide receivers. I want speed. I want to draft and develop. Yeah, what role is he going to play?
Slot.
I'd like to get younger in that spot, Shay, if I could. I would say that's a no shot for some other team, but not this one. My wide receivers are solidified. I've got Rome Odunze on one side. I got DJ Moore on the other. And, yes, there is a need for a slot receiver. But then again, we got to figure out how to get more touches for Cole Kmet. If he's going to stick around here and going to be here next year, he has to be a safety valve for Caleb Williams in the passing game. And then from there, whoever the running back is, the lead back for this team, also should get some touches. If it's Ben Johnson's offense, we expect that the running back will get some receiving yards as well, the short yardage in the flat. So I would say that's a no shot for Christian Kirk.
Yeah, and he wasn't even great 2 years ago in 23. He played in 12 of 17 games, 57 catches. 787 yards, 3 touchdowns this year, 8 games, 27 catches, 379 yards, 1 touchdown. Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, this year was a collarbone injury, but the numbers you put out on a catch basis, pretty good for 2023. It's over 700 yards on 57 catches. That's not bad at all.
This guy misses too many games in Arizona. He played 12, 13, 14. Then he had back-to-back 17-game seasons, then 12, then 8.
But
Yeah, I'll
also,
pass.
keep in mind, I'm not saying I'm paying Christian Kirk a 5-year, $150 million deal. You could get him on the cheap. He's not going to make $15 million a year. You can probably get him for 3 years, $30 million. With set up the opt-outs how you want, set up the guarantees how you want. It's not going to cost you that much.
Yeah, I'll pass.
It's just me clicking my heels and closing my eyes, but I wish Tyler Scott was something. That way you want to ask his question.
And Hoodie, that's where I would say, when you're saying, well, why don't we get younger? Christian Kirk's not a geriatric now. He's only 28 years old. So if you're looking at getting younger, then you're basically looking through the draft. And that has not gone well for Ryan Poles with the wide receiver position.
I wish Tyler Scott was something. Like a fresh set of eyes, a fresh start, that he would be that slot receiver that can get you the first down. I just don't know if he's that guy.
This is his final shot.
It's too bad.
Year 3, this is it. So
maybe it's DeAndre Carter. No, it's not.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done with the almost 30-year-old receivers. He'll be 29 during the season. Yeah, I'm done.
Shay?
This does not qualify as a rumor or a report. It does qualify as speculation because people are writing up about the fit between Ben Johnson and DeAndre Swift. Ben Johnson apparently played a big part in Detroit in overhauling the running back room. His first year as coordinator, Swift was their running back. He had a career low in carries, career low in usage. He was not really a part of the offense. And then Ben Johnson stamped the okay on get him out, and we'll replace him with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Shot or no shot? The Bears and Ben Johnson could trade DeAndre Swift for a late-round pick this offseason.
Sure, it's a shot.
Yeah, it's absolutely a shot. Ben Johnson's going to get the style player that he wants, period. But it does not mean that every move is going to work. What did Theo tell us? 59% or 58% of all your moves, if you're successful as a GM, you're among the best in your sport. That means that like 40% of the moves don't work. So not every move is going to work. We'll see.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's a shot. Sure. DeAndre Swift, you want to get younger and faster in that spot, please do so. If you find you got someone else, first of all, before you put anybody back there, tell me what you're going to do with the offensive line. Because you can make change at the running back position and still that running back runs into a wall. But I would agree with Shay after we took a look at Swift in a Bears uniform. There's some routes that were very difficult for Swift, where the vision was not as sharp as it should have been. Maybe because he had PTSD running in front of that offensive line. I don't know. But I think that here in this offseason, if you're going to part with DeAndre Swift, you need several running backs, Cap. Roschon Johnson is a project at this point in time. How will he be able to bounce back this year? This year was a nightmare. What about in 2025, 2026? What does that look like for Roschon Johnson's future?
DeAndre Swift's only 26 years of age. He just turned 26 in January.
Yeah, but the mileage, though, from Georgia.
And you guys do run them into the ground.
Well, I mean, that's where some of the best football is at Georgia. When we were running back he was part of that. They were exclusively running the football and using the tight end. That's what we were doing.
True.
We were the Bears for years. So what about Roschon Johnson?
I mean, I don't think he's a lead back. I think he's a secondary back. That means you need a lead back, whoever that is.
They need to take a good look at that as well, Cap.
Agreed.
I'm talking about on several fronts. Because there's not much after that. There's Travis Homer, and then there's Ian Wheeler coming off the injury, way at the back of the depth chart. You remember him being featured on Hard Knocks, him and his mom. So you need to look at that several times, the running back spot.
Correct. Thank God we don't have to worry about Hard Knocks this year. I wouldn't want George to get offended by a curse.
Shay?
All right. The NFL is once again exploring changes to the kickoff rule.
How about that, Jack?
Potentially moving the kickoff back 5 yards and moving the touchback from the 30 to the 35 to inspire more returns. They're also looking at, once again, Alternatives to the onside kick. Bringing up the idea of a 4th and 20 play that would allow a team to keep the ball if they convert. We've heard about this, it feels like, every offseason for half a decade now, and it hasn't really gained traction, but it keeps coming up every time they have these competition committee meetings. Shot or no shot, this will eventually happen.
Yeah, or go back to the old way. Like, you can't try an onside kick now till when? The fourth quarter?
You got to be trailing, and you have to be in the fourth quarter.
That's just stupid. That's just dumb. Give me the rationale for that. Remember Sean Payton starting the second half kickoff in the Super Bowl with an onside kick?
It's because of how they changed the way you have to line up. You have to now announce that you're attempting an onside kick.
Yeah, that's also stupid.
But if the problem is, if they keep the kickoff lineup the way that it is, you would convert an onside kick every time you attempt it. If you could do it by surprise.
I like the surprise.
Yeah, I like being able to, like, what? They onside kicked on the opening kick of the game?
You understand, Jack?
Love it.
Jack, this is all about them making sure that everyone is safe. Make sure that you're buckled up because here comes the onside kick. It's so ridiculous. It is. You take part of the strategy out of the game for that. I know it's not utilized often, but it is an exciting play, especially when the ball gets turned over. So
yeah, I can't stand what they've done to the onside kick.
Would a 4th and 20 not also be an exciting play?
That'd be cool, too.
Sitting there as a fan and your ability to get the football and try to come back is hinging on this one play, a 20-yard play.
I saw something about this on social this weekend, and they showed like a 4th and, 35 or something, and my guy AR-12 completed it. As he was getting knocked to the ground, he threw it like 35, 40 yards down the field. Bam! Got his guy.
Is that a gun? Your guy what? Is that a gun you're talking about?
AR-12?
Yeah.
That would be Aaron Rodgers' 12.
Oh, I don't know him. I don't know a douche by that name.
Wow.
What's the matter?
I don't know if I've ever heard anybody call him AR-12.
I thought it was a gun.
Okay, I do.
Shay, is that not a rifle?
That's an AR-15. Anthony Richardson.
No, thanks.
Pass.
A gun that doesn't fire. No, thank you.
Twitch saying AR-12 also. So there you go.
See, so I don't know him by that name.
Weapon enthusiast David Kaplan. You big Mac Jones guy too? Mac 10?
Mac 10. There you go.
A man who cares about his guns. He is Rush Kaplan.
That's one thing I am not, a gun guy.
He is, well, I mean, you were able to name it off the top of your head. I didn't know anything about it. Sounds like you might have some knowledge.
What, AR-12?
Yes, an AR. You put it out there, AR-12.
There is no such gun. Just the right arm of Aaron Rodgers, baby.
There is a AR-12, is it not, Shay?
Not that I know of. There's an AR-15 and an AK-47.
AR-12 shotguns. Shop now.
So,
hello?
Yeah.
There is an AR-12.
Sure, that's going to go well, being on the search history on this computer.
That's it.
Why is
searching for guns?
Yeah, well, actually, I might be okay, because Zetterman would understand working with you two. He'd go, I've been there.
That's great.
That's it.
That's great.
That is it. What else you got?
Take a break. We got to go around the NFL.
It's not just around the NFL, Shay. It's a very special.
It sure is.
It's a very, very special around the NFL. We'll tell you how special coming up next. Stay tuned. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us Wednesday night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
What's your favorite rifle? Light 'em up. Cap wants to know. 312. And now a word from ESPN Bet. Yes, ESPN Bet. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. You can get all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem. Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. AI Jack.
Catch all the hoops action this season at Cody's Public House in Lakeview. Grab a cold Sam Adams American Light for a clean, crisp, and refreshing taste, and brewed with game days in mind. With plenty of TVs at Cody's Public House, you won't miss a second of the action. Plus, Cody's is always dog-friendly, inside and out. This basketball season, bring your pup, relax, and take in the action with a great atmosphere and the clean, crisp taste of Sam Adams American Light. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem. Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
A safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging. Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help you increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook, their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy. All meds are shipped directly to your doorstep. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com now. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You're invited to the Chicago Golf Show presented by the CDGA. It's this weekend in Rosemont. Free golf, free lessons, unbelievable bargains on clubs, balls, shoes, apparel, and more. This Friday through Sunday at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. Tickets at ChicagoGolfShow.com.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the NFL right here on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We'll hear from Jesse Rogers from spring training coming up in the next segment. But first, a very special Around the NFL. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
It's time, Hoodie, for Mock Draft 1.0. Every Monday from now until the NFL Draft.
Oh, God.
Culminating in a final draft, Mock Draft 8.0.
Euthanize me now. Oh, wow.
How dare you?
Every week. Can we just, like, April 1, you can have a mock draft.
Oh, no, you know how this works. You can't just do one mock draft. We've got to do 8 of these suckers. We got to do mock draft 1.0, 2.0, 3.5, 4.7. We got to get them all out there.
Well, that's how Kuiper has been able to last all these years.
Great. I got out of that business because not a mock draft guy. So
got out of what business?
When I was scouting and doing all that stuff.
Yes, and guess what? We supported you in the community.
You did.
So don't worry. Don't you tell me you got out of that business because you couldn't take it. We enjoyed the reading.
No, I didn't say I couldn't take it. I just find the litany of NFL mock drafts way over the top. Just stupid.
All right, stop the music, Jack. Guess we're not doing this. Jack, thank you. Yep.
I'm just look.
Forget that idea.
I am just trying to be honest. Love to hear what Shay has to say for the audience, but the litany of mock drafts. You see, the Bears are getting back. No, actually, they're not because none of you know anything. But go ahead.
Well,
although I will give you credit, you were right on Jared Verse last year. We should have taken him.
For the record, I agree with you for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
I just think this is funny and fun that I put together these mock drafts because it ultimately is evidence. Nobody knows anything about what's going to happen. We could all just do this.
Like we all thought, how stupid are the Commanders? They're taking Jaden Daniels. He's the rookie of the year, and they went to the NFC title game. We don't know anything.
Shay, as we get closer and closer to the draft, at least wet our beak on some names we need to know. That's why this segment is here, to learn about the names. Is that okay? Or
don't worry, the Snorling scouting reports will return as well.
Those I love. Those are sourced, well thought out. Doesn't mean you're going to be right on every guy. Jaden Daniels, you were amazing on Jared Verse.
Appreciate that.
Because God forbid we try to entertain and inform the audience.
All right, let's get started with Mock Draft 1.0.
How many of these will there be?
8.
He said
We're going to finish with Mock Draft
so we'll get to
8.0.
He said 8. 8.0.
Okay.
Shay, let's entertain and inform the audience for those that don't know. I know everyone around here is in the know, but at least we can put some names out there for people to start to glean and understand.
All right, with the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. A lot of steam and smoke about them going with Travis Hunter or with Abdul Carter.
Mm-hmm.
I think push comes to shove. They know they need a quarterback. Cam Ward's sitting there for them. They do the right thing, and they take Cam Ward.
I lit it up at Miami, boy. Let me tell you. He had such an arm, had a lot of great moments at Miami. But him at 1, I'm writing it down. All right, number 2, Shay.
By the way, did you see what he said over the weekend? Any team that doesn't take me, I'm going to remember that, and I'm going to make you pay for it.
Yep.
Good. Cam Ward-Buzelis has checked in. Number 2.
Number 2, the Cleveland Browns get their Myles Garrett replacement, Abdul Carter, edge rusher out of Penn State.
Yeah. Love that. And what team? I'm sorry, for what team?
The Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns. Okay. Makes sense. Next one.
Number 3, the New York Football Giants. Okay. With Shedeur Sanders on the board, in need of a quarterback. Select Travis Hunter, cornerback out of Colorado. I see Joe Shane and Brian Daboll going the Kirk Cousins, Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold route at quarterback and selecting Travis Hunter with the 3rd pick.
Oh, please let that happen. Please, Lord. Just so I can see him miserable in 2 years.
He's a hell of a talent.
Him and Malik Neighbors just sitting there like, I hate this. I hate being here. They'll love the glitz and glamour in New York, and then actually you got to put on the helmet and the pads and play for the Giants, Shay. Holy smokes. And by the way, one way or 2 ways for Hunter?
I think he's a corner, ultimately.
Corner only?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the NFL. You're not going to be giving a guy 120 snaps a game. It's just not going to happen.
I just want to know,
but I'd be shocked.
Well, just very quickly, what do you think he can excel in the most?
Corner.
Could he be a good wide receiver in the league?
Sure, but I think he can be a great corner.
Great corner.
Like a lockdown Dion level corner?
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, you're asking me if he's in the top 0.01%. Could he be a Sauce Gardner type? Sure.
4.
The 4th pick, the New England Patriots address the worst offensive line in football and select tackle Will Campbell out of LSU.
Yeah.
That's who I want the Bears to get.
I think that's smart for the Patriots. You got to start building those lines.
You remember that soundbite that you liked? I played for you of Will Campbell where he talked about you get one sack a game, you're going to the Pro Bowl and you're all pro. You give up one sack a game, what did he say? You're working at UPS.
Yep.
Number 5, Shay.
Number 5, we have a trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars allow the New York Football Jets to leapfrog the Las Vegas Raiders and select Shedeur Sanders, ushering in the post-Aaron Rodgers era.
So Sanders ultimately goes to
the Jets.
I thought Deion said he won't let him go to a cold weather city.
Yeah. Deion doesn't have a choice.
Well,
just played in Boulder.
Yeah, I'm not saying I agree. I'm just telling you what Deion said.
Boy, Shedeur Sanders at 5. I'll tell you one thing. What Deion is not, he's not LeVar Ball. Number 6, Shay.
Meaning he still has both feet?
Oh, my God. I was going to say, wow, if he's LeVar Ball, he's going to have a tough time in coverage. But
Number 6, Shay.
Number 6. The Las Vegas Raiders select the top offensive skill player in the draft, Tet McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona.
McMillan and wife. Got it at number 6. Number 7, Shay.
Number 7, this is where I get a little weird, folks. The Jacksonville Jaguars, after trading down from 5 to 7, I'm following some steam. There's been a little more talk about this lately. A lot of people think they're going the Mason Graham route, but a few people in the know think they might get a different Michigan defensive player. And for prayer circle purposes, the Jacksonville Jaguars select cornerback Will Johnson out of Michigan.
Okay. They need some help on the corner? Well, I guess so.
They need help everywhere.
Their defense is terrible.
Number 8, Shay.
Number 8, needing help up front on the edge. The Carolina Panthers select Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce Jr.
Okay, number 9.
Number 9, also needing a little help on the edge. New Orleans with Cam Jordan aging out, and they can put somebody opposite Carl Granderson. They select Georgia Bulldog
he
edge
gave up
rusher.
Baseball? Football?
Carl Granderson, different guy.
Oh, he's brother.
Georgia edge rusher Michael Williams goes to the Saints with the 9th pick.
Oh, you swerved me there. Oh, okay.
He's good.
All right. Sick 'em. I didn't know you were going there at 9 for New Orleans.
Go Dogs.
Okay. And number 10, Shay, the Bears.
Prayer circle fulfilled. Somehow the draft fell this way, and the Bears select defensive tackle out of Michigan, Mason Graham.
Okay.
God, if you just said Ashton Genty, I would have literally gone in there and punched you.
The draft falls this way. Ryan Poles sprints to the kiosk. He can't get there fast enough. And the Bears select Mason Graham.
Love the brother next to you.
Arguably the safest prospect in this draft.
The brother.
There you go.
But there's a couple of prayer circles in there between 8 and 10 for him to get Graham. I saw what you did there.
Through 6, I feel pretty comfy. But Jacksonville taking Will Johnson is how this happens. And I have actually seen a lot of people in the know. I think Daniel Jeremiah even put it out there that Jacksonville could go the corner route early rather than Mason Graham.
So, again, some of the highlights. Cam Ward at 1 on the 1.0 mock draft for Shea. Travis Hunter, 3. Shedeur Sanders, 5. But that's a trade, you say, where Sanders goes to the Jets.
Yeah, Jets move up.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh, him and Aaron Glenn, no. That'll work, right?
Brother.
He's a quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They need a quarterback, so.
I like Aaron Glenn, man.
And then the Bears are Mason Graham. A couple of prayer circles in there, but the candles are lit for Mason Graham.
That'd be a great
Bears.
one. That's your Jared verse from last year.
There you go. We'll keep our eyes on that. I got a feeling that Shea will have a few more machinations to get Graham at 10. Maybe not the next one, but the next few, you'll find a way.
I just do 8 mock drafts where I'm just being absurd to get the Bears Mason Graham, and all 8 of them.
I love it. All right, Jesse, the latest on the Cubs and Sox on Cap and J Hood.
This is Cap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Their long jumps can be measured by a ruler. Their 40-yard dash is timed with an hourglass. But they are still among those invited to the NFL Combine. ESPN Chicago presents Waddle and Sylvie, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Tomorrow and Wednesday, 2:30 to 6:30. Brought to you by Steinhoffels and ESPN Chicago.
You know, Cap, I see our friend Howard Ankin everywhere on TV, buses, billboards, and trains.
And right here, Johnny, on ESPN 1000 in Chicago, hundreds of personal injury law firms, but only one firm that is injury law made personal.
Yeah, only one is the leading filer of injury cases in Illinois, Distinguished Service Award recipient, American Association for Justice member, and rated a super lawyer 10 years running. It's our guy Howard Ankin, who explains the details of your case, and he helps you navigate the legal process.
And he calls you back, John. That means a lot. You're hurt, you need help, you're looking for answers, and you hear from the man himself, the great Howard Ankin.
312-6-million, 312-6-million, 312-6-million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. AI Jack.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now, you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do, like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking? And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The best live music in Chicagoland? That's Joe's Live in Rosemont. The packed slate of upcoming shows. Catch Low Cash on the 27th, Landco on the 28th, Jackson Dean on March 13th, and back-to-back nights with Russell Dickerson on March 20th and 21st. Grab your tickets now at joesliverosemont.com.
Are you sick of your old phone? Maybe it's time for a new one. Verizon has the brand new Samsung S25. Yes, the Samsung Galaxy S25 that comes with Galaxy AI, which helps you get things done quicker. Get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 at Verizon simply by trading in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan. With new line on my plan, additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. AI Jack.
Cap and Jay Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet.
You want me to pay you now? Is that what you want me to do?
No.
Why not?
Maybe I enjoy watching the show.
On ESPN Chicago.
White Sox win! It's the Cap and Jay Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We'll have White Sox and the Rangers this afternoon at 2 o'clock. right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. We turn to a man who covers baseball like a blanket for ESPN and ESPN.com. It's Jesse Rogers. He joins us here on Cap and J Hood. Jesse, good morning. How are you?
I am good. Good morning to you guys. It was great to see Len and DJ in the booth the other day. So they're back at work. DJ has the best gig in baseball, right?
Yes, he does.
My God. No, he's the best. But, yeah, it's those play-by-play gigs are fun, man. Come out to the sun in Arizona, watch a few innings of baseball, and then head out for dinner. I guess my life's no different, right?
It's the same, especially if the dinner's free, because you are the fastest man in Northbrook to dash out of the restaurant when the bill is due.
So true.
So nonetheless, Jesse, I want to ask you about the White Sox. I told you last week that I'm resigned to my fate. I understand what's going on with this White Sox team, that you were at rock bottom, and so I expect improvement this year. Not much, but some improvement. What were you able to understand from the White Sox standpoint? And so the way they played and what they're talking about in spring training?
Well, I was in attendance when Colson Montgomery hit his first spring homer the other day. Like, those are the things they're talking about. Noah Schultz and Hagen Smith are going to make their debuts on Wednesday. Maybe by the time they make it to the majors, they'll have a new owner, over on the White Sox south side. Because, this is a long-term project. Now, of course, Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz will be here sooner than Jerry Sells probably. But the point is, you're starting to see some things. None of this was there last year. None of it. Even Montgomery didn't have a great year in the minors. Now he has a clear path to having that job. I saw that homer Saturday, like I said, against the Cubs. There's things there. It's just going to take time, like it does with any rebuilding team. So we'll see. And then, of course, unlike the last rebuild, you have to spend money eventually. And we saw that Jerry didn't do that to finish off the last rebuild. But that's years away from happening. At least they have some talent.
Is there any word about that piece from The Athletic from John Greenberg? I know the Ishbias has been rumored around the White Sox for a while, but the Ishbias leave the Twins jilted at the altar, and so the Twins are scrambling. But any talk in Arizona about the Ishbias?
Yes, a little bit at least. I don't know a ton more than the article, but I will tell you a couple things. This was always, the outcome the league thought would happen, and what I'm getting at is no one really believed, one, Dave Stewart had enough money to buy the Sox, or two, that he was going to buy the Sox and they would actually move. That just seemed like a fake story. I'm not saying it was parts of it weren't true.
It was contrived, Jess.
Yeah, exactly. None of it was going to happen. This, a local billionaire buying from Jerry in a few years, taking control and keeping it in Chicago, probably with a new stadium, all the things that come with the Ishbias, that was always what the league thought was going to happen, and it seems like it will. I don't think a billionaire drops a bid of another team for no reason, right? It'd be one thing if he came out of the blue and started buying up the Sox stake, Sox parts, and Jerry said no or something, but he dropped his bid for another team. So there's got to be a succession plan in place in my mind. That's a few years away, but I think he did it for a reason, not just a whim. Let's put it that way.
Jesse, in terms of the state of Chicago baseball, we've been talking about the Ishbia thing this morning. On the north side, I did a lot of work on the TV deal, and Sinclair's got financial issues, which affects Marquee, which affects the Cubs. What are you hearing about their appetite for adding significant salary in season if they're in first place in July like they should be?
I think if they had signed Bregman, it would have been really tight to do it. So the counter to not signing Bregman is they do have some powder, some. And Tom has always been a little bit open to being, convinced of something, and he almost got convinced of Bregman, right? He's been convinced of other things. He's not been convinced of some things. So I do think if they're in first place, I think there'll be enough to do what they have to do. I can't tell you that for sure. We'll see how all this TV stuff plays out and how the first half goes. But Tom has never denied a chance to do something special in the moment. Now, if they're in first place by 10 games, he might say, well, I'm not spending any more money. We're going to make the playoffs anyway. And maybe he felt that way about Bregman. Like, we're good enough to make the playoffs in this division. Why am I going to spend another $120 million or whatever?
Because you're trying to win the freaking World Series, man.
That's right. But I've talked to you about him before. He kind of doesn't see the Dodgers and he doesn't see the Yankees. He sees the division. I think he sees the division. Anyway, I do think there'll be some money available, but everything's fluid. You don't know what the landscape's going to look like. And the fact they didn't sign Bregman certainly allows for a little bit more wiggle room come July.
Looking at the Cubs, I remember last year we were talking about Craig Counsell. And, Jesse, you told us you felt like Craig Counsell was observing in year one, seeing who can play for him, who can't. So is there any difference in Counsell from what you've been around from the last couple of days, just as far as his attack, his attitude about year two with the Cubs?
I think so. I do feel it. I think if you asked other media people, they would as well. He's what you would imagine in year two, a little bit looser, a little bit more free-flowing with conversations, whether it be media or players. He is more of a team that he likes, and what I'm getting at is it's become a very athletic team in a lot of ways. All the sort of minor signings they've made, all guys with speed, whether it be the backup John Birdie. Now, I shouldn't say all. Justin Turner's not going to run, but a lot of the guys. It's more in the image that he had in Milwaukee. It's still not the biggest power team out there. So I think he likes the makeup better. I think his communication's better. He's looser. So, yeah, you would think whatever makes Craig Counsell special is going to show up a lot more in year two. I think I said to you guys last week they're older. Well, I looked it up. Right now, they're the second oldest team in the league. Luckily, it's
the league being the national or the whole MLB?
I believe it's the majors. If I remember, I looked it up correctly. I believe it's all of the majors. The second oldest team in the league. Now, Turner brings that up. A couple other guys really bring it up. But it's not the frontline guys other than Presley that are older. It's not like left field is 38 years old and right field's 38. So it's a lot of the backups, which means they won't get worn down. So hopefully what I'm getting at is it's a very good mix of experience that's on the bench that can help out both in the dugout and on the field when called upon, and then younger players who can run. They are going to run this year more than ever, headlined by PCA, who's looked good in camp so far. So all that is, I think, the Craig Counsell sort of formula, Jay Hood, in addition to him he just seems looser. He really does.
In terms of looking at the team, albeit through 4 spring training games and some workouts, whenever I go there, I know Hoodie has done this when he watches a team, goes, okay, that's an issue, but I love that. What do you love about this team, the Cubs, and what do you look at and go, I don't know, man, that's a weakness?
I'm still worried about the bullpen. I mentioned the ages just a minute ago. There's older guys. Ryan Presley made his debut yesterday. He gave up some runs. I actually talked to him afterwards. He says he's going to be ready for mid-March. I feel like he's got to think about April, May, June, July, than Japan, though he told me he's going to try to be ready for back-to-back in Tokyo. I can't believe Counsell will use him there. I still worry about a little bit of an older bullpen. With age comes experience, so there's the good and the bad. So I still worry about it, though the experience should show up. But it's 7-month season if you make the playoffs. That's a lot for 36, 37-year-old guys. So I still wonder about the bullpen a little bit. The backups are much better than I thought they'd be. I mean, we haven't really seen Justin Turner, but everyone says he can still hit. He hit last year. I mean, you can look old at any moment, but he still has that tool in him. Kevin Alcantara, the guy they got from Rizzo years ago, looks great. Looks absolutely great. We don't talk about size enough in baseball. I love big guys. The Yankees traditionally have always had big guys on the mound and around the diamond. The Cubs have not. I mean, this version of the Cubs, the 16 version did. But look around the Cubs diamond. They're small guys. Kevin Alcantara is the one guy with size. So whether it be Turner, Alcantara, even John Birdie, I do like their backups better. They completely overhauled, Cap. The Miles Mastrobonis are gone. They completely overhauled. So I'd say I like their backups. I still worry about their bullpen.
Give us a diamond note, Jesse, something you haven't told anyone else. Give us a little a nugget. You've been on there. It could be non-Cubs and Sox. It could just a little nugget, a diamond note.
Okay, well, maybe I'm a little bit biased because I was at their camp, but I think Terry Francona is going to be a difference maker in Cincinnati. I know that's not going out on a limb. I know.
He called you Wittenmeyer. What the hell?
Yeah.
No, tell us about Tito. Tito, tell us about Francona.
Just he pushes buttons the right way. I saw it at camp there. He just, the great ones. You guys know this. It's not innings 1 through 9, even though we analyze it to death, this move, that move. They all make good moves. They all make bad moves during the game. They just do. You can't pick one guy out that's so great and one guy that's so bad during the game. It's before and after games. It's all those conversations. I think Tito is a master communicator, self-deprecating. I think he's going to be a difference maker in Cincinnati. I saw moments while I was at camp where you could just tell his communication individually can be a difference maker. And he explained a couple of them, just talking to players. He told one of the guys, like, look, I'm not going to embarrass you out there. I'm not going to do that. I want you to play first. I don't want to embarrass you, though. But so it's okay if you don't. And then 3 days later, the player came back. I'm in. Like, just like he has a way about himself that just inspires and lifts people, and that's why he's been so good. And sometimes it takes a second or third stop. Like, Joe Torre wasn't great in his first stop. Francona was, but you learn and you adapt, and we'll see. He's out of retirement. He's back, and I think he's going to be a difference maker.
By the way, do you know where you were 9 years ago tomorrow?
9 years ago tomorrow? Mm-hmm. I mean, I was here in Arizona. I know that. But at the Mission with you guys?
Nope. You were standing on the field next to my friend Ryan McGuffey when Dexter Fowler walked onto the field.
It was 9 years ago tomorrow?
Yes.
Wow. First of all, that's a long time. And I guess I didn't remember that it was this late in February when he showed up. I thought it was sooner, but it was that late, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, that was quite the day. I don't think anybody's ever seen it.
You were on the air with me, I believe.
Yeah, I think I was walking. I do remember I was walking towards the practice field with Mark Gonzalez of the Tribune. And in front of us, walking very quickly, is Theo and this tall black guy. And I'm like, from behind, I'm like, wait a minute, is that Dexter Fowler? And it was. And I'm like, holy crap, because everybody was talking about him signing with the Orioles. And I'm like, oh, my God, he's back. And, and then it just was crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, they either had to be Fowler or Jason Goff, and you weren't sure which one. So good for you that you were able to decipher which one was which.
Well, it was from behind. I'm like, wait a minute, who is that? Looks like Dexter Fowler. And I'm just like, you know how a guy walks and whatever. And I'm like, it is amazing. Yeah, it was fun. That was a fun day.
As always, Jesse, we appreciate the time.
All right, boys, take care.
See you, Jess.
Jesse Rogers with us here on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show. And Jesse's report is brought to you by
Automatic Mechanical Services, a trusted name in HVAC for your home and business, making people comfortable since 1945.
This hour of the Cap and J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, where you can elevate the future of your business. Visit bebolingbrook.com. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. All three.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and spring training is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of the Sox and Rangers today at 2 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. AI Jack.
Think ski season is over? Well, think again. Granite Peak's bringing you Wisconsin's longest ski season, going strong through April 6th. We're talking spring skiing at Wisconsin's largest resort with live music, fireworks, and endless snow across our incredible terrain. Make it a getaway in nearby Wausau, where comfortable lodging and family activities await. Why travel far when the best spring skiing is right here? Book your ski and stay packages today. Visit skigranitepeak.com for lift tickets and lodging packages. Granite Peak, where winter lasts longer.
Heard of the child tax credit? Your CPA has. A certified public accountant can identify all your eligible tax credits and deductions this tax season. Before filing your tax return, call a tax expert today. Call a CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. Brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
Get ready for your next escape. Experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Hey, it's Barstool Chief. Four Winds has award-winning cuisine. I'm so excited to hit the Copper Rock Steakhouse on my next visit. Four Winds has luxurious hotel rooms, the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, and headliner entertainment. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. Get info and make your reservation now at fourwindscasino.com.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Cap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Increase your energy and your sex drive. Chicagoland Men's Health. Lose unwanted body fat and gain lean muscle. Chicagoland Men's Health. Go to chicagolandmenshealth.com today. Make an appointment with a board-certified and licensed doctor in the Oak Brook or downtown Chicago office. Get your meds shipped directly to you. And then you're on your way to real results. It's time to look and feel young again. chicagolandmenshealth.com.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
She stole $6 million from the award-winning podcast.
I'm Lacey Mosley.
A new true crime series.
They call me Scam Goddess. I'm going on a journey across America to dive into small-town swindles.
How can you not trust this local farm girl?
And big city cons.
He was pimping the congregation.
People say that would never happen to me. Never say never.
Scam Goddess. New episodes Thursdays. Stream on Hulu.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Cap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Cap and J Hood are back Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with the Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We have Shay, we have got AI Jack, and we've got you here on this Monday. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great week. Don't forget to subscribe to our podcast. Look for the ESPN Chicago app. Make sure you subscribe to all the podcasts, including the Cap and J Hood Show, available for you right now on the app and on YouTube, youtube.com. Like, share, and subscribe to everything we do on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. The lead story today comes from theathletic.com, a piece written by John Greenberg. Also, Dan Hayes chimes in on this one as well. He's got his intel on the Minnesota Twins, so it was kind of a collaborative effort with Greenberg and Hayes. And the piece is entitled, Billionaire Justin Ishbia Abandons Bid for Twins to Boost His Stake in White Sox, according to sources. So this is a story that says that people with knowledge of the discussions believe that the deal will allow Ishbia to take control of the team at some point by buying the shares of longtime owner Jerry Reinsdorf and other partners. But a White Sox official on Friday night disputed that notion, even though it would be unusual for the respective owners to make significant investments for minority stakes or shares without the promise of their stakes growing larger. Now, the bigger point is that Ishbia and the Twins were supposed to be together. Ishbia was ready to go with the Minnesota Twins. Says, no, I'd rather look at the White Sox and see what they're doing. So the Twins are without an owner right now.
Correct. They have the poll ads.
Well.
And they want to sell, but now reportedly, if they don't get the price that they're looking for, they could pull it off the market and keep it. That's what happened with the Washington Nationals. Mm-hmm. And I told you there was another franchise that had gone up. They couldn't get the amount of money they wanted either, and they pulled it off the market. So that could absolutely happen. Plus, you have a labor stoppage, everyone believes, coming after the 2026 season, where they're going to push hard to try and get a salary cap. So there's a lot of moving parts going on in Major League Baseball. But I can promise you this. From all my research, all my calls, Justin Ishbia and his brother Matt, who own the Suns, the Phoenix Mercury WNBA, they have an MLS team in Nashville. They are not buying this to be passive investors. Mm-hmm. It may not happen today. It may not happen tomorrow, but they were down the road with the Twins. Like, he had done his homework. He was meeting with community leaders up there, and Jerry and his family reached out and said, hang on a second. Before you go to Minnesota, would you be interested in talking to me about a deal here where I get to retire when I want, or if, God forbid, he passes? He's made that clear that when he's gone, he wants the team sold.
Yeah.
So why don't we put a deal together here with some options in it, different valuations as time goes on, and then there'll be, from what I'm being told, there'll be a significant, like $200 million line of credit that can be used then to make improvements to the baseball team.
Which makes me smile as a Chicago White Sox fan.
Mm-hmm.
The team that means the most to me in Chicago is the Chicago White Sox, because I'm a South Sider. Mm-hmm. And I live and die, and mostly die, with this baseball team over the years, Cap. I had a choice as a kid. I could either be a White Sox fan or get my ass beat.
Yeah, or be told, you live now with your uncle.
Pretty much. That was just the whole neighborhood.
Bob Hood, man.
Bob Hood was one thing, but then the neighborhood you had to deal with as well, Cap.
So there were no kids in your neighborhood that became Cubs fans?
No. I'm a South Sider. Of course not. Now, the old man, some of their parents, because they grew up with WGN, like, oh, yeah, because of course, Fergie, Ernie, Billy.
Ronnie.
Of course, at that time.
Yeah.
But, like, we're talking about late 70s, early 80s as I grew up as a kid. Oh, no shot. It was going to be the White Sox or nothing, or get a black eye. That's how it worked, Cap. So I was going to be a White Sox fan.
Because my brother, we grew up north. Like, we have a lot of similarities in our lives as we've gotten to be so close. Mm-hmm. But we grew up in Skokie, and my brother, Sox fan, through and through. Through and through.
Yeah, and rightfully so, because he's a good man.
He is a good man.
He
just fell as a young child, hit his head.
It might have been the case, but he is a White Sox fan through and through, just like I am. And the reason why, Cap, is because it's in my blood. Mm-hmm. And I want what's best for the White Sox. But, the thing is that even though I was able to see a 2005 World Series championship, I haven't had much return on my investment. As a partial season ticket holder for many years with the White Sox as well, I haven't had much of a return on my investment. Sharing tickets with my family on the third base side, haven't had much ROI because there's been a lot of pain with the White Sox and being a White Sox fan. It means a lot to me. But what made me happy this morning is to think about what the future could be. Again, we're not reporting that this is going to happen, but what we're saying is just the idea that someone like Ishbia, who's 47, has an estimated worth of more than $5 billion, according to Forbes. Matt Ishbia led their $4 billion purchase of the Suns and Mercury, which was finalized in 2023. I'm not looking for the White Sox to be the Dodgers or the Mets. What I'm looking forward to them being is competitive and relevant and not having to look back at the old days of measuring column inches in the paper, seeing how many column inches do the Cubs have and how many do the White Sox have. I think we are past that, Shay. There was a time in this city where you had someone in the front office that was so consumed about what the Cubs are doing instead of taking care of White Sox business, Kenny Williams. So my thing is that with a new, fresh coat of paint, with fresh eyes in the organization, I just like to see something different than I've seen since '81.
Well, and I can promise, this is a guarantee. If Justin Ishbia is in control of the White Sox, you will never again miss out on Manny Machado because you weren't willing to meet the asking price.
Right. Either you're not going to be involved or you're going to go to the level that you have to go to. And it doesn't mean every guy picks you, but you're not going to have Kenny Williams standing there at spring training. I've got to put on sunglasses to hide the shock in my eyes. I thought we were getting him 50 million light. And not going to happen.
Yeah, the Ishbias are a different breed. Look at the way that they're running the Phoenix Suns. And I get, people will look at that and go, well, isn't that disappointing? Yes. And I never thought it would work, but I also thought there was a little bit of a fundamental misunderstanding how this works when you just load up on max contracts. That's not an issue in Major League Baseball. And at the end of the day, they're spending $400 million on a roster.
Yeah.
That's just, it is what it is. And by the way, they're spending $400 million on a roster while slashing concession prices and offering customers a value menu. This could be the best thing ever for White Sox fans if Justin Ishbia takes control.
Yes, I'm very excited about the prospect of him being able to take over for Jerry Reinsdorf. But keep in mind, Shay, a couple of pop-up championships, kind of walked into a 2005 championship, and I know the revisionist history. Some out there, Cap, will say, well, it was built to win. It was not. It was same old with the White Sox. Get a guy here from the Angels. Get a guy here from Kansas City. Get a guy from the Yankees. Get him here for a song. Get him here for cheap. Just feel the team and just see what happens. Okay? That's how 93 was built. You got an old Expo and Tim Raines in the outfield. You got Ellis Burks, the Red Sox. Right? You built it with just people from other teams. And by the way, nothing wrong with that, but that was just a business model for the White Sox. As you well know, there was a time with the White Sox where it was all about just trying to get people through the turnstiles to see attractions. Correct. Let's see Ken Griffey at the end. Let's see Kevin Youkilis at the end. Let's see David Wells. Come see the guys that had flourished on other teams now pitch for the White Sox. Ask Chuck Garfien how awesome it was for him to go to Yankee Stadium to see Tom Seaver get 300. Tom Seaver was a White Sox, but he was a Met, but he was on our team. Mm-hmm. It was for me to jump up and down in my in my room when the paper came out and says the Sox are getting Fisk in '81. Oh my God, the guy from the Red Sox, the guy was jumping up and down the first baseline. That's going to be on my team. Oh God, here we go. Got to the '83 Western Division championship there.
Winning ugly, baby.
But the whole point is, that's the White Sox model for years. Find someone who was great on some other team and then put them on the White Sox. What I'm saying is in 2025, 6, 7, whenever, if Ishbia is part of the team, we don't have to worry about that. We can put that in the past. You can find a guy that's going to be at the table, not in the back of the table, but someone that's at the table says, we'd like to have this player.
Well, he's not
like
going to
this
be
player.
the guy that does a press conference and goes, yeah, we're not going to be in any Ohtani talks.
Right.
Remember that?
Right. And the guy that's extolling the virtues of David Eckstein.
Does not mean you're going to get everybody. It doesn't.
You know what I really like? David Eckstein. He's really a good little player. Yeah, get 9 David Eckstein, see if you're in last place. I like David Eckstein. You're behind the times, Jer. It's time to go.
Right.
It's done, Cap.
Correct.
It's time for someone to be able to stomach this. There's no way that I can love baseball and be in last place and be the worst team in the modern era.
Now,
I couldn't do that.
Here's an interesting question. We believe there's going to be a work stoppage after 2026.
I think that's going to happen. Yes.
Okay, so does Justin and Matt Ishbia, with Justin leading the way, wait to push all their chips in until the new salary structure is done in Major League Baseball? Yeah, Jerry, you and your Hawks take care of all of that.
Yes.
Then I will push the rest of my chips in.
AI Jack?
Wouldn't it be the worst if the Ishbia brothers come in and are willing to spend, and then the very next move by Major League Baseball is to put in a salary cap, and then as soon as it was there, it was gone, and they can't spend out past the cap?
Oh, where there's a will, there's a way. You do it the way Reinsdorf did in 95. We got to stop this spending. We're spending like drunken sailors. Too much spending. Here's Albert Bell, 5 for 55. Wait a minute. I thought you said not spend.
So
you remember this,
yes,
right?
So supposedly what happened was they had this meeting, and Jerry was one of like the only one or two. I think it was like 28-2. They voted to approve this. Jerry did not like it. They said, I'd love to ask Jerry the question. Supposedly after that meeting when he got voted down 28-2, he said, okay, that's the rules you want to play by. Go get Albert Bell.
5 for 55.
And then he was smart enough because there were no opt-outs in deals till then.
It's not, no.
Jerry said we're putting an opt-out deal in there. So when we get massive numbers from him, he can opt out, and then we let him go, and we don't pay the rest of the contract. And he opted out, went to Baltimore, and then he had a hip issue and retired.
Smart, actually.
It was brilliant.
Actually smart.
Brilliant.
So here's the thing, Jack. The owners can come to the table. The owners are going to leverage down the players. They're not going to take a bath like last time. The owners now are going to dig their line in the sand, and they're going to try to win this thing. And if there's some kind of cap that's involved, believe me, if you are a billionaire, you'll find a way around it. They'll find a way around it to spend. Now, here's the thing. I don't expect even the Ishbias to be on the level of some of the other upper echelon teams financially. But it'll be better than what we have. Be better than Benintendi being the high watermark for the White Sox in the White Sox history. White Sox history, this contract. So here's how that works, Cap. Say the Ishbia takes over. There's a stoppage. The Ishbias, they're the Mavericks. They're wild cards. This is probably one of the reasons why that Mark Cuban didn't get into baseball. They said, we don't want this Maverick around. I don't mean like Dallas Maverick. I mean someone that's going to not abide by the owner's rules. He won't because he's the young hotshot. Let's not put Cuban in there. I think the Ishbias, they're the kind of group to me that would be able to go over the line and just do what they want to do. There might be a salary cap in place, but they'll find a way because they want to win. Clearly they want to win. Who takes over the Phoenix Suns and says, yeah, all in on Durant, all in on Bradley Beal? Everybody wanted Bradley Beal, by the way. They said, get him out of Washington. Hey, they're not going anywhere, get him out of Washington. And they paid through the nose for him. It looks crazy, but he was coveted in the NBA. But the Ishbias did that.
They did. They gave up Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, I think, was in that deal, if I remember correctly, because you got to move money. And so they gave up a massive salary in Chris Paul. But the other night I watched the Bulls and the Suns, and who hit the shot that cinched it at the end? Bradley Beal. Devin Booker, Durant to Booker, kicks it across the court. Beal open for 3, 13 seconds left. Bang.
Timeout.
Ball game. See you later.
And that's
Thanks
it.
for coming.
Now, I think that's a commitment between, though, Cap. They took over ownership. It's like, yeah, we got to win here. We're going to try. At least there's an effort there. I think one of the mistakes that's probably made by the brothers is bringing in Isaiah Thomas. I probably wouldn't have done that. As a consultant, probably wouldn't have done that, Cap. But otherwise, there's a commitment to winning there with the Suns. So as a White Sox fan this morning, Shay, it's morning again, Shay, in America. Morning again. Just the idea, just the the glimpse of a new ownership with the White Sox. You know how much that makes me happy this morning? Just the conversation about it.
Is it like staring down a long, dark hallway that forever has been dark, and now you just see a flicker of light?
Yes, like Severance. I can see the flicker of light at the end.
I think that elevator goes to a bad place. but in this case, you get into a much happier elevator at the end.
I look forward to seeing if that is going to be the case. I love that story, and I love the research my partner has done on it, because if you're a White Sox fan listening to this show, just think. You might love tailgating like I love tailgating. You may love the wafting of the smells, the food, the beer. It's all there. And just how you have friendly people when you walk in, that scan your tickets. Friendly people. You've been seeing these faces for 20 years, 30 years. Friendly people. People in PR. And then it's play ball, and then you see a loss more times than not. That's when it sucks. And I'm tired. I want the whole experience of having a great time at guaranteed rate and seeing a winning product. I want to see both of those things. Can I get both? I want to see both.
You know when I really was disappointed in Jerry? I went to the game against the Astros when they won. And what was that, the 2021 season?
Yes.
2021, they beat the Astros in a playoff game. I don't know, like 12-7. It was just a lot of runs scored.
Yep.
Now they're going to play again the next day to try and force Game 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to remember who was on the hill. Was it Carlos Rodon? I can't remember. And the place was packed, and people were excited. And they lost. They're out. Done. Yeah. And then someone told me Jerry went in the clubhouse, walked up to Jose Abreu, had his arm around him, and said, "We're going to get more help in here and help you try to win a World Series next season." They did nothing.
Yep.
Nothing. Except bring in Tony was already there. I don't think they went out and got any real reinforcements.
No.
And then that was the beginning of the end.
And again, I don't know that Justin Ishbia, rather, would come in and turn this into the Dodgers on the South Side.
No.
But I think he could get him into the top 5 pretty consistently. I mean, he parachuted into Phoenix and immediately put together a $450 million roster where he's paying a luxury tax north of $150 million. This is not a guy. This is Diet Steve Cohen. It's going to be at that level.
Well, between the two of them, you'll have the second wealthiest ownership group in baseball.
Right. So this isn't just we can go from the 30th ranked payroll to the 17th ranked payroll. I think you could go from 30 to top 10 in a year whenever that control shift happens.
You know what the other thing it does is? Not today, not tomorrow, but if he comes in and they get a labor agreement, it puts heat on the Cubs. If all of a sudden you're like, wait, the White Sox got who? Wait, the White Sox did what?
We've only done that a couple of times, because the ball club's only drawn $3 million 3 times.
Right, and the Cubs do it every year.
Yes.
But if the Ishbias come in and all of a sudden you're like, wait, who'd they get? The Sox? Wait, they did another one? People at Clark and Addison are going to be like, we better get moving here.
Yeah.
You better win.
And what we're talking about right here is relevance. That's what we're talking about. Not just relevance, meaning that you are a perennial playoff team with an opportunity to win, that you're trying. That's what we're talking about.
That's it.
The idea that you just we'll just flick the lights on in April and, we'll just have the usual 10 or 11,000 people coming to the game and then look up, by the way, in their windows in the office, looking outside. Is the sun up? We should get a good walk up today. Sun's up. That shouldn't be the case, Cap. Depending on whether or not the sun's up and whether or not you're going to get walk-up tickets. That should be an automatic if you have a good baseball team. You don't worry about the walk-up. Tell me, and by the way, yes, Cap, you're talking about Game 3, because I remember I was at a bar, White Horse Inn, I believe, seeing the White Sox win 12-6, and then Game 4 they lost 10-1 with Rodon on the mound. They had Game 4 back in 2021 in the ALDS for the White Sox against the Astros. It was that game. Yep. It was that 10-1 they lost, and they did not get help in 2022 for the White Sox.
No, that was the year Tony got sick, and he left. They finished 81-81, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then the guy who said, we're going to kick your ass, Pedro Grifol, came in, and Trainwreck City.
We will go and just pretend the Grifol era did not happen. Can we do that? Can we just pretend he wasn't the manager? How about this? You and I make a deal. I'll pretend Mike Quade never managed the Cubs, and you pretend that Grifol was never with the White Sox. Can we do that?
Let's do it.
Let's do a deal. Like, I'll never mention Mike Quade, but you can't mention Pedro. It's like it didn't happen.
Deal.
Because Quade, of course, was lunch with a legend around here. As you recall,
I wasn't here yet, but yeah, I do remember this.
Had his own AI. There was a Lunch for a Legend series, and Mike Quade was honored.
That was a
by the
Delavitt
station.
creation.
Yes, Mike Quade, Lunch with a Legend.
Yeah.
Legend, Mike Quade.
Take that, Delavitt.
312-332. He's good. He's good. Affable. Yeah. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Shay, let's open the phone line. So, Sox fans, you heard the story from The Athletic. Do you believe that the White Sox will be sold? Does this story give you hope? If you're a Sox fan, you've been grumbling about the North Side or grumbling about Jerry Reinsdorf. Okay, I'm a White Sox fan, and here's the thing. Whether it happens or not, it just gives me hope that there could be change happening at 35th and Beck in a good way. Let's talk about it on the Cap and J. Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Cap and J. Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Happy Chinooka.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
College basketball is gearing up. That's right. My partner Jonathan Hood's vocal cords are in high gear. College hoops. Been doing games all season. He's ready for March Madness. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March, and who will be headed to San Antonio. You can get in on all the action. Tip off the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook right now. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources are available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Want to know where the snow is? Snow River Mountain Resort in Michigan's UP is buried in it over 125 inches of pure natural powder this season alone. Skip the airport hassle and head to the UP's only resort with high-speed lifts. We're talking deep snow, zero crowds, and a season that stretches well into April. Why fly south when winter's best-kept secret is right here in your backyard? Make this spring break legendary at Snow River Mountain Resort. Snow River Mountain Resort, where the snow stays longer and the lines move faster. Visit snowriver.com to book now.
How about fresh seafood? From crispy calamari to tender clams, oh, it all awaits at Donnie G's.
Good call. How about a legendary sandwich from Johnny's Beef?
Yes, the heavyweight champ.
We could do this all day, Carmen.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene.
Perfect time. Restaurant Week is on now through March 2nd. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you. With flexible online classes and career-focused resources, you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Empower your future today at nu.edu. That's nu.edu.
Hey, Bulls fans, be the first to know about team news, special promotion, and giveaways by signing up to get text messages straight from the Bulls. Visit bulls.com/text to get started.
Cap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, presented by ESPN Bet. Now live in Illinois. Right now, new users can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100. By the way, Shay, this guy here to my right, this David Kaplan, telling me that there won't be baseball for the UIC Flames. As far as I know, we're going to get good weather in. I'm going to get $50 from this guy. He said there's not going to be any baseball played tomorrow. Do you think I'll be able to cash in on my $50?
48 degrees and sunny tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's opening day weather.
Yeah. This guy here, last year this time it was like 70. Why? I don't know. I think it's a further discussion of why the weather was 70 degrees this time last year. But I'm going to get another $50 from this guy. There's no way you're going to play baseball. No shot. I'm going to get this $50 from this guy. It's going to be awesome.
Just looking at the weather app on my phone, apologies to Tracy Butler, if we might be out of the cold snap. Might be over.
Oh, how about that?
March right around the corner. We might be on the swing here. Spring's starting.
I love that. You know what that means? If spring's coming, you know what that means? March Madness.
Oh, every time I hear the CBS music, like my whole mood shifts.
You know that I would agree with you. The mood does shift. It could be the most ancillary game, by the way, on CBS Sports Network, and they're still using the chimes. I'm like, oh, March Madness, look at this. I thought Jackrabbits, they get the job done, they win. I'm watching that game the other day, just going through the dial. It's great, man. It's great. Sidebars are brought to you by Ink and Law. 312-6 million.
For the great attorney, Howard Ink, and Sign My Ball.
Sign My Ball. Shay, you have a sidebar.
Yeah. So Adrian Wojnarowski, former NBA newsbreaker, current St. Bonaventure general manager, just put out a tweet 10 minutes ago. Breaking. Woj bombs are history, but now you can be a part of them. Own the iPhones I used to report the biggest stories in basketball. Use link to bid on my original iPhones, NBA draft credentials, dinner with me, and more to help support Bonnie's men's basketball NIL.
My God, every angle to get money at St. Bonaventure. Now, hang on a second, Cap. So, and by the way, this will be up Cap's alley. This will be awesome, right? So, to be able to have dinner with Woj, you'd like that because you are a guy that is interested in information. How do you get all that information? What was it like? It'd almost be like an interview, but you'd still have dinner with him, and you'd sit down and find out information. Now, here's the thing. I know he still has his tentacles in the NBA, even though he's with St. Bonaventure, but I think people are curious enough to sit down with him. But again, it's a money-making venture for St. Bonaventure. So he's going to use his contacts to get more money for St. Bonaventure. Would you do that? It's pretty much have dinner with me for $5,000.
Or buy his iPhones. Does it come with your Rolodex? If I buy your iPhone, do I get Mark Cuban's phone number?
There's no shot.
I mean, but Shay just said his cell phones, and they got numbers on them. There's contacts on them. He didn't wipe it.
I've got price points. iPhone used to break Paul George Kawhi to the Clippers, $350, the current high offer. 2023 NBA draft credential, the Wemby draft, $200 for a tag with Woj's name and face on it and a lanyard. iPhone used to break NBA suspending season for COVID, $525, current high bid. And it's all just photos of Woj holding an iPhone.
Yeah, they've been wiped clean. There's no shot it's going to have, pick the executive. Arturis' cell phone on there. No chance.
Nobody wants that.
This is true.
iPhone used for farewell tweet and final NBA draft, $500. iPhone used for 2023 draft lottery and draft, $250. Who wants this?
If Arturis put his up, iPhone never used for a trade in 3 years, $25.
It seems pretty clean. Has it ever been used? No, because he doesn't call anybody. No one calls him.
Correct.
Because he sucks.
You can get his ESPN ID badge for $250.
Okay. All right. You're the perfect person to ask this. As a collector, okay? You're in the collecting business. You've been part of this, Shay, as far as car collecting and memorabilia. You've been part. Okay, so is this – there's going to be someone that's going to want this. Like the ID badge of Woj. Maybe Ravel buy it, actually. Darren Ravel, he might get that.
Yeah, but he'll be trying to see if it still works and lets him into Bristol.
Like a Ravel from Northwestern, Cap. He'd want that. Darren Ravel.
Yeah, but what do you do with the phone?
Hey, well, you'd hope to sell it again, to resell it.
What? No, but if Woj can't sell it for big money, who's going to be able to? Like he's Woj. I mean, we think he's cool, but
keep in mind too, though, like
you put it in a glass case.
These are auctions, right? Yeah. So this went up 10 minutes ago, and the iPhone used to break Paul George Kawhi to the Clippers is already at $350.
So you want to get in? Want to buy one?
I'm gonna pass.
Come on, man. You and I together.
I'm gonna pass.
It'd be a great item, and just set it right here, right in front of us, right here, in front of the dolls.
I'm gonna pass.
That'd be interesting.
The dolls.
The dolls here.
The bobble.
The bobblehead dolls.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, it was more than iPhone used for Katie, Kyrie to Nets, Anthony Davis to Lakers, Paul George and Kawhi to Clipper Woj bombs. Woj used this iPhone XR from 2018 to 2019 to discover and announce major NBA news.
Wait. What's an iPhone XR?
I have no idea.
Is that the cheap model phone?
It might be.
It's right next to the AR-12.
The item can be autographed and inscribed by Woj upon request. Proceeds to help support St. Bonaventure NIL. Submit a bid below. And then it has a box, offer price, and the suggested offer is $2,000.
All right, hang on a second. The iPhone XR was the least expensive device in Apple's 12th generation of iPhones. That dude was making $7 million a year.
Right.
Like crazy money. And he's buying the cheapest phone, or the company's buying him the cheapest phone? You got to be kidding me. A guy who makes his living on the phone is buying the cheapest one.
But Cap, is just for texts. You just want the information on the screen. You don't need much, right? You can get a BlackBerry for that if you wanted to. Just to get the text.
I used to love my BlackBerry.
Yes,
my wife and I love them. They're gone. You can't get one, can you?
No, the business was shut down. They committed crimes.
The pearl in the middle.
What kind of crimes?
There was a whole movie about it. The BlackBerry movie.
You never saw that? No, I don't know why.
I may have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I'm just trying to figure out, Shay, there's going to be someone who's going to want to buy these things. But see, the value to me is I want to see the text exchange. I want to see that.
I want the phone numbers. I want Mark Cuban's number. That's why I'm buying the phone, in hopes that he didn't wipe the thing off.
Yes. And maybe they're old numbers, but the point, I just think that I want the information. AI Jack, would you want to see the text information from the general managers to Woj to find out how he was able to get the information? I think I'd want that.
Exactly. And there's probably some behind-the-scenes information of how stuff went down that you don't get as just a fan. So, yeah, I'd want that.
People have no idea how some of these stories are broken. So, the Bulls, this is a true story. Bulls, it's a Saturday afternoon. Kevin O'Neal's one of my closest friends. He's the head coach of the Raptors. They're doing a deal with the Bulls. Nobody knows anything. Phone rings. Yellow. What's up, KO? He said, I'm going to give you a huge story. Run with it right now. We are making a 7-player deal with the Bulls. Jalen Rose and was it Brad Miller? Mm-hmm. All these guys are in this deal. And I'm like, all right, I got to call Pax and just get his opinion, his comment, whatever it is. I call him. He answers his phone. What's up? I said, I just want a quote from you on the 7-player deal with the Raptors. He's like, we didn't make a deal with the Raptors. I'm like, yes, you did. He said, we did not. We did not make a deal. I'm like, well, I've got it from a really good source. There's like a pause. Okay, how the hell would you get this? Now he knows I've got it. And I said, I can't tell you that. He said, my players don't even know. This deal got done 90 seconds ago. How the hell are my phones bugged? He's screaming at me. And I said, I can't tell you how, but I've got the whole trade. Jesus Christ. You got to let me tell my players. I can't have it out on the air. Okay, you got 10 minutes. And if Casey Johnson or anybody else gets it, I'm going to go public with what you did. He's like, fair enough. 10 minutes later, phone rings back. All right, you can go with it. How did you get it? I said, I can't tell you that. Do I have a leak in my front office? That was his question. Because he and BJ, I think back then, weren't they feuding?
Yes.
And I said, it didn't come from you or anybody on your side. I break the story. It goes everywhere. People are like, how the hell did that guy get it? I was sitting in my house. A month later, I'm doing a TV stand-up in front of Berto Center. I feel a bear hug from behind, and he whispers in my ear, their freaking head coach was in your wedding? Yes, sir. Take that. You just never know.
Well, you should auction that phone.
Well, there's no value there because there's no text.
This is true. No text.
So there's no. So after all that, there is no text message. So there's no value there. Now you could be able to get Cap to come to your bar mitzvah,
and tell a story,
or then tell that story for $500.
And the proceeds go to his youth basketball team.
Sure.
Right.
We're going to get you new jerseys.
You know, Zetterman just 5 minutes ago asked me if I'll coach the team again this summer. So I need NIL.
What did you tell him?
We were 8-2. I told him I have to think about it, but probably.
That's funny. That's not what you told me 3 weeks ago. Why don't you say what you said on the aeroplane?
I said, I'm done. I'm not doing it again.
That's exactly what you told me. And now, because the Jayhawk goes beak first and asks you, what are you going to do? I got to go back on the air. Maybe. See you later.
That's what I said.
That's not what you told me.
Oh, man. Don't worry, Cap. I'm going to make you a website. Purchase the Seabiscuit framed poster hanging in David Kaplan's home. Proceeds go to youth basketball.
Maybe it needs to be a change of head coach. Maybe they need Wes Unseld to come in. I'll coach him. Red! Diamond! Get back! Son of a bitch! Time out! Maybe they need Wes Unseld to come in there and coach him. I'll put on the big jacket and put on a fro.
We had a lot of fun last summer doing it.
Cap, just stop. Okay, you don't need to keep going. That's enough.
Go the Bobby Knight route. Start throwing chairs around.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see they had the real chair there yesterday?
They found it, and they had Mike Woodson sit in it.
Yeah, well, he owns it.
Which is awesome.
It's Mike Woodson's chair. So
$20.
The old tennis coach, I think the tennis coach who died a year ago, he grabbed the chair that night and brought it to his house and had documentation made, the whole deal. And he died a year ago, and that his daughter reached out to Woodson and said, would you like the chair? I know it means a lot. And he sat it right there, and he said, I just want to sit in it. And he did. It was super cool. He had his briefcase on. It was super cool.
Ain't many wins in that chair anymore. With Woodson sitting in it.
Got one yesterday, though. They beat Perdone's ass.
They were down 12 at the half, and they outscored him by like 35.
I watched.
It's crazy.
I love the fans still in it, man. They know that the end's coming for Woody, but those fans are just rabid. God, it was loud in there.
And now Dusty May just re-signed at Michigan, a big extension, so his name's out.
What happened to him on extension night?
Lost to the Sparty.
You just hate to see it.
Oh, here we go.
Man, that's terrible. Vlad Golden and get engaged to his girlfriend at midcourt. Dusty May gets his extension. Ow! Wear it on your forehead.
Now beat the Hoibergs. Let's see what Michigan does tonight. Oh, let me take a look at the number for ESPN Bet real quick.
Oh, is it Michigan,
I'm on
Nebraska?
the Huskers, laying 1.5. I'm on the Huskers.
Where at?
1.5 at
In
Nebraska.
Lincoln.
Yeah. So Michigan 1.5.
Michigan getting 1.5, I believe.
Yeah. Michigan 1.5 point favorite against Nebraska.
No, dogs.
That's not what's in front of me.
Oh, it moved.
Well, that's your personal problem if it moved.
That is my personal problem.
That is your personal
that
problem.
Michigan State team they play like Izzo. I mean, they are so well coached, it's not even funny.
Would you like Michigan minus 1.5 against Nebraska?
I'd actually take the Huskers.
Huskers.
Okay. Yep.
Vlad Golden's, all his strength was sapped all
right.
weekend.
Put your hands down, AI.
He got engaged, and he had a wild weekend.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Coach, my legs are... God, I just feel really kind of drained. I'm just not all there.
Izzo spoiled the engagement. He did.
Good.
He's put it out there before she knew, I think. 150.5 is the total. But ESPN Bet has it here, Michigan minus 1.5.
I'll give you
if you like Nebraska. Okay.
Ken Palm. I'll give you the Ken Palm when we come back.
Yeah.
We'll see what Ken Palm has to say.
Put your hands up, AI. Put your hands up. All right. We'll come back with more in a moment right here on Cap and J Hood.
It's Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. Watch the show on Twitch.
If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. Okay?
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HIM to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HIM to 321-321. That's HIM to 321-321.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Cap and J Hood are back.
I want to thank both you guys, man, for the great season of Bears information. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys, and I love the show.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. When we left the show on Friday, Cap, we were not around to talk about the roster cuts. It was something that was brought up as far as believe it was around the NFL. Jack, we're talking about that? Yeah, we're talking about roster cuts. And Jack was bringing up some names, and a couple of names hit. Jack, we talked about Gerald Everett, and rightfully so. It just, I don't know. I don't know why he was able to get the ball more so than Cole Kmet early. I just think that was just a negative on the team. So it's going to be Cole Kmet's team again at the tight end spot. And DeMarcus Walker on the defensive line, also a roster cut. So, when we talk about Everett and Walker, I wonder if there's going to be someone else, because at this point in time, the cap space is up to over $80 million for the Bears. I wonder, is anyone else going to be cut here?
I mean, I think there could be some restructuring, move some money into budgets. Into signing bonuses to help the budget. So there's a number of ways. Shai Maverick, Shea, has a really good idea. The Bears could auction off to raise more capital. The unused timeout against the Commanders, the unused timeouts against the Lions on Thanksgiving, and Matt Eberflus's old Bears cell phone when I burned his ass about his crappy connection.
There you go.
You get a little certificate, just like Packers owners get a little certificate with their quote-unquote ownership.
Now they have $81 million in cash.
Yes, that's worth about $1 million and a couple of wins. That would have been great. Oh, God. But so tell me when to stop when I talk about guys that won't be on the team next year for the Bears. So Keenan Allen, I think, is a great possibility. He's either here or Los Angeles, Cap. He's not. I can't see him going anywhere else, and I think that if you get a slot receiver for the Bears, you got DJ Moore, you got Roma Dunze, you just find someone younger in that spot. I think that Keenan Allen could go someplace else.
Yeah, he's gone. They're not bringing him back.
Tevin Jenkins as well.
Tevin Jenkins, I think, will be gone.
Matt Pryor for sure at right guard.
I would think he's back, but as a depth piece, not a starter.
Coleman Shelton at center.
He'll be gone.
Okay, so Darrell Taylor.
I mean, he's okay
as a depth piece.
Yeah, not a starter.
Depth piece, yeah.
They got to get more speed. They got to get some more interior defensive linemen. They got to get an edge. They got to fix the O-line.
How about Obong Bamiga, the special teamer, the linebacker?
Obong not going to work here anymore.
So he's out too? Okay.
Who knows?
Jacob Martin at the right defensive tackle, defensive end, I should say. And so I just think that you only have a few more moves that you're going to make. Mercedes Lewis?
I would not think Mercedes is back. I know he's going to play somewhere because he wants one more year for 20 in the league. And from what I've been told, he has 3 or 4 teams that have indicated, we'd let you play a 20th year here. You're great in a room. I don't know if that's the Bears or not.
What about one big swing? They're going to keep the linebackers in tow, in place? Edwards and Edmonds are coming back next year, both of them?
What is the dead cap hit? Well, Edwards, I would think they're going to try to extend. But what is Tremaine Edmonds' dead cap hit? Let me see.
Jack, that was one of your choices, right? One of the linebackers?
Yeah, I said Tremaine Edmonds could definitely be on the block. They could save $6 million by cutting Tremaine Edmonds, or excuse me, they'd save $4 million by cutting Tremaine Edmonds, $6 million by cutting Edwards. His dead cap, though, would be $13 million.
But they can restructure Edwards on an extension.
Post June 1st designation on Tremaine Edmonds would make it $7 million in savings.
Okay.
If they cut him.
I don't know what they want to run defensively, Shea.
Yeah, I've said, let Dennis Allen decide who's going to be here and who's not.
Yeah.
If Dennis Allen thinks Tremaine Edmonds has a place on this defense, then you keep him. Yeah. If Dennis Allen doesn't think that he has a place on this defense, then either find somebody who will throw a pick at you for him or cut him.
One of the two. And it looks like the secondary, for the most part, staying intact, Cap.
I would think, but I think they're going to get – I don't know if Jonathan Owens is back. He signed a 1-year deal, didn't he? He was on a 1-year contract, I'm pretty sure. And I was on Instagram this weekend, and I follow him, and he does not –
2-year deal.
2-year deal. So he's still under contract?
He has no guaranteed money this season, but he makes nothing. He's not going anywhere.
So then he would probably be around.
For obvious reasons, I want him to stay around. He brings star power. His wife brings star power to the city.
Yes.
I like her being on the sideline.
It's super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
I like her being around. I mean, listen, Cap, I like her being on the sidelines, just like I like Siskel and Ebert at in the front row of the Bulls games with Oprah.
It's so funny you said that because
they brought star power, didn't they?
They did. But I did not know Siskel and Ebert hated each other.
So you saw that piece, too,
Yeah.
that little video.
Did you see that?
I did. Boy, that was angry. They didn't like each other at all.
Shay, did you ever know who they were?
Yes, of course.
Because they've been gone a long time.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm a movie guy. Of course I know who Siskel and
But yeah,
Ebert
but
are.
you didn't really know. You've heard of them.
ask him, does he know who Rex Reed is?
He has no idea who Rex Reed is.
Rex Reed.
And I watched this video of Siskel and Ebert, and they screw up. Roger screws up the read that they have to tape tonight on at the movies or whatever it was called. And Siskel, in just this jerky way, goes, "It's and the movies, not whatever he said."
Yeah.
And so then they start again, and then Roger takes a shot at him.
Oh my
and I
God.
mean, it was not like good-natured ribbing like you do to me or I do to you.
They hate each other.
They were two guys that, holy cow, did they not like each other? We got to play that.
I know exactly where that is because I've seen it.
Send it to AI because we got to play that. It is, I had no clue they had that much disdain for each other.
But good business partners.
They were great.
They were great business partners.
Yes, they were.
We have got the Cap and J Hood cut of the day. It's right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports. What's that, Shay?
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Their long jumps can be measured by a ruler. Their 40-yard dash is timed with an hourglass. But they are still among those invited to the NFL Combine. ESPN Chicago presents Waddle and Sylvie, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Tomorrow and Wednesday, 2:30 to 6:30. Brought to you by Steinhoffels and ESPN Chicago.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now, you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do? Like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking. And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Cap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name and comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Now back to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
I don't want lunch. I want breakfast.
On ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, presented by ESPN Bet. Now time for the Cap and J Hood Cut of the Day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River, and it's simply magnificent, magnificent dining. Jack. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
Wife's been out of town. It was me and the dogs, just a chill weekend. Cooked some really intriguing, healthy food. Yeah, watch Hoops.
There it is, Hody.
Yeah, it sounds fun.
What?
God.
I made French fries out of chicken.
That sounds like chicken.
Basically was. Chicken in the shape of little French fries.
So you made chicken strips.
Kind of. A little different. I found a cool recipe on Instagram.
That's not French fries.
They call them chicken fries.
Like the Burger King chicken fries?
I never had them. I don't know.
Never had those. I didn't even know they had those.
Guys, I got my hand up his back, of course.
But these things were bussin', man. I'm telling you.
They were what?
Bussin'?
They were what?
What is that? What planet am I on?
Hold on. Stop the presses. Hang on a second. They were what?
Bussin'.
Who are you talking to?
Everybody.
Bussin'.
Yeah.
Who's that referring to? Bussin'.
They were awesome.
Okay.
They were fire.
And that's all, folks.
The Cap and J Hood Cut of the Day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Ask for David Flom and Matt Moore. You'll have that amazing dining experience on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
Will it be bussin'?
It maybe. You got to first experience it. You're just ridiculous.
Hey, Seth Jones, you want out of the Blackhawks?
Yes, I would like out of the organization.
Good. We'll open the door for you. You can go. Goodbye. No problem. You want to go? Go ahead. He requested a trade from the Blackhawks. See ya. I don't know what you can get for a defenseman with six points, but that's fine. That's what he wants to do. That's just fine. Got no problem with that at all.
God bless.
So there you have that.
Oh, we don't have it?
Have what?
That audio?
No.
I didn't get it in.
Well, no. You know why? Time is up, man. You're looking for some Siskel and Ebert. We can't get that now because time's running out.
We'll play it tomorrow.
That's exactly right.
We'll play it tomorrow.
Would you
It is hilarious.
Would you like to interrupt Clinton and friends to play it at 10:02? Don't answer that. I don't know if kiddos would like that. We thank you for listening and calling in a big part of the program here on Cap and J Hood here on this National Tortilla Chip Day. Our thanks to
what?
Our thanks to Shay and our thanks to AI Jack. And let's do this tomorrow at 7.
All right, look forward to it. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy the warm weather.
What would you like on your tortilla chip?
That'd be guacamole.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Moving Day, a walk for Parkinson's, is happening around the country this spring. More than just a walk, Moving Day is a fun experience that unites the community in the fight against Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's doesn't stop, and neither will we. So let's get moving. Join the Parkinson's Foundation to learn more and register for an event in your area at movingdaywalk.org. That's movingdaywalk.org.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at windownation.com. You know me,
I hate winter. Not only do I hate it outside, I used to hate it inside too because my windows stunk. That was until I called Window Nation and I saved 60% off all window styles and I paid nothing for 2 years. Now you can get that same deal by calling 866-90Nation or go online to windownation.com. My guy Alan Favado will come over and give you a free in-home estimate. Call today, 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name. Yes.
Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and Sirius XM Channel 80. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. And I, friends, am excited sur lundi. Why? Because I had a lovely weekend, both doing my job and hanging out with my family. For those of you watching on the ESPN app, you can see I'm holding up something that is called the Treasure Coast Almanac. If you're not familiar with that particular locale, I will give you clues until I reveal the location to cover this. I'm holding up another program, the Andre Dawson Classic, which was held at Jackie Robinson Training Complex, better known as Dodgertown, in Vero Beach, Florida, the Treasure Coast. What was I doing there? Ostensibly to cover that baseball tournament, which is a round-robin style tournament. It's not exactly elimination. They don't all play each other. They do not name a champion. But there are 8 teams, all of which are historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, and this year, the addition of the University of Missouri, because Carrick Jackson, a former HBCU player and head coach of Missouri, the Tigers, was the first and is the first black head SEC baseball coach in the history of the conference. So I've got a story coming out about that later this week. But the best part was that it was my dad's birthday on Saturday. And so him and my brother, when we realized that I was going to not be in a place where we could celebrate together, they said, you know what? Why don't we come to you? We all love baseball. That's part of the things that we bond over. And they came down. I was doing my reporting. They were hanging out, this, that, and the third. We got to watch a lot of baseball together. And it was just a really cool time. And I want to shout out Jackie Robinson Training Complex because for those who don't know, what Dodger Town is, it's the old spring training site for the Dodgers. Back in the day, they figured out that in order for Jackie Robinson, quite frankly, to feel safe in terms of where they trained, not just when they were in Brooklyn playing ball, but for spring training, they were going to have to build it themselves. The history of Dodger Town itself is unbelievable. And when you get on the grounds, they have practice fields. They got all of these old commemorative things that harken back to a day that you kind of forget about, but a lot of Jackie memorabilia, obviously a lot of Dodger stuff, and they have like the old original marble sign that was carved out of stone, effectively, that says Dodger Town on it, all of these kind of throwback relics of a time gone by in baseball. And, James, I talked before the weekend started about how excited I was to be able to do this, and it was everything I could have wished, man. Like being able to watch ball with my brother and my dad was one of the most, my heart was so full. So everything went well. I'm really glad. And it was a good one, James, for sure.
Yeah, there's not much better than sitting in a ballpark watching a baseball game.
Right.
And for you to be able to do that with your family is pretty awesome.
It was fantastic. So the highlight, one of the highlights, and I'm not going to scoop myself here and tell you all about my story because that's a different matter, but I was sitting with my dad and my brother, and at one point there was a play in which the pitcher, I think it was Missouri's pitcher, was doing way too much trying to hold a runner. Trying to hold a runner at second, and, was getting thrown off, ended up trying to pick him off, threw the ball in the center field. He didn't get the base, but eventually he did get stolen on. And I was like, man, this pitcher's doing too much. He's way too concerned about this runner. And my brother said, he dropped this line, yeah, man, just put the fries in the bag, bro. And I was like, I had totally sort of forgotten about how much that phrase is taken over social media. And so my dad was like, what does that even mean? And he explained it. It was very funny. Multi-generational slang educations is what this Yates family is about. But very good time. So props to my dad. Happy birthday, Pop. 81 looks good on you. And I appreciate my brother, Jordy, for coming down as well. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right. Tough situation going down in Philly with the Sixers. Joel Embiid and the Sixers are consulting doctors and considering alternative options such as surgery for his injured left knee, sources have told ESPN on Sunday. Now, this story, I think, is more than just a story of an injury right now. And they say that both sides have hope for progress in Embiid's condition, but his determination to play and current treatments, including regular injections, sources said, have not led to any improvement. Now, there's a couple different parts of this. We've been dealing with Joel Embiid knee surgery stories effectively since the beginning of his career. As long as I can remember, there has been a lower body extremity or whatever issue, levers issue with Joel Embiid. He's a big guy. Big guys are wont to foot and legs, ailments. It's been very difficult for him to find any way to really be truly healthy over time because of his size and because of the difficulty in rehabbing. And we're at a point now where I don't want to be, sort of fatalistic unnecessarily. And if you guys have thoughts on this, feel free to let me know. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. But the Sixers got to shut this guy down. I just don't think that trying to play through injury for what they have roster-wise makes a ton of sense. If he's completely healthy, if they're playing the best ball of their lives, the Sixers, could they make a run at the finals? I mean, I guess. And I don't have the details of Joel Embiid's contract situation right in front of me, but I can tell you this. The future is bleak, if you're asking me. We'll talk to Tim Bontemps about this later in the program, but I hate this for Joel. It just feels like there was never really a time when the plan that the Sixers had, the injury circumstance with Embiid, ever really truly matched up in a way that allowed us to get the best product out of Philadelphia 76ers basketball. They've had good players after the trust the process and all this other stuff, but never has it really come together where you say, ooh, they've got the pieces. Ooh, Embiid seems to be fine. And ooh, they're going to make a run. It just, I don't know. There's an element of like the dream being deferred that makes me feel really bad overall about his career. Embiid has publicly and privately said in recent weeks that he might need surgery or an extended rest period for his knee to heal, but he has been determined to find ways to play and be available for the Sixers. That's all very noble. There's no implication here on my part that Joel Embiid doesn't like playing basketball or that there's some kind of a drive concern. Not remotely. I think this is all above board. I don't think that Joel Embiid is part of this generation of guys who thinks that playing basketball is kind of an annoying aside to being a basketball player. I'm using air quotes if that makes sense. One of the biggest criticisms of players in the NBA now is that the actual games that they play are really just part of what they do to be able to obtain a certain lifestyle, which is in their right. But that killer instinct of guys wanting to be on the court, wanting to compete, wanting to be champions is just something generationally that has passed us by because the passion of the game is just different. I don't think Joel Embiid is one of those guys, is my point. So much so, perhaps even to a fault. And here's what I mean by that. I don't think this guy should have played in the Olympics. I think that for a frame like that, for a body like that, rest is vital to being able to do your job. And this isn't some jingoistic, nationalistic thing about whether or not he should have been playing for the U.S. or France, si tu veux, or Cameroon. That's not what I'm saying. That's a separate matter entirely. My point is that he wanted to play so bad that he made that trip, ran through those practices, played in those situations. And you think to yourself, maybe you could have had that back. I understand that guys want to play for their country. Guys want to hang out with their friends. Guys want to play with their homies at the highest level, best on best, as they say in the hockey world. But it just kind of feels like that decision, in light of what we know now, felt a little short-sighted. Not quite selfish. That's not the word I would use to describe that situation. If you have an opportunity to play in the Olympics, 9 out of 10 humans are saying yes to that. But it just seems like with everything that was stacked up, and we'll talk to Tim Bontemps later about this, as I mentioned before, that decision just did not seem to be one that long-term has helped Embiid or the Sixers. According to the story, he played just 39 games last season after tearing the meniscus in his knee. Underwent surgery in early February, came back in April, was part of that, playoff run the Sixers had, and then he went immediately with the U.S. team in the summer. He acknowledged earlier this month that he didn't have enough time to recover after surgery. That's a problem. And not a problem in the sense of, okay, you did the wrong thing, you made the wrong choice. I mean, that's one portion of this. But a problem in the sense of you can't get that time back. You can never get the time back you would have had to heal. And now, as a result of that decision, I just don't know if it's ever going to be the same. You never like to hear the word lingering when it comes to injuries. And that's exactly what we're dealing with. Knee issues, foot sprain. He's played in just 19 games. And you've got to ask yourself at some point, do we really actually think that he can ever truly get back to 100%? Let's hear Nick Nurse talking about this matter.
I think they're trying to do, all the things that they think are necessary each and every day to try to get it better. I mean, I would agree with you that he's not moving nearly as well as he was, and we were hoping maybe some conditioning, rhythm, that kind of stuff would get that going, but it doesn't appear that way right now.
I mean, I don't want to be the body language, tone of voice doctor guy, but I say this all the time. I'm still a human being. And I can hear, at least to me, a lot of the frustration around how everybody talks when they talk about Embiid in the injury circumstance. Fair frustration at that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there's some hidden message, not remotely. But you can just feel the morale element being not great when it comes up. There are people, those people are not I, those people might be I if I talk myself into this, that think this is all over for the Sixers. Blow it up. One of those people is Kendrick Perkins.
Sounds like a dysfunctional organization. Sounds like an organization that is lacking leadership. And when you have an organization lacking leadership, you need a clean house. You need a clean house. The only person that should be coming back next year is Tyrese Maxey, who's your franchise player. Everybody else should be reevaluated. From the bottom all the way up to the top, and I'm talking about Daryl Morey as well. Daryl Morey didn't have to give Joel Embiid $200+ million this offseason. He didn't have to do it. He did that.
It's a good point. It's a very good point. That might not have been the wisest decision. Big man, lower extremity issues, handing a bunch of guaranteed money to, probably not very smart roster-wise. That's no knock on the guy. It's not even really about who that person is individually. Joel Embiid, great guy to some extent. Some people disagree. Those people might happen to work in the Philadelphia media. That's a different matter. But if you're the Sixers, you've got to consider, what are we actually doing here, kiddos? Because if the next 3 seasons are just waiting around for Joel Embiid to get healthy and finding yourself on the interims of roster moves, trying to figure out who's going to work for it, how you're going to do it, that's tough, man. There are worse problems to have. You could be some Garbo franchise like the one from my hometown, but that's not what's going on here. What's going on here is you've invested a certain amount of time and energy into one person, and it just doesn't look like it's ever going to be the same. Joel Embiid was one of the great sort of players of his era in the sense of being a great story. Young man who didn't play basketball till very late, rises to the point where he's one of the best players in the world, affable dude, culturally brings a lot to the table as a Camerounien. We love that. But it just feels like they never really got in gear at the right time, the Sixers. C'est dommage. Coming up, more on the future of Joel Embiid and the Sixers. But first, this from Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season, kiddos. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I like it, yeah. Let's do it like just that. Just like that, baby. That's how I do it. Word up, you know? I rose dolo from state to state. Ha-ha. Word up, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just want to link up with those getting it like I get it. That's all.
Clinton and Friends.
I
had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't just take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. That's ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again. Hey golfers, the Chicago Golf Show presented by the CDGA is back this weekend, and you're invited. Free golf, free lessons, unbelievable bargains on clubs, balls, shoes, apparel, and more. Check out Tiger Woods' longtime instructor Hank Haney on the main stage. Sink the longest putt. Get a free club fitting. The Chicago Golf Show this Friday through Sunday at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. For tickets, go to ChicagoGolfShow.com.
Being a caregiver for a family member can be very rewarding. It can be very challenging, too. Besides taking a physical and emotional toll, it can also take a real financial toll, especially if you're paying for home safety upgrades, covering medical expenses, cutting back on hours at your job, or having to leave your job altogether. In some states and in certain situations, you may be eligible to get paid for the care you provide, but finding reliable information about caregiver compensation can be overwhelming and very time-consuming. The AARP Foundation Paid for Care Hub can help. It's a free online tool developed with support from United Healthcare, where you can search compensation programs, explore your options, and get answers to frequently asked questions. Find out today if it's possible to be compensated for the time, effort, and care you're providing. Visit paidforcare.aarpfoundation.org to learn more.
Dear employer.
My name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Raskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser. I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data,
to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation
help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
I'm Grant, and I'm your new Bachelor.
ABC Mondays.
Is this real? Is he real?
The Bachelor is back, and the ladies are head over heels.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect.
It's an all-new season of romance.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love. My love story is going to happen.
And, of course, drama.
These other girls are dating my boyfriend. You act like you don't care. He knows how I feel.
I did not know how hard this would be.
The Bachelor, Mondays, 8/7 Central on ABC, and stream on Hulu.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I don't have many rules for my house, but I do have one, and that is that we never, ever, 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 ever use the big light.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. We are currently efforting the man known as Tim Bontemps to talk about Joel Embiid. And the more I think about this, good times, the more bummed I am about it. Because Embiid is one of those guys that, like, man, the range of his game, big man who can shoot the three, could obviously dunk on your head. Tim Bontemps, ESPN NBA reporter, joins us now. Good times. I was just saying that, like, dude, I'm really bummed about this new Embiid news, just on a basic level.
I mean, I'm not sure how much of it's new. I mean, we've been talking about, I mean, he himself said on Thursday that, he's got to, quote, fix the problem to get it back to get himself back to where he's been in the past. But yeah, I mean, this entire season has been extremely a bummer situation for everybody in Philly. I mean, I'm down here for today's game against the Bulls, and, I mean, these guys were, even if you didn't think the Sixers are going to win the title, which certainly I think would have been the majority opinion, if they weren't going to do that, not the vast majority opinion.
Right.
They were going to, in theory, be a better version of last year's team by trading out Tobias Harris and Paul George. And instead, right, we sit here today, they're in position to keep their top 6 protected draft pick, which, like, the fact we're even discussing the possibility of them keeping a top 6 projected draft pick is insane, because this is a team that nobody would have said would be missing the playoffs, let alone doing that, right? So, I mean, it's been the definition of a depressing story, and it's probably not going to get any better over the next several weeks.
Well, for those who don't know, I mean, I was talking in the first segment about how it kind of feels like there is a certain inevitability to this being a problem, because a big man, frequent lower leg extension extremity injuries. I mean, can you go over for the folks who don't really know or haven't been keeping up with it, what Embiid's injury history is and why this feels sort of obvious, as you pointed out?
I mean, Joel has had a litany of injuries everywhere, but especially to his legs. He's been dealing with knee issues going back several years, and in particular since he had Jonathan Kuminga accidentally fall on his leg about a year ago. Missed a large chunk of last year, came back to the playoffs, was not 100%, then played with the Olympic team this summer. Had an up-and-down performance with them, though he was great in the fourth quarter of the Serbia comeback, obviously. And then, gets extended before the season and, was supposed to, ramp up during the preseason and ends up missing a large chunk of time in, fairly unexpected fashion. And that set the stage for how the rest of the season is played out. And, now we're sitting here 2/3 of the way through the season, and Tyrese Maxey and Paul George have played like 15 or 16 combined games together. And they're not even above 500 now in those games. So it's just been a disastrous season all the way around.
Tim Bontemps joins us here on Clinton and Friends, of course, ESPN NBA reporter. You mentioned the Olympics. Now, Tim, I don't want to be cruel or harsh, but I think there's a fair assessment to say that might have been a bad idea if you are a pro-Sixers person. And not to say that a guy shouldn't take the opportunity to go play with his homies. A guy shouldn't take the opportunity to represent a country he chooses to represent. I'm not judging the decision for the choice. But in terms of strategy, of body health, it feels like that might not have been the right thing to do if you're concerned about your pro career in length.
That's really not an arguable thing the way things have gone. The guy's barely played this year. Whether he should have done it or not, in hindsight, it hasn't worked out. I think it's, other than, obviously winning the gold medal, worked out. But in terms of how things have gone since then, I don't think anybody would argue that it hasn't worked out. It's just, like I said, this season could not have gone worse for the Sixers in basically any fashion. And, that's just one of many reasons why.
Yeah, they gave him a lot of money too, Tim. Like, at what point, you're as in touch with Philly as anybody else is. Is there, if I'm a Sixers fan, where is the mindset of, did we make the right decisions with this guy? And I got guys like Kendrick Perkins saying the franchise needs to blow up the entire situation from front office on down because none of this has worked. Where is morale, as far as you can judge, on that kind of panic level operation in terms of what they should do?
Well, the morale is bad. But, of course morale is bad. They've had, they and Phoenix are going back and forth for the most disappointing season in the league. Phoenix might be more disappointing because they really haven't had injuries, where at least you could point to the Sixers and say, if you'd said before the season Joel Embiid was going to play 20-ish games and not look like himself in them, you would say, well, yeah, the Sixers are probably going to be screwed. So you can at least point to that. But, yeah, look, there's no way to sugarcoat that this is an epic disaster of a season. And like I said, there's a third of the year to go, and we're basically, the only story with this team is, are they going to keep their draft pick that's top 6 protected? The fact we're even having that conversation says all you need to know.
Do you shut him down, Timmy? Do you think that's the smartest course of action, or is that just another sort of reset for something that there's really no solution for?
Look, I don't have access to the medical, so it's hard for me to say for sure what to do. However, I was at the game Thursday, and, between that game and him not playing down the stretch of the game on Saturday, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. And if he's going to continue to look the way he has, then I don't see why you're going to keep doing this and, not just give him the ability to try to get healthy, because this is a lost season and he's clearly not healthy. I've seen a year ago at this time, this guy was averaging more points and minutes played, which something no one had done since Wilt 60 years ago. He's not that player right now. As he had said himself, he's not able to do the things he did last year. It's just a matter of figuring out, how to get him back to being that kind of player again.
Yeah. Last thing I'll ask you here, and we'll move away from this because it is honestly depressing me. What'd you think about Luka? They finally got over the hump with the Nuggets. Feels like he's getting back into his, whatever he is. And I was waiting for this moment in terms of him kind of breaking out of that fog of finally realizing he's a Laker and he's got to actually start balling like one. How did you feel about that performance and beating the Nuggets on the road?
Look, that was a fantastic win for them to get that victory, to go win in Denver, a place where they've, really gotten drilled repeatedly over the years. Giving Luka the ball, I think, was smart. Letting him, be the guy orchestrating the offense. The only way this team is really going to work is if Luka is Luka Doncic and the top 3 to 5 player in the world that he is, and everybody else is playing off of him and off of that. So I thought that was all smart. Windhorst has been talking a lot about how, they've had the best defense of the league over the last 15 or 18 games or so. I'm not really concerned about that. They haven't had Luka in this team for the vast majority of that stretch. So while, yes, Anthony Davis missed a bunch of those games, it's not something I'm really worried about. So to me, I'm looking at the next 3 weeks up to and including their game against the Bucks on March 20th. And over that stretch, they play a ton of really good teams, both in LA and elsewhere. And after that 3-week stretch, I think we're going to have a much better sense of just how good this team is and what they're capable of. And so, that was a great start to that stretch on Saturday. I would also just point out that they lost to Utah and Charlotte prior 2 games Luka had played. So, let's see. He obviously didn't look like himself in those games, and he did on Saturday. But, I still need to see a little bit more, and I need to see this team, do more with a roster that obviously is severely lacking in the paint, and that is probably going to be something that's going to be difficult for them to overcome this season.
All right. Thank you, Timmy. Try to avoid being down at the pity party in Philly. Appreciate you, brother.
You got it, buddy. Talk soon.
Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Let's get to what happened over the weekend, kiddos.
The weekend's a blur.
Fine weekend. Good weekend.
We've got you covered. Time to rewind.
Rewind. How do you rewind?
And catch up on everything you missed.
Guess I missed an awful lot.
This is Weekend Rewind on Clinton and Friends.
All right, James, what do we got?
All right, so the Knicks, they had a tough weekend. On Friday, they got blown out by the East-leading Cavs by nearly 40 points, then followed that up by getting beat down by the reigning NBA champions and the second place in the East Celtics, 118-105. That was on ESPN Radio here yesterday. In a game that was never really close. Clinton, are the Knicks even close to being in the same tier as the Cavs and Celtics in the East?
This is a tough question because last year, the Bing Bong community, as we like to call them, was all a Twitter. They were everywhere. Guys outside of the Garden yelling and screaming, wearing bubble coats and butter Tims. We were very familiar with Knick fan. There are Knick fans at this network. I don't know that the skill level of the Knicks is as close to the Knicks experience as we might think. They had a nice little run in the playoffs last year. If they get in, they can gel. They play a very specific kind of ball. And by that, I mean every single guy on their team went to Villanova. Maybe they should hire Jay Wright as their coach. I'm only half joking. I do think they're a tier below, but I don't think that makes them any less capable of winning a series or two in the playoffs. I mean, that's the kind of the whole point of having a team like that, is that once you're playing the same opponent night to night, you find some chemistry that is only the blend that your team has. But getting blowed out by conference opponents that you are likely to face in the playoffs, we've been talking about this a lot today, not great for morale. Don't love that. I have not completely lost faith in the Knicks. But I will say that maybe that Mikal Bridges move, maybe not the one you should have made. What we got?
All right, keeping it in New York, kind of. Juan Soto signed a giant contract with the Mets this offseason. And in his first at-bat with his new team on Saturday, this is what happened.
And now the 2-1 to Soto, hit in the air to deep center field. Back goes Leon onto the track. It is gone! Juan Soto in his first plate appearance as a New York Met, albeit in spring training, hits one over the wall in left center field, making as auspicious a debut as you can make in a spring training game. 1-0 Mets. Welcome, Juan Soto.
Call was on 880 ESPN in New York. Clinton, what are your expectations for Juan Soto and the Mets this year?
Sky high. This is a no excuses season for Juan Soto. Juan Soto, who I know well in the context of he played for the Nationals, my hometown team, won a World Series with the Nationals. It's where the Globe was introduced to the Soto Shuffle. Played on 2 more teams, including in the Bronx. We cannot understate how large of an actual story this is. Going to the World Series with the Pinstripers, losing in the World Series, saying, I'm good, I'm going across town. These are the kind of things that back in the day would have been feeding back pages in New York City for months. And they probably will this year too. Reminder, the Mets lost to the eventual champion Dodgers in the playoffs. He didn't just go to take the money because he wanted the money. He arguably went to a better team. Huge expectations, as far as I'm concerned. And if you don't have huge expectations for the Metropolitans, what are we doing? They didn't get blowed out by the Dodgers. It wasn't like it was some major mismatch. They just lost the series. Pete Alonso's back. Soto's a game changer. We love Francisco. I like this Mets team a lot. Mets fans are another matter, but that's a discussion for a different day. What's next?
All right. Houston Texans great and future Pro Football Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is part owner of Burnley FC. And earlier this year, his goalkeeper, James Trafford, texted him asking him if he'd come out of retirement and play for the Bengals. JJ texted him back and told him that if he didn't give up a goal for the rest of the season, that he would. And since then, Trafford has gone 13 straight games without giving up a goal. Clinton, is J.J. Watt going to have to come out of retirement and play for the Bengals next season?
Let me explain to you this in no uncertain terms. We love this story. Like, all caps love this story. Number one, Burnley is the most random of squads in England. Like, there's no, I don't want to say that Wrexham is a publicity stunt, but an element of it is. Like, Burnley is not on the radar in terms of teams anybody truly cares about. Probably half the reason why JJ is a part owner because for an NFL guy. But the fact that they're even interfacing like this is so cool to me. Like, your actual goalkeeper is asking you questions about NFL football and you're engaging it. JJ even upped the ante and apparently is looking at houses on Zillow and posting them in the area in Cincy. We are tracking this as a show, James. It is important. The Trafford keep clean sheets. I don't even care about J.J. Watt in the Bengals. Shouts to the Who Days, though. I got a lot of friends that are Bengals fans. But my point is, I need to see if he's actually going to pay off this bet. This is an immediate Hard Knocks requirement situation if it happens. And J.J. Watt loves cameras. Don't get me wrong. But this is actually cool because there are people that genuinely believe he could play. I might be one of those people. And for right now, I will be paying much more attention to Burnley than I have in a decade. It's unbelievable. This is my kind of carrying on, as the kids like to say. What's next? And by the kids, I mean the olds, because I'm an old.
All right, one more real quick. The Spurs announced that head coach Greg Popovich wouldn't return to the bench this season. Pop is recovering from a stroke he suffered in November, and his NBA future is uncertain. The source told Shams on Saturday. Clinton, it's a pretty tough week in San Antonio, huh?
Extremely tough week. Greg Popovich is a guy that around basketball circles obviously has a ton of respect, but I think a lot of people don't realize that Greg Popovich also cookout invites for life, dog. He is a real one. Stands on business about what he thinks about everything. Tremendous basketball mind, tremendous human. Kind of in that Obi-Wan episode 4 phase of his life. And we're wishing him the best. You know, the Spurs organization has been through a lot. We talked to Michael Wright about this last week. And I just really hope that whatever role he wants to get back to, because he deserves it, he can do it. That guy deserves all the flowers all the time for everything. Pop, tremendous basketball guy. The Weekend Rewind is brought to you by Robinhood. Get a 3% IRA match at only $5 a month. Coming up, where is Matthew Stafford going to play quarterback next season? Because it looks like it will not be in LA with the Rams, which is a mini wow. We'll talk about that next on Clinton and Friends, kiddos. It's ESPN Radio.
Before And One mixtapes, there was the Harlem Globetrotters. The exhibition basketball team is part comedy, part competition, and all skill. Founded in Chicago in 1926, the Harlem Globetrotters have been home to legends like Fred Curly Neal, Meadowlark Lemon, and yes, even Wilt Chamberlain. Now approaching their 100th year as an American institution, the Globetrotters are still, well, trotting, actively touring across the country with no signs of slowing down.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Empower
Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture or, even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Think ski season is over? Well, think again. Granite Peak's bringing you Wisconsin's longest ski season, going strong through April 6th. We're talking spring skiing at Wisconsin's largest resort with live music, fireworks, and endless snow across our incredible terrain. Make it a getaway in nearby Wausau, where comfortable lodging and family activities await. Why travel far when the best spring skiing is right here? Book your ski and stay packages today. Visit skigranitepeak.com for lift tickets and lodging packages. Granite Peak, where winter lasts longer.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, aka the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Colorectal cancer patients hear a million things when they are diagnosed.
At least it's a good cancer.
You're strong. You got this.
Just stay positive.
You don't look sick.
My dad had cancer. You know, I saw a juice.
I'm so sorry. You'll beat this. You're tough.
What are you gonna do now?
And then there's what they really need to hear.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance are survivors and caregivers who have lived what you are going through.
Did you know that the Alliance has access to clinical trials, screening navigation, and treatment options?
The Buddy program helped me understand things in a way my doctors couldn't.
We are the largest nonprofit dedicated to ending colon and rectal cancers.
The Alliance is a guide along your path with cancer.
There is real hope.
Everyone over 45 needs to get screened. Everyone.
Learn about preventive screening and find support at colorectalcancer.org. Go to the Alliance. Go to colorectalcancer.org.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold at $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Is this a lot? Possibly. Go do less.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance here on ESPN Radio, live from Studio 5 in Los Angeles, in the house again. So we were going to talk about the NFL, but we have some breaking news. As I scroll through IG, I see that our friend Adrian Wojnarowski, a.k.a. Woj, a Bonnie legend. Quick sidebar. St. Bonaventure is a big part of this program for multiple reasons. Devin Kane, Bonnie. My boss, Justin Craig, Bonnie. Woj, Bonnie, as we mentioned. In good times, Tim Bontemps, who we just talked to, Bonnie as well. So we got the Bonnie updates for you. He's apparently selling off his old phones, his old press passes, and an incredible twist. Let me read. Breaking, Woj bombs are history, but now you can be a part of them. Own the iPhones I used to report the biggest stories in basketball. Use this link to bid on my original iPhones, NBA draft credentials, dinner with me, and more for the Bonnie's NIL adventures. Ventures. And the picture is him holding up the phones like he's Bill Russell with the rings, which effectively is the same thing. I love this for Woj. For those of us who've known Woj for a little while, dogged reporter, obviously a hell of a journalist, but just affable dude. And the idea that some rando is going to pay cash money to eat a meal with Woj is just so funny to me. I love every second of this. I'll tell a quick story of something that happened when I was on the set at Around the Horn in this building. It was the trade deadline day, and we were waiting to tape because the trade deadline was whatever hour it was. I think it was noon, and we taped at 11 this morning, at 11 in the mornings here on West Coast time. And we were waiting for the deadline to tape the show. And everybody's checking their phones. You know, people are looking for Woj bombs, this, that, and the third. And I'm sitting in the studio, not this one, but the one downstairs, and Woj comes barging through the door with, like, multiple phones, a laptop. He had, like, a notebook as well. His hands were all full. He was all flustered. And I was like, oh, wait, I think you're the one next door. Woj was supposed to be on SportsCenter. And here I am, looking like a doofus, sitting in my seat, reading his tweets, pushing him to the next studio. It was embarrassing, but it was really funny because he was like, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to interject. I'm like, dude, you're Woj. I'm the one that's in the way. But that just happened to be how the booking of the day went. An extremely unassuming and humble guy who is an incredible talent. I just found that extremely funny on a lot of levels. What would you pay, James, for a Woj phone? An archived Woj phone.
The problem is that the best part of it will be erased. Like you're not going to have the contacts.
Oh, you
know
want
what I mean?
You want the text history as well.
I mean, that's what I mean. It's like, the phone is fine, but you can buy a phone anywhere.
That's true.
But
who's to say that you know that that's even Woj's phone? How are we authenticating these?
It's true. Yeah, we need someone that needs to send it away, get it authenticated, and then put it in a little case or something. But yeah, I mean, it's cool and everything, but like the really cool stuff won't be there. So, you know.
I've collected all of my press passes over the years. I don't know that I could bring myself to sell them off. Maybe there'll be a time and a day. But part of the reason why I keep them is because when I'm old and crazy and can't remember anything, I'll be able to remember what I did. That's like literally half the reason why I keep these daggone things. Some people make like tapestries out of them or make little posters of all of them. I just got them sitting in a huge box, James, in my crib.
Yeah,
I keep them all.
I love that. I have some like backstage passes from concerts that I've been to.
Sure.
And I like they're hanging on the lanyard at my desk.
Right.
Because they're cool. They're just a cool like thing to have to remind you of stuff. And
absolutely.
I love that you keep your
oh yeah. Passes. That was one of those things that I knew. It was also a way to like remind myself that like life can be kind of short in this business. And I remember when I first started doing this in college and how cool it felt to have one. Not because it was like, oh, I get to do something you don't. No. It was just a very gratifying feeling that I'd come far enough in this business to be rewarded with the responsibility of doing the job. That's the cool part, to be clear. Like, I've still got them from college because I remember how much pride I took in that being something I was going to get to do. I didn't know that I was going to get to doing it for a living. I had no idea it would get to this point. But I dang sure wasn't going to throw away memories of work I had done. That being said, I will never reach Woj levels of anything. For him to be at a point where he's selling them off to help his school is incredible, incredibly thoughtful. Coming up, Luca.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to car spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Ankin, 312-6-million. Howard is our lawyer on the Cap and J. Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Being blind doesn't always look how others may think. Stargardt disease was supposed to define me.
Retinitis pigmentosa aimed to overwhelm my family.
It tried to cut me down. A blinding eye disease attempted to force me away from doing what I was born to do.
But it cannot stop me. I have the tools.
I will keep moving forward.
Pushing past the limits of this disability.
I know where to find support and where I can be seen.
Loss of sight won't blind our vision. Innovative research, educational resources, supportive community. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is leading the charge in finding treatments and cures for blinding diseases. Learn more at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
Madame Giselle senses a change in your future.
Is it a promotion?
I see a door opening.
Ooh, to a corner office?
There's a creature. Beady eyes, lots of hair.
Is it my boss, Dave?
No, raccoons everywhere. Your RV door is open, and they're chewing everything.
Not a problem. I'm covered by Progressive. Do you see a bigger paycheck?
Customize your coverage with Progressive's Pest Damage Protection and be prepared for the unexpected. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pest damage protection available for RVs less than 6 years old. $250 deductible applies to any claim.
This ESPN Radio Black History Month moment is brought to you by National University.
Considered one of the best defensive players in NBA history, Bill Russell led the Boston Celtics to 11 championships and won 5 MVPs. In 1966, he became the first black coach in NBA history when he became the Celtics player coach. He led Boston to back-to-back titles in 1968 and 69. He was inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame in 1975.
Built for the dreamers and doers and history makers. Start your journey at nu.edu.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name. Yes.
Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
Alexander with 37 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists in a Thunder win.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends, which is presented by Progressive Insurance. Second hour, time to talk about Los Angeles. I was down in Vero Beach, Florida, covering a college baseball tournament. I said, let me turn on the Lakers. They're playing the Denver Nuggets, the Rich Creamies, as they are called, on SportsCenter by John Anderson, or they were, rather. And I saw a good basketball game. I saw a Lakers team led by Luka Doncic. I saw a team that was confident. I did not see the same team that got popped by the Hornets and lost to the Jazz. I saw a squad that probably believes they can win the NBA championship. Luka in the open court making defensive plays, feeding guys with his signature down-court passing style. His scoring output from the first 3 games was 16 points. He did that in a quarter against the Nuggets. On the road, no less. This was the game that had to happen. And I'd say furthermore, this was the opponent it had to happen against. I was very, very concerned that this fog mentally was going to extend all the way until they played the Mavericks, which is happening tomorrow behind me at Crypto. I was concerned it was going to take a couple of games for him to really figure it out. He had that one touchdown pass to LeBron that was amazing. And I use touchdown pass obviously in a basketball context, but I think you understand what I'm talking about. Outlet feed, Bron on the hammer. Dime of a pass. Luka being Luka is what I'm getting at here. And just overall, we talked about this a little bit last week. Luka looked a little shell-shocked by the entirety of what Laker Nation is. So much so to the point that when Dirk Nowitzki was there, you thought to yourself, ooh, that's a nice move as a friend. But I hope we don't find ourselves in what Dodgers fans call a Freddie Freeman situation. Dodgers fans might recall that Freddie was brought to literal tears talking about leaving Atlanta. Place he won a World Series at. And his teammates kind of had to get on him and be like, all right, buddy, we get it. But you're on this team now. Not similar. That's not apples to apples. But I think of that as I live in Los Angeles, and it was a similar sort of scenario. Dirk showed up effectively as an emotional support friend. Let's hear what he had to say about the whole situation.
I felt like, I played with him my last season. We've gotten close. I've tried to mentor him. I try to help him as much as I can in the last few years. And he's a good kid. So I felt like I had to go out there and support him in this new chapter because, I think it was reported that he was pretty obviously down and disappointed how it went down. And so I wanted to be there for him. I wanted to be there for his family and show support. But, you guys saw my face. It was weird. It was surreal to see him play for the Lakers. And so at the end of the day, I'll never be a Lakers fan, but it will always be a Luka fan.
Yeah. It's a good quote from Dirk. He's being honest as hell. And we've mentioned this before, but the Lakers got to make sure they get this thing right. They got it right on Saturday. Team played well. Team beat a good team. Lakers overcame a squad in the Nuggets they've had a lot of problems with. As Tim Bontemps put it earlier in the program, a team that had drilled them repeatedly. Let's hear what Luka had to say about his best game yet in the purple and gold.
I think you can see it, me smiling on the court, having fun. JJ told me, you got to have one, that Black Hawk moment you have. So I think I had one. But, just felt like me a little bit, so I was happy.
This is good. We like this a lot. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Do you believe in this Lakers team now? Is this enough for you? If you live here in Los Angeles, if you're a Lakers fan worldwide, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. There comes a point in every season, and this is something that happens when you watch sports and you watch different teams and you track different stuff, where you say, oh, that's a team that could win a title. It happens in different ways. Across the baseball diamond, I often sort of will look at a squad, and when like that third or fourth guy in their rotation suddenly locks in, and you think, ooh, They get this thing moving. They could pop somebody in a series. They got depth. In football, it's when that quarterback makes that one move where you say to yourself, oh, this guy really wants after it. On the ice, it typically happens through the goaltender, the netminder, or perhaps like a fourth line that's really doing a lot, and you say to yourself, oh, this really goes down. They got a chance to make the full run. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. But when it happens in basketball, it's kind of a different feeling. And I know we've been having this whole discussion about desire in terms of the NBA versus the NHL or whatever. But there comes a point where the talent, the gelling, and the motivation between a lineup becomes clear. That's what happened, I think, for the Nuggets. Against the Nuggets, for the Lakers. Like, I think they now think this is doable. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Do you believe the Lakers have enough now? I know it's just one game. But that's what we have to work off of as far as wins are concerned. Losses to teams like the Jazz and the Hornets don't help. But the ceiling is reasonably high. Let's not get crazy here. He's Luka Doncic. He's LeBron James. Austin Reeves, part of that package. I think this team believes that they can do it. Let's hear what Quentin Richardson, new ESPN NBA analyst, had to say on Best Week Ever about their lineup situation.
I think they can be scary, man. I was once I saw that they, the trade with the big fella from Charlotte, Mark Williams, got rescinded. I was in the mindset that they should just lean into going small, and I feel like they did that a little bit last night. And surprisingly, they gave Joker problems, doubling and tripling. I feel like JJ and his staff did an outstanding scheme of coming up with ways to frustrate him and make him uncomfortable. But I think this is a short run right here. They can run the ball and run and gun, be the small ball team this short stretch and try and get in the best position they can for the playoffs. And once they get there, with a guy like Luka and LeBron, anything can happen. I truly believe that.
I agree with Q 100%. JJ is such a big part of this. I know I've been harping on it. But coaching matters, Jack. They won that game 123-100. Lakers ain't that good defensively. When you figure out a way to bottle up Joker like that, 100 points ain't nothing in the NBA today. That was the biggest win of the season. Undoubtedly. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Danny in West Virginia. Country Roads, you're on the show.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Pretty good.
Hey, I was just listening to this. I don't think Lakers can win that. They don't have enough in them. Luka's by himself. I mean, LeBron, he's already saying he don't want to play 2 games in a row. I mean, you signed a contract, play your games. You never seen Jordan backing out like that.
Thanks for the phone call. We're not doing that. Michael Jordan doesn't play in today's NBA. Stop trailing off actual basketball conversations about actual teams in the league for nostalgia talk. Please and thank you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Lou in Nashville, you're on the program.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. You know something? These guys can make some noise, but there's no way. They might win a round, but they're not going past that. They don't have any depth. I mean, they have a few pieces, and I love the fact that if LeBron backs off and makes this Luka's team, he gets to do a lot more, and I think that'll really carry them for a certain way. But they just don't have enough.
Who do you think is better than them definitively? That's done it before.
That's done it before. Listen, because LeBron did it doesn't mean that Luka did it, or who's done it before. Who on that team has done it before? You have a couple of guys that were also ran that made it through the championship in the bubble. But there's no way that these guys are going to be a championship team. And obviously, I think even
Okay. Thanks for the phone call. I mean, this is why they play the games. Reasonable people can disagree on this. I'm not acting like there's some obvious thing. My point is, though, is that in my mind was a breakthrough Saturday night. A proof of concept, which is important. You don't just look at the rosters on paper and say you can win or you cannot win. You got to play the daggone games. That game they played on Saturday was evident that something can work. Blackout episodes or not. That's the whole point of the games. I know we talk about how people don't watch them and people think they're boring, but they still happen. That's what we're here for. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sam in the LBC, you're on ESPN.
What's up, man? Glad I finally made it through.
Appreciate it.
This was the first time, man. I've been a Laker fan all my life, living here in California. And this was the first time in a long time I've seen three alphas on the floor for the Lakers. You have Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3. And you have three players that can literally isolate you in the pick and roll. And what I love about JJ, too, is JJ has found a way to also get the fourth and fifth option guy involved. And you see it. And just when you think you can stop one person, you can't. So I think offensively, I think we've created a juggernaut. And I think moving forward, I think the defense is going to be key. And so that's where I was truly surprised in seeing us, although we don't really have what is considered a true center, we were huge on the wings and watching our huge wing players, get active. Watching them getting into the passing lanes, where there was how many turnovers? 20+ turnovers, I think they created, and it was just it was amazing to see. And if you can keep that consistency, I know different matchups make styles and whatnot, but just the constant being able to coach and game plan, and rather than the typical we'll just tip our hats off to them. We've seen no, we're not going to just tip our hats off to them. They are beatable, and I'm looking forward to just seeing the continuous matchups with different teams.
Thanks for the phone call. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know what we're doing here. We talk about sports, we watch the sports. If you saw that Lakers team last night, that was as good as they've looked all season, period. That team had been playing well before Luka got there. They were in a little bit of a brain fog. Everything got kind of haywire. Don't connect, coming and going, trades getting rescinded, Luka's getting welcomed in. It was weird, as Dirk said, for a little bit. Wasn't weird on Saturday. Not in Denver. They rolled in there and popped them. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Los Angeles goes to the front of the line. Show in L.A. You're on the program.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, the Lakers, they've been playing really well prior to Luka being there. And then yesterday, or Saturday, they showed a proof of concept, right? They showed exactly what they can do to beat the Denver Nuggets, who they hadn't beaten all of, past three seasons, right? That's been, the one team that they've been struggling with. And they've got the missing pieces, and people are sleeping on AR-15. Austin Reeves, he's cold. LeBron James still playing well. And now Luka, oh, man, this team is a threat to the rest of the NBA. I'd be scared if I was any other.
Thanks for the phone call. I'm going to presume he's a Laker fan, which is why that happened. But, yeah. Is every team in the West built the same way the Nuggets are? No. But if, like that other caller said, you think the Nuggets are far and away better, well, we have a recipe. Now it's a question of, can you cook the meal? And will it turn out tasting delightful? A question I ask myself in a non-basketball context all the time in my home. I think the Lakers had a turning point on Saturday. And I think that's good for the league. Didn't want to see Luka in a fog for another week or two until they finally played the Mavericks. That was a huge game. Huge game in Lakerland. Coming up, we will turn our attention to the diamond, my favorite sport, my first love, baseball, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Hey, excuse me. Carmen, where's the principal's office?
What?
No, it's forever since I've been here. I totally forgot.
Oh, my God. Did you just call me Carmen?
Yeah. What's your name, right?
No, it is not my name, man. Did it ever occur to you that it might be the name of the janitorial service I work for?
Oh.
Yeah, my name is Steve. You just assume that all black people got crazy-ass names, huh?
I don't assume anything about black people. It's written on your shirt.
Clinton and Friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
In classrooms across the country, chronic absenteeism is on the rise.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent.
Aisha S., grade 12, absent.
These absences are often due to the absence of crucial needs, like transportation, health care, a working computer, mental health support. The list goes on.
Olivia H., absent.
Preston L., absent.
Chloe B., absent.
The reasons why they're absent are very real, and yet the solution is someone present to help them along their path. When site coordinators from communities and schools are on hand, they connect kids to the resources they need. And when they do, 99% of students are present and remain in school throughout the year.
Jacob O., grade 10,
present.
Communities and Schools works directly with students, helping them overcome obstacles to succeed in school and in life. Learn more at communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
There are many times I thought, I can't do this. I mean, what parent isn't worried about, what am I not doing right? What am I not doing enough? And then I realized, wait, that's being a parent.
Don't worry about being perfect. I've had around 3 other mother figures in my life, but only one of them has taught me how a mother loves.
The greatest reward for me is he makes me better every day.
I would tell a family considering adopting a teenager that teenager, whoever it is, needs you, and they need what you have to offer.
Taylor's given me hope. He's our son, and that is what he will always be.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text EQUAL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text EQUAL to 321-321. That's EQUAL to 321-321.
Cap and Jay Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
It makes no sense. Every time I try to think about what happened last night, all I get is your voice on the radio. What do you think it means?
You're a fan?
Yeah.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
For the block, boy. Take it rough. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Came in a little too early on that. I was doing air drums on the video. I like that drop. Jeff Passan, ESPN MLB insider, joins us. He is currently on his block, but headed to Phoenix later today for a little Cactus League action. Jeffrey, it's been a long time since we talked. How are you, sir?
I am well, Clinton, and I feel like I am now officially a friend.
Well, thank you. We were waiting around until pitchers and catchers and all these guys in shorts started throwing baseballs and hitting them on backfields and the like. I'm going to start here in Los Angeles because we've talked about this a bunch on this program, but as a fan of baseball, never mind somebody who covers the sport, I'm fascinated by what the Dodgers have on their hands with the Ohtani situation. There's so many different sort of levers that are a part of this, between how his rehab is going to affect his ability to throw, how the size of their potential rotation is going to impact whether or not he's going to play as much as he wants, and just what he wants to do versus the known unknowns. How do you see this right now, Jeff, in terms of the challenge that Mark Pryor and Dave Roberts have with that pitching staff?
I don't see it as much of a challenge, to be honest. And here's why. Let's say someone gets hurt. It's going to happen. They're pitchers. It always happens. Guess what? They can turn to Tony Gonsolin, or they can turn to Dustin May, or they can turn to Landon Knack, or they can turn eventually, once he's back, to Emmett Sheehan. You can go on and on and on, Clinton, about the Dodgers' pitching depth. And I think the part that frustrates non-Dodgers fans the most isn't just that they're getting stars. It's not that they go out and sign a two-time Cy Young winner in Blake Snell, or sign Tanner Scott, or sign Kirby Yates or Hyesung Kim, and we can go on and on about what their offseason was like. I think it's that beyond those stars, they also have more depth than everyone else. And it's been a hallmark of this Dodgers team ever since Andrew Friedman took over, and it was principles that he brought from the Tampa Bay Rays, where they may not have the best guys, but they're going to have the most. And in a sport where injuries happen, depth carries a lot of weight. Well, the Dodgers have the best guys, and they have the most guys. And that seems like a mountain for all 29 other teams that is impossible to climb.
Certainly. I mean, the Dodgers as a squad are a behemoth on the levels of which nobody is dealing with right now. And it's not just because they got the most money. It's because they got the smartest front office. But I want to stay within the Shohei situation here real quick, Jeff, because if I'm a Dodger fan and I say, I want to see this guy pitch, but I also don't want him to rush back because of all the things we just talked about, and I want to be able to see him pitch for multiple years potentially. That's where I am on this. I genuinely wonder how you manage his desire to get back out there, the idea of it helping you winning because his stuff is so good, and the concern about what could happen long term if something goes awry in the rehab, because he's had various upper body, injuries over the courses of the years.
Clinton, if I'm the Los Angeles Dodgers, I want to see Shohei Ohtani pitch. ... in October. And that really, I think, is the way that they're approaching this right now. I understand they open in Japan against the Chicago Cubs, and they're hoping to have him back in the lineup after shoulder surgery from that ill-fated dive into second base during the World Series. But getting him back on the mound, there's absolutely no rush at this point. This is a guy who has had 2 Tommy John surgeries within a 5-year span. That does not tend to portend well for the long-term health of his pitching arm. And so you're going to do everything you can, not to baby him necessarily, but to be judicious in the way that you approach it, because if you rush him back, it's the juice isn't worth the squeeze, man. Like, the Dodgers are going to be in the playoffs. Catastrophic injuries could happen to this team, and they will still be a playoff team. But what you want for October is the best version of the team that you've got. And the best version of this team includes Shohei Ohtani on the mound. So there's no reason to get him back in April or May or, hell, even June if you don't have to, because you want him there for the moments that count, for the moments that are going to get you gold. And that's October.
Jeff Passan, ESPN MLB insider, joins us here on Clinton and Friends, basically saying, Green Day style, wake me up when September ends. Let's move over to New York. I think that this Juan Soto story is kind of being underplayed nationally in terms of how big it is. But, like, homie went from the Yanks to the Mets. And the Mets don't suck. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a major deal that in years past would have been blowing out back pages all over the New York tri-state area, and it probably will be. Like, the expectations are large for the Metropolitans for me, Jeff. Am I crazy here?
I don't know how good of a team they are, Clinton. But I'll say this. When you add like a 7-8 win player, makes you a lot better, and it papers over a lot of those deficiencies that they might have. But it's a deep-ish lineup. I do worry about their starting pitching, especially, Frankie Montas goes down and is going to be out for a couple of months at least. So maybe they call on Brandon Sproat, their top pitching prospect, and he makes his debut at Citi Field a little earlier than anticipated. Maybe they go out and get Jose Quintana, who's still a free agent at this point. Like, there are areas where the Mets can get better. But I think the point you made is a really salient one. A future Hall of Famer, and not just like a future Hall of Famer, like an inner circle Hall of Famer, which is what Juan Soto is going to be, left the New York Yankees to join the New York Mets. Like, that is a sentence that 10 years ago, hell, 5 years ago, if you utter it, it's laughable. But it illustrates the way that the dynamics have changed with Steve Cohen there. He has reinvigorated this franchise. And, in this case, it took $765 million guaranteed to do so. But if you want to win and you got the money, there's nothing keeping you from spending it. And Juan Soto, I think, is going to transform this franchise, maybe not this year, but certainly long-term, into the behemoth that they always have projected to be, but never, because of shoddy ownership, have been able to be.
Speaking of the pinstripers, you wrote the story behind Devin Williams and the facial hair policy change. Jeff, I must admit to you, we did 2 hours on that on Friday, just laughing at how self-important the Yankees are, acting like they're picking a new pope just because they're letting guys grow beards. I mean, look, I don't want to put you in a position, but, like, what did you think about how all that finally develops? I could not believe how serious the tone was from Hal, by the way. It felt like we were watching something out of the, White House press corps room. Where is that franchise right now with such a big change, so to speak, and coming off of what happened last season, which was effectively falling apart at home in the World Series?
Well, I mean, if we're talking how I personally felt about it, I've had a tortured relationship with facial hair my entire adult life because I just cannot grow it. And when I do like the off-season beard thing, it's a travesty. Like, it's an insult to what good facial hair looks like. So if I was born to be any baseball player, it would be a Yankee, because clean-shaven is the way I go. But I also think that this speaks to where the Yankees stand in the MLB landscape right now. It used to be that the Yankees were king of the hill. They were the clear number one franchise in baseball, whether it was the 4 championships in 5 years in the late 90s through 2000, or the fact that they've won 27 throughout their history. Like, they are the storied baseball franchise, and now they're changing rules because they're concerned aren't going to want to go there, and they don't want to give anyone any excuse. And I think Devin Williams really brought this out because he took it upon himself to talk with Aaron Boone. And after that conversation, he spoke with Brian Cashman, the general manager. And after that conversation, it went all the way up to ownership. And for 20 minutes, he pled his case to Hal Steinbrenner. And it was compelling enough that the Yankees took a policy that had been implemented in 1976. So we're talking a half century here that they have gone about things the way that they have. And just, within the matter of a week, changed it. And I think that speaks to a fear that the Yankees have. I actually respect the fact that they're not so caught up in the aura of Yankee glory and history that they have to do things a particular way. They're willing to be malleable, and that's what you have to be right now, because the Dodgers have blown past the Yankees in terms of just how good they are as a franchise, and the Mets are nipping at their heels, and there are other teams out there that that run a little bit more smoothly or are more seen as more player friendly than the Yankees. So I think that to me, yes, it was serious and there was some self-importance going on, but it spoke to how the Yankees need to evolve. And I appreciate the fact that Hal Steinbrenner at least was open-minded after years and years and years of not even entertaining the possibility of this happening.
I needed him to come out in a fake beard, Jeff. That's the bit that I needed. That's what I wanted. Last thing I'll ask you here, and this is I'm not going to go on a whole long soliloquy as I have earlier on this program about how tearing at the fabric of the game makes us reevaluate who we are as humans by using robot umps. But you've seen a couple of applications. You're headed out to Cactus League. What do you think so far and what you've seen as far as how it's gone with the ABS system?
I think it's great. I think that Major League Baseball, between this and the pitch clock, will have fundamentally altered the game without taking a hammer to what baseball is supposed to be. And, when the pitch clock was implemented, Clinton, there was a lot of pearl clutching and there was a lot of this is not baseball. And then everyone realized that getting a half hour of your day back every day is a good thing. In this case, I think people look at it like, hey, umpires are human, and they are extraordinary at their jobs. Like, really, they're really, really good. But when a ball is moving upward of 100 miles per hour, and when it's breaking, whether it cuts, whether it sinks, whether it tilts on a slider, whether it dips on a curveball, whether the bottom drops out under it on a splitter, it's a projectile that's moving so incredibly fast. The fact that they get the calls right on balls and strikes as much as they do is damn near a miracle. And so if there is something for those rare times that they do miss that's going to allow those borderline pitches, maybe not so borderline pitches, to be called correctly, and to do so in a manner that takes seconds, like literally 10 seconds. It's an interactive thing on the Jumbotron that fans can look at and be engaged with. I think that it's a net positive, and as much as I love what the game is and what it has always been, I'm not going to be one of those people as he gets deep into his 40s and approaches 50 where I'm going to go out on my front porch and just start yelling about how baseball isn't the same. Because
Fine,
frankly,
Jeff. Fine,
this is a
Jeff.
better version
I
of
will
it.
be that guy, okay?
I know you will. I know. That's fine. You were always destined to be the old man shouting on the porch. I
This
need to,
is true.
send you a rocking chair. I just feel like a rocking chair with, a knitted back on it.
Blanket.
And you're just sitting there smoking on a cigar and grumbling.
Oh, God, I wish. Thank you, Jeffrey. Safe travels to Arizona.
All right, pal. Talk to you soon.
Oh, man. Okay. He came diplomatically. The pitch clock I was always in favor for because I saw it with my eyeballs, and not only did it shorten the game, it made for better actual baseball, which was an important thing to me. So that's Jeff Pass, and we're going to talk to him a lot throughout the season because this will be a baseball program, kiddos. Understand that. Anyway, Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Hello, sports fans.
With round-the-clock coverage from the worldwide leader.
Around the clock, sports all the time. That's never going to work.
Some takes need more explanation. It's time to sound off.
All right, now, sound off.
On Clinton and Friends.
James, what we got?
All right, this is a puck version of sound off. Let's start here. The Buffalo Sabres scored 5 goals in the first period with their 8-2 win over the Rangers on Saturday night. But immediately after the puck dropped following Buffalo's 4th goal, this happened.
It's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one. And that was a rocket. Doctors checking Razor out very quickly. That was close to the eye.
Yep, that was Sabres analyst Rob Ray getting hit right between the eyes with an errant puck and dropping one of the cleanest F-bombs that you'll ever hear on television.
It was an unbelievable moment. I encourage people to go find that. Children, if you're listening in your cars, we do not promote profanity necessarily in the right places, but that was a natural reaction that made me laugh to my heart's content. Man, that was funny. Man, it was the next one.
True hockey player form, he finished the game.
Correct.
Blue Jackets goalie Elvis Merzlikins was pushed into the net during Columbus's 5-1 win over the Blackhawks on Saturday. A couple of his own players fell on top of him. He was asked about how it felt after the game.
At the end there, you had one of your own defensemen fall on you. It looked like you got up a little gingerly. Everything okay?
I got the post in my butt, and that was... It didn't feel good. I'll tell you that. I literally felt the pulse between my cheeks, so it didn't feel good. Yeah, it's weird, guys. I literally felt it was cold as well, so it wasn't good.
Clint, little bit TMI there for the CBJ's goalie.
I appreciate the honesty, but here's where I need the listeners. This is a parody song opportunity. Isley Brothers, Between the Sheets. Nope. Remix, Between the Cheeks. I can't believe I just said that.
All right. Entering yesterday, Capitals superstar Alex Ovechkin was 16 goals away from Wayne Gretzky's all-time scoring record, but now...
Ahead with Strome, leaving it for Ovechkin down the middle. He scores! 880 for Alex Ovechkin. Looking to Ovechkin, one-timer, he scores! He does it again! 2 goals on the day for Alex Ovechkin. 881. And a puck comes to Ovechkin. He scores. He did it. He did it. It's a hat trick for Ovechkin. Ty Emberson's stick broke on the center point shot attempt. And Ovechkin with a hat trick. It's 882. And the Capitals lead it 7-3.
Now he's 13 away after yesterday's hat trick, where he celebrated every goal of his son, who was sitting in the front row. Clinton, Ovi's definitely breaking this record this year, right?
Oh, yeah. And just so you know quickly, we're not getting to your bonus cut. We're ending on Ovi, all right? Just so you know. Also, that call was by my man John Walton, Miami Redhawk, and my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. This record getting broken is going to be the biggest deal in hockey in our lifetimes. Understand that. Gretzky's records were all considered completely unreachable. But the Russian machine never breaks, kiddos. I will be so happy when this happens. Draft up the plans for the statue outside of the rink in Gallery Place right now, Theodore Leonsis. You will never see a better hockey player in your life. When he breaks that record, I will have a T-shirt on my head. And that T-shirt will feature the number of the Great 8, Sasha Ovechkin. Coming up, a staple in my hometown is closing down, and a hometown native has passed along. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Is this a lot? Possibly. Go do this.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EXIT25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Ever have one of those days where your gut just feels blah?
Ugh, yes.
Occasional bloating or gas could be signs that your gut is out of balance, but Align Probiotic can help. Align 24/7 Digestive Support is a daily use probiotic with a unique strain to help relieve occasional digestive issues. It's the #1 doctor recommended brand. So when you feel the signs, it's time to try Align. Align Probiotic. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at easterseals.com.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. This is Clinton and Friends. The great Roberta Flack passed today. And I wanted to talk about her because she was a daughter of D.C. The capital of the United States of America is my hometown. I was born and raised there. And Roberta Flack wasn't just the person that put this song out, which I believe won a Grammy, but she was also a musical force. She taught piano lessons at her crib. She sang in local bars. She was, when I think about what Chocolate City used to be, the place I grew up in, kind of one of the examples of black excellence that was a motivator in so many different ways. You guys know this song perhaps because it was redone by Lauryn Hill and the Fugees. But this is the track. Roberta Flack. She went to Howard. Some people call it the real HU. To me, it's my dad's alma mater. Down the street from where I grew up on George Avenue. The Mecca. One of the most popular HBCUs in the country, if not the most. Roberta Flack wasn't just a one-hit wonder. She was a songwriter. This song begat an entire generation of music from a genre that was created at Howard called The Quiet Storm. Sort of the 70s, not yacht rock, nope. Black folks being soulful, singing about loving, and all of that. Roberta Flack is an incredible musical life. And she was a teacher as well, an educator. Looking back over her discography is something that will be a good usage of your time. That I can very much guarantee you. Roberta Flack passed today at the age of 88. Condolences out to her family and all her friends who have been a part of her life, and she got to touch as well. That being said, I do want to switch gears a little bit because I got news yesterday, and we're sticking with D.C., deal with it, that a place was closing down near Nationals Park. Now, this is particularly important to me because you guys know how much I love baseball. And when the Washington Nationals first came back to D.C., as in the Expos moved there, for those who don't know, the Washington had two teams prior that both moved. The Rangers and the Minnesota Twins are previously the Washington Senators. So when the Expos moved to D.C., there was some level of, thank God we finally got a baseball team back. They first used to play at RFK Stadium, where the NFL franchise used to play. That was a hell of a season that year. And then they moved to Nats Park in a place called Navy Yard, right by the actual Navy Yard in the district in Southeast. Now, when you build a ballpark in an area in which you've raised a lot of other buildings and you're sort of recreating a neighborhood, you've got a lot of work to do in terms of what that neighborhood actually looks like. And there was one place in particular that was really dope. The place was called the Big Stick. The Big Stick was not just a sports bar. It was a great local, too. And when I think about the makeup of what being a Nats fan was back in those days, the Big Stick is a very much central to it. Right there on Half Street. You can see the ballpark from the patio. I shot a Sports Center story there when Bryce went to Philly. And his first time back, they had a charity function where if you turned in a Bryce Harper jersey, they were going to give it away to charity, and you got a free shot. They didn't want people to be burning gear, making folks look bad, or being boorish. They said, no. We're going to give these away to people who need them, and here's some alcohol in return. Classy move. Perfect place to go to before a game. Great place to be if you lived in the neighborhood. I'll never forget the day that I left, took the train from watching the Sticks in the WNBA Finals, my Washington Mystics, trained it up to Big Stick, specifically to be outside of that park. That happened to be the night that the Nationals won the wild card game in a walk-off. And you could hear it from outside before it happened on TV. One of the coolest sports nights of my life. Rest in peace to the Big Stick, man. Places like that are what makes being a sports fan. Whether it's in your hometown, your college town, the place you live now, the place you grew up, vital to the fabric of this genre are the places where the humans gather to do things that aren't just the arenas where the athletes play. Joan Q's coming up next.
Carmen and Jurko is coming up. That's what's coming up. And we have a little bit of a short show today. The White Sox are on at 2. So we got a couple hours to recap the weekend.
Wonderful.
Talk about an Ishbia brother who's got a lot of money in some deep pockets, potentially swooping in to save White Soxdom. I'm included in that, Jurko.
Yeah.
We'll see if that happens, but we'll discuss today because that story kind of broke over the weekend as the Athletic reported that Ishbia is pulling out of his pursuit to buy the Twins to focus on accumulating more of the White Sox. He already owns a small piece of them. Plus, hot dog day is tomorrow, and we have to formulate our strategies.
Yeah, game plans for dogs.
You ready?
Yeah, of course
Okay.
I'm ready.
We'll see you coming up at noon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Vision loss is not something that you feel until it happens.
Most people lose their vision from diseases like macular degeneration and glaucoma, not at birth.
With macular degeneration, you lose your central vision.
You have a blind spot right in the center of your face, so I can't actually see your face.
So even that little circle in which I could see became a big blur.
I was 65 when I first was diagnosed with glaucoma.
There were no symptoms. I had no headaches.
3 million Americans have glaucoma, and half don't even know it.
11 million people in the United States have macular degeneration.
You lose mobility, independence, changes your entire life.
So many eye disorders can be treated if caught early.
My husband tells me that I have beautiful brown eyes, and I don't want to lose that.
Make a plan today to get your eyes checked.
Visit brightfocus.org to learn more.
Why? Why take a chance? Why risk a mistake? Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see say for my students. We see say for each other.
I see say because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting, a why that unifies this community we're all a part of. So protect your everyday. Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you. With flexible online classes and career-focused resources, you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Empower your future today at nu.edu. That's nu.edu.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Final week of Feb. It's warming up, feels good. Oh, we're getting there, my friend. And we have spring training baseball. We had it this weekend. We have it on the air. Jurko's favorite time of year, don't let him fool you. He loves baseball because we'll have a bunch of truncated shows, even for spring training. We'll be out of here in 2 hours.
Shows. Or no shows.
Jurko loves it. No-show job.
Good.
We'll be out of here in 2 hours, 2 o'clock today. The White Sox.
I'll bring the lawn chair for those no-show jobs. Got to be on the site just for a little bit, Carm. You know how it works.
These Sopranos episodes.
Yeah.
Having donuts, busting each other's balls.
That's where the big guy got himself in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, a couple times.
He was at the club.
Yeah. Where do we start?
And what's her name's boyfriend was
Meadows'
boyfriend was on the site too.
Yes.
He saw a little too much.
Boy, if only we could have done a podcast back then during, when the Sopranos. Podcasting wasn't a thing yet, We had our own reaction show.
It was. Only a handful of guys were doing it, and they're the ones that are making all the money.
Maybe you're right. We'll be out at 2 today for White Sox baseball. But we have to set the stage for tomorrow, where we will have a full show, and me and Abdallah and Jurko are going to be here for a big portion of the day. Chris doesn't have to be. Chris gets to come and go as he pleases. It'll be a normal day, basically, for Black. But for those of us, the three-way tie in the race to see who could correctly win or lose the NFL playoff bet, it comes down to a three-way tie between me, you, and Abdallah. We're the three losers. So that means 24 hours in the building with 1 hour reduced for every hot dog consumed. The Vienna beef cart has arrived from our friends at the Pride stores. They have their own Vienna beef cart.
Right.
Well, that thing is a beauty.
Yeah. What a
and
peach.
They're dropping off the hot dogs.
An engineering marvel.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, absolute marvel.
Engineering marvel. They're dropping off all the Vienna beef hot dogs a little bit later today, and then very simply, I will be the first one in, I think, tomorrow. At least that's my plan.
I have a feeling you will be.
And I think I just have to fill the bad boy up with water and load up the dogs on one side, the buns on the other, on the steam tray.
Steamed buns.
Yeah, the steamed buns, and put the condiments in, and we'll be off and running. You plug it in, you turn it on, and
it's game time.
Game time.
It's game time.
Start having dogs by 7 a.m. probably.
I've scheduled a high colonic for later this afternoon.
Boy, you should.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that before or after?
Oh, no. You do it before to cleanse the system. And then when you introduce the poisons, you introduce them to the new area.
Man, oh, man.
I'm not calling hot dogs poison. But,
no. Well, poison might be a little harsh, but let's face it.
Rome.
It's not the best thing you could put in your body. I mean, who are we kidding?
Probably not, but we'll be fine. We're going to find a way to make it.
So we'll set the odds board today and some over-unders on what we think we're going to consume. When I hear things like, I'm going to have 9 or 10 or 12, I think that's ridiculous. I don't think anybody's going to come close to eating 12 hot dogs. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it.
This is a long, drawn-out affair.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to like a family reunion that started at 12? And by the end of the day, if you actually counted out the amount of wieners that you've digested.
With the bun, 12 hot dogs?
12 with the bun.
I don't buy it. I just don't.
Me and my brother, when we were kids, used to go through a package of hot dogs at a sitting.
You're not a kid.
As an 8-pack.
You're 57.
8 of them, like it was nothing.
I mean, I ate an entire package of breakfast sausage yesterday.
An entire package?
By myself.
How many links were in there?
Like 12 links.
You had an entire package of breakfast sausage?
Breakfast.
The man's eating links.
What the hell's wrong with you,
You've never
Carm?
eaten an entire, large pizza before?
Yeah.
By yourself.
I did that on Friday night
pizza.
also.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't do it on
but
purpose.
Pizza's not
you just keep
but
going.
Here's the thing. A pizza's not
a
highly processed product. But for the most part. You know, dough is if you're getting it from a reputable pizza, I mean, you guys do. You love pizza. I see where you guys go.
Yeah.
The dough is a few simple ingredients. Yeah, the cheese is processed, but other than that, what are you putting on I mean, Adam doesn't eat pork products. You're not eating anything highly processed on your pizza. Eating highly processed food like that, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but it's one day.
One day or not. I mean, and I can't believe you had 12 breakfast sausages. That seems outrageous.
It's breakfast.
Yeah,
I've never heard of
I
such
might
a
even
thing.
think that there's 16 of those bad boys. So 2 rows of 8, if I remember correctly.
Maybe. You're
Could have
eating.
been 16 of them.
Did you have anything else with it, like eggs
Well,
and toast?
I made a sausage breakfast sandwich, of
Biscuits
course.
and
then when
gravy.
you're done, you're still hungry, and the
Right,
sausages
you
are
just
there. So you go
digesting
one
them.
at a time, and then you realize you got the yellow mustard everywhere, that they're all gone.
Sitting there flicking them in the air, catching them out of the
You also have to understand that Chris has the metabolism of a fawn.
He does. He's got a good metabolism. But that just seems like a lot. I'm impressed. There's no way I could eat a whole package of breakfast sausage. I have like 3. And that's about it. I don't know. Listen, I think I have set reasonable expectations for myself. I am going to get here early. And I don't plan on eating. I think it's going to fall between 4 and 6 hot dogs. I don't even think I'll get to 6.
You're my hero.
4 to 6.
You really stretched it out, man. 4 to 6.
Well,
a whole 4 to 6 hot dogs in 12 hours.
No, 24 hours.
I don't need another hero.
I mean, if he eats 5, he's got to be here for 19 hours.
Yeah, he'll be here for 19 hours.
I know. Oh my.
That's just what I'm choosing to do.
You're choosing to do. It's not what your ability is.
Yeah, it's not my ability.
If
it's what I'm
push to
choosing.
shove. If you push to shove, what you could do.
Yeah, I don't want to see what happens to my stomach if I push it more than that.
Well,
so.
boy, a dainty little creature next to me here.
It's not that. I just don't.
Jeez.
I don't need. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna upset the balance.
Well, it's going to upset something. Once we made the commitment to this thing, Carm, something was going to be unsettled.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't have to eat any if I don't want to.
That's
true.
true.
You stay here for 24 hours.
You
don't
can
have to
stay
eat
here
any.
for 24 hours, Carm. You can do that.
Do whatever you want.
That was one of my ploys I planned on doing to kind of shock the monkey. Monkey.
At no point was it declared or stated in the bet that you had to have any hot dogs. It was you just have to pay off
for
the bet of
24
staying
hours.
in the building for 24
And
hours.
for every hot dog you eat, you take an hour off the time you've got to stay in the building.
Right. So
we couldn't have done tacos. I mean, we couldn't have done tacos. Carne asada.
I think 4 to 6. Now carne asada. Now tacos, I probably would have had more of. You're right. Like if we were just going straight carne asada tacos, that'd be a lot more than 6.
Ooh, be delicious.
But the hot dog, no. It's 4 to 6. That's going to be it for me. I don't mind. I mapped out the day to be here about 18 to 19 hours.
18 to 19 hours.
Yeah, 18 or 19
made your
hours.
commitment.
Yeah. I'm going to bring a book. I'm going to bring a change of clothes I plan on running the stairs in the stairwell.
How about a deck of cards?
Are you really? Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to get some blood flow going, get a little pump going. I plan on doing some stairs, some stadium stairs.
How about
at
a
some
deck of
point throughout the
cards?
day. I will be bringing a deck of cards.
Maybe we play euchre or something.
We play euchre.
Oh,
we play
book.
anything
You're
we
not
want.
going to an overnight camp. Like we have internet, we have TV.
Oh, I'm bringing
here,
my book. I'm finishing a book anyway, so I'm going to have some hours. I got a
It
book.
sounds like you're taking an overnight flight.
Hopefully Scorsese doesn't make it into another boring film.
I don't think so. This is not the kind of book that would be turned into a film.
Thank heavens.
This is a Malcolm Gladwell book. So I will be bringing cards. I was going to bring I have the 6-stack shoe if we want to play blackjack.
Oh, he wants to be the house.
Yeah, I was going to bring that.
How much money are you going to bring? What do you got on you right now, cash-wise?
Not
if you're
much,
going to
like
deal blackjack.
$60.
Well, how the hell are you going to be the bank?
$60.
How are you going to be the bank with $60 in your pocket?
I thought maybe we could play for fun. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Why don't you guys just watch a movie?
Sure, we can watch a movie.
That sounds like in the movie,
I got $60.
Let It Ride. Let It Ride. When Terry Garr's talking to Richard Dreyfuss, and she asked him the question there at the racetrack. Hialeah is where they filmed them at, down in Miami, Florida. Why can't you just come to the track and watch the horses run around without gambling on it?
Well, that's a little crazy.
Well, it's the same thing about playing blackjack, Carm.
All right.
I mean, realistically, let's play blackjack for fun.
Well,
I don't think
I thought
so.
maybe something to pass the time.
There's other games you can play that
wanna
are
play
fun
euchre, play
without
euchre.
gambling on them. Yeah, you can play hearts, you can play euchre.
We
Play
need
all types of stuff.
Can we find a 4-pack that know how to play euchre? I know you and I do. You guys know how to play
It's
euchre?
not that complicated, kid.
I disagree. I think euchres are very complicated.
The right and left bower?
I think it's complicated.
I haven't played in years. I used to know how to play.
You'd get it back pretty quick then.
But it's been
I think it's
a
very
decade,
confusing.
maybe.
When hearts is Bauer and the second most powerful card is the Jack of Diamonds, I think it messes with people.
As long as you know the Bauer and left, right,
Yeah,
Bauer.
but it messes with people.
The Bauer. It's the Bauer. The most powerful cards in the deck are the Bauers, the Jacks.
Yes.
So as long as you know that, the Jacks are most powerful. The one of Trump, the opposite one of the same color, so that would be Diamond, Heart Diamond, and then it goes Ace, King, Queen, 10-9.
Maybe we'll bring poker chips too, when we can.
I've got poker chips.
I do too.
Not if you're bringing $60 though. You better bring $6,000.
I'm not bringing $6,000.
6 G's,
like $100
boys.
buy-in. We'll play a Texas Hold'em. We'll see
6
how long it
G's.
goes.
You ain't even got 100 on you now.
So I can get the 100 before I come back.
I got like a mini roll because I've, I had a good weekend. I had some fun. I mean, already.
Oh, yeah, there's some Stoichkis.
Already wrap with a blue one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
About 1,000.
You got a G.
Got about a G.
If a card game broke out, if you ended up at the casino, what are you doing?
Walking around with the G in his
Yeah,
pocket.
you know what I don't
Who carries
care,
that kind of cash?
I don't go to a cash machine. I don't have access to a cash machine. So that temptation is never there.
Yeah.
For me to go get cash, I have to go work to go get it.
All right.
Means I got to go to the bank. I got to write something out. I got to fill out some paperwork. So I want there to be true pain. I don't have a cash card where I can just go stop at ATM.
So what do you have to go to your bank and you
I go to my bank and I go talk to a teller.
deposit?
I told you I like human beings. A lot of people don't like human beings. I like human beings. So I go to my bank made out of brick and mortar
Yeah.
and concrete and such.
Yeah.
And I actually see a person at the bank, so I know my bank's really
What do
alive.
you fill out a
Not
slip?
some mystery thing.
You fill out a slip?
Of course I do.
Yeah, that's the same thing as putting a card into the machine. and
Right,
getting
except
money out.
it's harder.
Yurko,
It's
do
harder.
you think that bank, that brick and mortar, actually has all of your dollars
No.
sitting there? In
No,
it?
absolutely
Like, do you know
not.
how banks work?
Yes, I do know exactly
Okay.
how banks work.
All right.
I know exactly
Okay.
how banks
All
work.
right.
I'm a banker.
Yes.
Okay? You could call me a banker if you want. I know exactly.
Because
If they have-
Carmen's point of,
if
like,
the
the
bank-
slip is the same thing as
if
putting the card in
If the
there.
bank has $2 billion in assets, the bank that I go to, the branch, would not have $2 billion in assets. No.
Correct. No.
They would have a small fraction of that to be able to handle whatever's happening during the day.
Yes.
Yes. No, I understand that perfectly.
I guess your point is that it makes it harder to get cash.
Right. I don't want to be at a casino being able to get
Yeah.
cash.
You've added guardrails to yourself.
Guardrails.
Guardrails.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
have
like
more,
guardrails.
You have more self-discipline.
Why?
than that.
Because sometimes you can't trust yourself. What happens when you've been drinking?
Yeah, I know.
Judgment
you
goes.
You have good.
Why is it they give you free drinks at the casino?
They want you liquored up.
Uh-huh.
They want you
Why?
playing.
Why? So you keep going to the cash machine.
Why are there no clocks? Now everybody's got a clock on their phone, so it's a little different. But back in the old days, they sort of
Why
made
are
it
they
a point.
why are they pumping oxygen into the
Sure.
joint?
They want you drinking. They don't want you seeing what time it is. There are no windows. Of course, they want you in
So
there.
the point is, that's why I do it the painful way,
Okay.
the slow way, the arduous
I'll
way.
bring a little bit more cash. Maybe we'll play cards.
Yeah, bring a couple G's, man.
I'm not bringing
Come
a
on.
couple G's, but I have
You two guys,
discipline
couple
as well. I
G's
have
over there.
discipline as well.
I'm not playing cards. I'm going to work my normal day.
and Chris is working his normal day.
Bella's
that's
gonna
right.
work
You're
his
not
normal
in
day.
It. You're not in it. That's right.
No, yeah.
Well,
but
I'm going to be here.
Black is working his
He's a
normal
winner,
day.
though. He's the winner.
I'll play cards.
We'll play cards,
I'm a
Adam.
dude.
Say
Of
it.
course.
Black won.
Black
won.
won. We already did say that.
Black won, which is why he doesn't really have to participate in
That's what I
tomorrow's
said.
activity.
It's like I led the show. I said Chris is going to just do his normal day.
Denver.
He comes and goes as he
Playing
pleases.
myself for Denver.
2 games. He won by 2
He won
games.
by 2 games.
I
Two
still play
teams, I
myself
guess.
for
2
Denver.
teams.
You could always, 2 teams. You could always nitpick certain things where you're like, man, what was I thinking? No, I'm good. Thank you.
Sure?
Yep, I'm positive.
These are the good ones.
I know
thin
those
ones
are
from
the good ones.
Teebles.
Save those for tomorrow.
Went and picked up some perch last night for dinner.
Did you?
Delicious.
Yeah, we're going to need those for tomorrow.
Delicious.
Yeah.
You know what's around the corner, don't you? Lent.
Lent.
Lent. Who's in charge of the king cake
Ramadan?
for Fat Tuesday? Next week.
Is that
Fat
next
Tuesday.
week?
Ramadan? Yeah, it is.
Who's in charge?
Ramadan.
Yeah,
No,
you
it
call
is.
whatever you
It
want.
is.
So you bringing a king cake since you're Mr. Ramadan guy?
Why would I bring in a king cake during the day? It's Ramadan.
I don't know what to tell you. You want to chime in though with your thoughts? It made it sound like you was volunteering to bring in
I'm
the
just
cake.
trying to spread all fields here.
And just because
It's
you're
Lent,
not going to eat the
it's
cake,
also
I got you. And just because you're not eating the king cake doesn't mean you can't buy it.
Are we going to set the odds board today on like over-unders? We're going to go around and set the over-unders?
yeah. We got a few. I got a few
Okay.
prop bets in mind that we're going
All
to
right.
set.
We'll do
Is that
that
during the
tomorrow.
lunch rush? Is that during the
We'll
lunch
do that
rush?
as
It'll
the
be
show
before
goes.
the lunch rush, yeah.
We'll do that as the show goes along here. If you would like to suggest strategy or if you have an opinion on how we should handle Hot Dog Day and our penance for tomorrow, you can ring us up at 312-332-3776. Give us your game plan, I guess, and on how we should attack the day. Let's talk about a few things from the weekend coming up, too, including Justin Ishbia. Who's Justin Ishbia, Jurko? You know who that is?
Do not know.
He's a very rich man who's got a small stake in the White Sox, and soon maybe it'll be more. At least that was reported over the weekend. He was gonna buy the Twins. It sure felt like he was gonna buy the Twins, and now that is off. And a lot of people think, and the Athletic directly reported that it's because he has shifted his sights to buying a bigger stake and ultimately a controlling stake in the Chicago White Sox. I think he's worth about $5 billion. So
Who was Harry's buddy? Andy Berlin?
Andy Berlin, yeah.
He owns a big chunk of the White Sox, too, doesn't
Andy
he?
Berlin, I believe, does own a big chunk, or at least I know he did at one time.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Andy was a self-made gazillionaire, right? He built a paper company or something. Isn't that right? Do I have that right? Am I remembering correctly? I think he built
packaging.
Maybe it was a packaging company.
Packaging.
But a self-made dude that Harry knew very well from growing up, and we met Andy at times.
Yes, we have.
I
Yes,
don't
we
know
have.
how much Andy still owns in the White Sox. I know
got
he
a
did
piece.
have a piece for a
He's
while.
got a piece.
So we'll talk about that from the weekend. If you want to jump in, 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Their long jumps can be measured by a ruler. Their 40-yard dash is timed with an hourglass. But they are still among those invited to the NFL Combine. ESPN Chicago presents Waddle and Sylvie, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Tomorrow and Wednesday, 2:30 to 6:30. Brought to you by Steinhoffels and ESPN Chicago.
All right, picked up my 2025 Land Rover Defender from the great folks over at Howard Orloff Imports, and I love it. The thing drives like a dream for a big truck. I don't know how they do it, but man, the engineers have mastered this thing. It perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you would expect from Land Rover. It's got that Meridian sound system. The display, the touchscreen display is beautiful. All the bells and whistles, you're going to love it. It's got 8,000 pounds of towing capability, so whatever you're hauling, you're going to get there in style with the Land Rover Defender and the entire lineup. That 130's got the third row. You love that if you're hauling the kids around and their friends and their teammates to different sporting events and different activities. Family's going to love it, I promise. The best part, you're dealing with the folks at Howard Orloff. They make it easy. Go see Bill and his team today. They are ready to get you in the car of your dreams. See the full lineup of 2025 Defenders. They're ready and waiting for you now. So duck into the showroom in the city just off of the Kennedy at Armitage, or you can see the full lineup online at orloff.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile brand. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Heard of the business loan interest tax deduction your CPA has? Before filing your return, call a tax expert today. Call a CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. Brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It was reported over the weekend that Justin Ishbia, the billionaire co-owner with his brother Matt Ishbia of the Phoenix Suns, had removed himself from the running to buy the Minnesota Twins. That had been rumored for a little while. And The Athletic is reporting it's because he has shifted his focus to increasing his stake in the White Sox and that he wants to buy the team outright, obviously, or become the majority partner and controlling interest partner of the White Sox. I don't know that Jerry Reinsdorf will allow that to happen anytime soon. We'll see. But that made big news over the weekend, Jurk. He is estimated to be worth about $5.5 billion. Believe it or not, that's only good for 666th place on the world's richest people list. That's kind of amazing. Yeah. Isn't that something?
It is amazing, yeah.
He's got $5 billion, and it's like, it's 666. Holy cow. But it's to my, what have I been saying all this for a while now? There are billionaires everywhere that want to buy sports teams.
Yes,
they all want
do.
it. They all want in.
They want in.
Why do you think that is?
They want a chance.
They all want in.
The big time, the glory. They want to be an owner
maybe to
of a
fulfill some
sports
sort of
franchise.
Childhood dream, Jurk.
Well,
I mean,
you know what they say. It's Freudian,
Yeah, okay.
When you got a little piece, you want a big piece of something else.
I have a feeling not only are they looking to, well said, not only are they looking maybe to fulfill some sort of like, childhood dream or something like that, or some other Freudian psychology we could get behind. I think most of them look at it as a way to make money. They've already made a lot of money. They're smart businessmen. I think they see the landscape, and I think they go, hey, that's a good investment. That's why I don't like hearing Tom Ricketts and the rest of them say, no money here.
Yeah.
We don't do this to make money. We just hope to break even.
Little Tommy.
For us.
Little Tommy. We love him.
I don't buy it. Every billionaire out there wants in. And there's a few thousand of them, apparently. I don't know how many there are total, but many thousands at this point. For crying out loud, the guy's not even one of the 500 richest people in the world. He's got $5.5 billion. That tells you all you need to know. And they all want to buy sports teams.
Yes.
So I don't know, like, what makes him think. Does he feel like why did he abandon this bid for the Twins? Does he feel like he's close in buying more of the White Sox? He already has a stake in the White Sox. I don't know. But boy, was I asked about this a lot over the weekend. As you can imagine, as someone who is frequently bitching and complaining about the state of the Chicago White Sox. And I think,
and you think of the two, Jerry's more likely to sell the White Sox than he is the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, they're not selling the Bulls. The Bulls are too much of a brand. They know what the Bulls are. Yeah. They're building out that entire thing now. What do they call it? 1901 project, right?
I think so, yeah.
Called. They've bought up all that property that they in the works is. They're not selling the Bulls.
They haven't quite diminished and bottomed out the value of the Chicago White Sox yet, so they figure they might as well sell before they do.
Yeah, Jerry will, it's at a certain point here, whether that's in his lifetime or after, the family's not going to have controlling interest anymore in the White Sox. They don't want it, quite frankly. Jerry wants it because he loves baseball. Problem is he thinks he can run a baseball team like it's 84, and you can't do that anymore, and it's why the White Sox are where they are. Jerry's owned the team for over 4 decades. They have 7 playoff appearances under Jerry Reinsdorf. 7. In what? He's got 45 seasons, I guess, right? 45 seasons he's owned.
Yeah, 1983.
81. In 1981. 7 playoff seasons.
Yeah.
A slight sub-500 record. 495 winning percentage. Like, just kind of good enough to tease you, like you always say. I think that's been Jerry's philosophy for a long time.
7 out of 45 playoffs? Is that what you're telling me? 7 out of 45?
They've been to the playoffs 7 times.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. 7.
Oh, boy, that's not good.
It's not good, Jurko.
That's not good.
Right?
Yeah. That's bad.
It's less than 20% of the time. Is my math correct on that?
It's less than 16% of the time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Not good.
Not good at all.
And so I was asked about this.
Shameful, Carm.
I was asked about this a lot over the weekend.
And
anything.
And what were your druthers?
Anything would be better.
Anything's
than
better.
The current state of the White Sox.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Anything's better.
A billionaire who would come in and say, I am eager to spend like a major market team, invest in analytics and R&D the way some of the really good teams around the big leagues do. Hey, if we want a new stadium, I'll build it. I got the cash to build it. You don't have to build it for me. Maybe that's pie in the sky. I don't know. But those are all very exciting and enticing ideas. Look, I'm not going to lie. Like, his brother's made a little bit of a mess of the Phoenix Suns. Now, they've done some really cool things from what I've heard. I think they've lowered concession prices in Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's one thing that they did. I know Sylvie's been to a few of those games and really enjoys the atmosphere and the game day presentation that they have there. Most NBA teams are good at that anyway. I think there are things he's done in terms of community outreach and some things for the fans that are good. He's made a mess of the roster.
Yeah.
But okay. I don't know why that would deter anybody from thinking it can't get worse, can it? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, could it possibly get worse?
Anything
if
would
a billionaire
make it better.
like Ishbia bought it?
Yeah, anything would make it better.
I kind of feel like they say the grass isn't always greener.
Well,
I feel like in this situation it would be greener. I think it would be impossible.
Anything that could remove the stench of Reinsdorf off of it, I think becomes better.
That's what I think.
Yeah. And I think at this point that's what it is. 41-win Chicago White Sox team.
41 win.
The stench, it emanates throughout the facility. So
41, Jurko.
Yeah. It's not good. It's bad.
They've gone from 93 to 81 to 61 to 41.
And there's no positive way to sell anything with the Chicago White Sox. You know, they're going to accomplish something by winning 62 games this year?
No, of course not. They'd hit Euro over.
Yeah, if they get to 63, have they accomplished something? They're still going to be one of the 5 worst franchises in Major League Baseball.
For sure.
So
things appeared to get down the road enough the last several weeks with the Twins that Ishbia's interest in grabbing the controlling stake of the White Sox means the Twins are hustling to regroup, quote unquote, and left them stunned, quote unquote. Now that this has happened, everything apparently is on the table, according to the report in The Athletic. Part of the everything, there would be the possibility that the Pohlad family simply retain ownership and decline to sell. Carl Pohlad bought the Twins, Yerk, I think it was in like 1983, for $44 million. His team today is worth about $1.5 billion. So $44 million to $1.5 billion. Job well done. Take the money and run.
Take the money and run.
Were White Sox fans excited about the news? If you heard it over the weekend. Again, I was asked about this a lot, like numerous times. A lot of text messages, a lot of stuff on social media. So, and I'm assuming it's got White Sox fans kind of buzzing just in general.
Have we heard another report of where somebody wanted to come and buy them? Have we heard of other reports like this where there was a serious interest of somebody wanting to acquire the Chicago White Sox?
I don't know. I feel like I don't think so. And also, I don't think that Jerry's ever indicated that he wants to sell the team while he's alive. He really does love baseball. He doesn't know how to run a franchise, but he loves baseball. He doesn't know how to own a franchise, I should say, other than make money. I mean, he's been good at that. Listen, I mean, you can't take that away from Jerry.
Nobody denies that.
He's been good at that. He's certainly been profitable. That does very little for White Sox fans. When you go to the playoffs, once every 6 years or so under a guy's ownership, I mean, what are you really doing? I mean, not to mention the advantages he has in Chicago against the rest of that division historically. Like, think about the teams in the division. Think about Kansas City for the better part of the last 30 years.
Detroit.
Think Detroit. Every once in a while they'll peak, but think about Detroit over the last 30 years.
Minnesota usually does more with less.
Yes. Same with Cleveland, too.
That's how they do it.
Think about your advantages, and you can never get to the playoffs. I mean, or you barely have ever gone. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. But he doesn't care because he's made money, and he's a businessman. So he's been good at that. He doesn't know how to be an owner of a baseball team, certainly not in the modern era. And the win-loss record tells you everything you need to know. So I don't know when he's going to say enough is enough. I don't know that he ever will, and I don't know that Ishbia will even be in a position where he can buy the team from Jerry. I don't know. Explain a hostile takeover to me. Is that possible?
We'll have to ask Gordon Gecko. I don't know how a
Can you take a hostile takeover
works.
in baseball?
But he'd have to get other partners.
Yeah.
that are in there with the White Sox to be able to get a majority ownership, that kind of thing. That's how you do it, right?
I think.
You go and you talk to others and say, hey, I'm willing to buy all you guys out, and then you have a percentage of the shares that all of a sudden you're the guy running it all.
That sounds right, Jurko. I'm going to look up hostile takeover in Wikipedia in the break. 312-332-3776. Did this excite you a little bit, White Sox fans? Do you think it's anything that's going to happen? I'm not so sure it will. Jerry's celebrating a birthday this week or late last week, right? I think Jerry's like 87 now, 88, something like that. He's getting up there. Sell it, Jerry. Sell it. You did it. You turned $40 million into a few bill. Sell it. And live out the rest of your life in Arizona in peace and tranquility and harmony and happiness with lots of billions. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us Wednesday night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's.
Classic. Then treat yourself to Masa Cafe after.
Oh, now you're talking.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene.
Perfect time. Restaurant Week is on now through March 2nd. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Pat Boyle inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. Great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, a sports book, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
So we're going to set some over-unders on the hot dog eating contest. It's not a contest. It's just who's going to eat the most, who's going to eat. I think you guys are being... I think you're going to see tomorrow. I think come Wednesday, maybe like I told you, anybody who thinks they're having 8, 10 hot dogs, that ain't happening. But we'll see.
You're talking about 8, 10 hot dogs in one sitting.
No, I know you've got 24 hours. You'll see.
You know what you know, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll see.
All right.
You're going to be sick to your stomach at some point. It's going to happen. I'm telling you. But you think you're going to eat 12? So be it.
That might be the bonus, Carm, is getting sick.
That's never the bonus.
But if you're sick and you get to leave,
upset
isn't
stomach,
it worth it?
No way.
That's a win.
To be vomiting or to be crapping?
Vomitas.
You really think you're going to vomit up hot dogs?
Carm thinks he is.
I mean...
You know they're hot dogs, right?
12 of them?
Guys, as long as they taste good, they're going to be all right.
Like, this isn't Fear Factor where...
yeah, we're not eating slugs.
Yeah, we're not...
I'll tell you
like,
what, Joe Rogan.
We'll see.
I mean, they're just hot dogs, and you can dress them however you like.
We'll see.
However you like, Carm.
Relish, tomatoes, onion.
Doll it up if you want, man. Drag it through the garden.
Just mustard.
Celery salt, the whole
Drag
thing.
it through
Celery
the
salt.
garden.
Are they bringing celery salt?
They said they're bringing everything.
Everything. Ooh. Celery salt would be included.
That is a huge bonus.
You're a fan of celery salt.
Well, it's definitely
I am. It's great.
Definitely a nice little topper on the hot dog. That's a good point.
I like my tomatoes diced. I don't like them when they're like wedges.
Usually they do wedges.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. It's sort of like the traditional way, I guess.
Yeah. And I also think the pickles should be a little bit smaller.
They do the whole
They give you a spear, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Spear's sometimes bigger than a hot dog itself.
Yeah. What power rankings were you looking at there? You were reading
Ken Palm.
Ken Palm power rankings. Yeah.
I mean, realistically, most of your champions over the last 20 years have been top 20 in both offensive and defensive efficiency.
Right, I've heard that stat before.
Right, and there's only like 6 or 7 teams. Even if I stretch it out to top 25 in each one, maybe 7 teams that legitimately have a chance to win this bad boy.
We're just a few weeks away here. You know, like this is
Oh,
where it's
we're
really
right
going
around
to
the
get
corner,
going.
Carmen.
Yeah, like conference tournaments are going to be happening
we're
in the
gonna
next
have
couple weeks.
Daylight until 7 o'clock, and then they're going to have the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah, what happened is Illinois, man, on the outside looking in right now?
They crapped the bed.
Yeah, they went to the Garden and got smoked.
They went to the Garden, a neutral site game against Duke.
Yeah.
And you know what their 3-pointers were? Anybody want to guess? 3-pointers? At one point, they're 0 for 16.
Whoa, were they really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I think they finished 2 for 24 or 2 for 25.
That's not good.
Yeah, it was horrific.
Yeah.
Watching that team trying to shoot, it was horrific. And, I mean, listen, you know, most of the time when my guys come over here, like Ivasic is this kid's name. He's got a brother at Arkansas. This one happens to be at Illinois. I've never seen a 7-footer play like he was 6 foot.
No, that's not good.
For being a big man, and, you know, I'm a fan of my people. You know that, right? But being a big man like that, a 7-footer, and not being able to have any presence whatsoever down low, everybody attacked the basket. Everybody got layups. And what was he doing? He was standing there with his arms in the air, just standing there, not doing much of anything because he's wispy. He's wispy. Needs a little bit of a diet, and it needs some work in the weight room. Now, he's the younger brother, so he might be young, he might be youthful. But let me tell you a story about my people. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, him and the brother. When you're 7 foot tall and a European club doesn't gobble you up, when a European Real Madrid, Barcelona, any of the other big basketball clubs that play in Europe don't come in and gobble you up when you're a 7-footer and you end up coming to America, they keep the best in Europe. They don't let them come to America to play college basketball.
Is that right?
They keep the best in Europe. They try to keep the best in Europe. When the both of you make it over to the United States and end up playing on college teams, probably gives you an indication of what kind of player you are when you come over. So you got a limited player that's trying to develop, and that's why they come to America. Limited players trying to develop. And both of the boys, the one in Arkansas and the one here at Illinois, are trying to develop their games. That's what they're doing. And I hope they do. But right now, they had a mock one time where he was getting drafted in the NBA draft.
Oh, boy.
I go, listen, if you can't make your three-pointers from the outside and you can't shoot, like Kukoc can shoot from the outside. Kukoc was a facilitator, right?
Yes.
He could make things happen for you. These two guys are poor men. Poor man's Tony Kukoc.
Maybe you're just buying the
right.
upside.
I mean, these are the generic versions of Tony Kukoc without the skill, without the shooting ability, without the vision, without the passing ability. So they've got to develop it. Right now, they're not. And Illinois is, I mean, I don't know what Illinois' record is in the last 3 weeks.
Well, they
had some illness come through the team.
They did, and they've also lost 3 straight. Granted, all the top 20 teams.
Yeah.
But they've lost 3 in a row to Michigan State, Wisconsin, and Duke, and they still have Michigan and Purdue, which are top 20 teams on the schedule. So now it's 17 and 11. All of a sudden, it's
and Purdue just got dusted.
Yeah, I saw that.
Purdue just got dusted in Indiana.
Yeah, by Indiana,
the Hoosiers.
Right? Yeah.
It's a team the Fighting Illini beat by like 35 points.
That's true.
Earlier in the year.
That's true.
It's crazy, this college basketball, man. I don't know how to make sense of it sometimes.
Yeah, they got beat pretty good last week by Indiana. Purdue did. Let's go to Billy in Berlin. What's going on, Billy?
What's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
I'm curious to know what safeguards, if any, there are to prevent Jurko from cheating in this hot dog contest.
It is a legitimate concern, Billy and Berwyn.
That's what I'm saying.
It is
That's what I'm saying. If you ain't cheat,
legitimate,
right,
yeah.
Jurk?
That's right.
Well, okay, that's a fair question, Billy. Thanks, Billy.
My counter might go to 24.
Yeah, but how do you expect to do that? We're all going to be here. Like,
well, what if you start with 80 and then you end up with this many and you account for all of them, and then I claim I had 24 and the mathematics equal out?
I think you have to eat the hot dog in front of someone. Don't you have to eat every hot dog in front of someone?
Yeah,
There's no private eating.
Someone has to verify that the dogs are being consumed.
Right.
Just as if you choose to get here early.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to timestamp.
You have to alert someone, and usually we have some other teammates who are here in the building, so we can find out what time you arrive.
Security.
Jurko, you can't take a tray of dogs into the bathroom and all of a sudden you just walk out.
That was delicious.
Oh,
wow.
You got to have a witness, and I'm going to timestamp it and take a picture and send it to the boys when I get here in the morning so they know my clock has started.
You could film a pre-show video if you wanted to.
I can do that too. Yeah, I'm going to alert the guys. That's my plan. So
you guys are always wondering what to do with the bells that are around the studios.
Ring my bells. It's right here behind your computer,
After you eat a dog,
Right
ring
over
the
the
bell
top.
so everyone knows at the station that you consumed one.
The bells of St. Mary will be ringing when the good kid eats his hot dogs. Oh, yeah. You got that right.
Bob's in LaGrange. What's up, Bob?
Hey, love you guys. Jurko, I'm a big fan, but if you haven't watched Illinois lately, you didn't know that he had mono 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He had a busted ankle, and he had the flu the last 2 games.
Mono
he's a much
and
better
the
player
flu.
than you saw, no question.
I know. I've seen him play.
Hey, they cracked the bat.
I saw him play early in the year, too. I've been watching Illinois the whole year. They were ranked highly at the beginning of the year. They had top 20 Ken Palm scores at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I'm trying to wait for them to resort and revert back to what they once were. But, last 3 games have been brutal. Yeah, the last 3 games have been brutal.
Yeah,
but I was thinking about making an
he's
investment.
not himself.
Right, but I was looking to make an investment in these guys.
Wow.
In the Fighting Illini,
Tread lightly right now. Bob,
in
thanks,
my
buddy.
thing, and I do, and I realize they're getting through it. Maybe in the Big Ten tournament, we're going to see a better version of the Fighting Illini in the Big Ten tournament. And that's, 2-3 weeks away, right?
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks away.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks away. Because the tournament doesn't kick off until like the 20th.
Yes.
Like that, the 18th, the 19th, to 20th.
The 19th, the 18th, I guess, is that Tuesday.
Yeah, so that's the crap games. Come on.
Right.
We don't care about the crap games.
The Big Ten tournament
starts on the 19th and the 20th.
Not this weekend, the weekend after.
Right, the 20th and the 21st, right?
That's when the tournament starts.
That's when the tournament starts. The Big Ten finishes on that Sunday before it.
Right. Which is 2 weeks from Sunday.
Right, which is the 14th, I believe.
It is the 14th. Yeah, it'll start probably that Wednesday, I think it starts, right? It's the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th.
Where's that being played? In Vegas now that the Big Ten is so huge?
Don't know.
They're taking the football media day out there.
I know. Black and Abdallah are trying to go on
They already
assignment.
had,
I don't blame
I'm
them.
not surprised, guys.
You guys want to join?
I want to go, too.
Let's go.
The answer is yes.
That's early August?
Nothing's more important than football, right?
Big Ten Media Day in Vegas.
Yeah.
We just need a partner. Let's get a partner on board.
Sidle up next to Ryan Day at a blackjack table.
Yes.
Friggin' go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
You
Brett Bielema.
You had me at hello.
I'll keep his little lady company over at the pool.
Chris can try to take Lincoln Riley out at the legs.
Have you seen
No.
Hey.
Have you seen the latest with
is he
USC?
back? Oh, is he back?
Right now, they have the #1 recruiting class in 2026.
Uh-oh.
Saying, watch out, making moves.
Lincoln back.
Big time. Lincoln's back in the good
Who's
graces.
got the #1 transfer portal in this year?
That'd be Bill Belichick.
I mean,
and his girlfriend.
Right.
And his girlfriend.
Did you see her?
Yeah. Who
At
hasn't?
North Carolina Stadium?
Yeah. Did you see him stumbling out of the arena?
I saw him sleeping in the stands.
Yeah, and then trying to walk out.
Yeah.
Pappy Van Belichick.
She's got her
over
jacket
there.
like around her waist.
Yes.
Basically, it's on her arms, but around her waist.
We watched
for
the
Bill.
same thing.
Good
He's
for
like
Bill.
trying to walk
Oh.
out slowly.
Yeah.
And she's behind him with the jacket down around her waist, not wearing it.
Do you know if you put in just Bill Bell, the first thing that comes up on Twitter is Bill Belichick girlfriend jacket?
Yeah. You're seeing
not
it
on
right
Twitter.
now.
Excuse me, if I said Twitter, on Google. Like the first thing you put in the search engine, it comes right up. That's awesome.
Nice, huh?
Well, she's,
Put Brett Bielema's wife in there.
No, come on.
And come up with a picture. No, I'm asking you to. I'm asking you. I said if we go to the thing, I'm going to keep her company at the pool. I mean, that's all.
So that's just as bad as
Getting her a
Cap in the morning. Is she hot during deal breakers?
No, I'm not asking anybody if she is. She is. I just want Carmen to take a look at her.
So good.
You got a gander?
No, hold on. Let me look.
What the hell?
Come on, Jesse.
I mean, what are you?
Well,
you're resorting to Jesse Rogers right here. I've asked you to do something. Do something.
You want to
My
get
image.
aroused?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, she's very pretty.
Yes. Lovely young lady.
Yes.
Lovely young lady. Absolutely. But I'm saying if he's busy and she needs company, you know what I'm saying? At the pool, somebody might have to lotion her up, with a little bit of oil. She might have a spot she missed. Heavens forbid she burned. You know the cancer rate out there. It's unbelievable.
She's very pretty.
North Carolina's not in the Big Ten.
No,
he's talking about Vegas and
Bielema's
wife in Vegas. Stay with the scene. Yurko's at the pool.
I'm trying to answer phone calls.
Somebody wake up Abdallah.
I'm trying to answer phone calls over here.
Somebody wake Abdallah up. He's sleeping. Ramadan. It's next week. All right, wake up.
Sleep at the switch.
All right.
I love Adam Abdallah. Look at him over there. How many hot dogs is this guy going to eat? Probably 50. I got
I'm
the
gonna
over
say
on
8.
this guy 50.
More than Carmen, I'll
7.
tell you
I'm
that.
going to say 7 for
Seven?
Abdallah.
I might eat 7 before the show starts.
You.
You want to bet?
Thank you.
Nah,
Yeah,
before
exactly.
Black
Side
and
bet.
Abdallah starts.
Side bet.
Before Black and Abdallah starts? Okay, maybe. That's
That's
aggressive,
lunch.
But okay.
Danny wanted to bet me on how many wieners I was going to eat, and I put a number down. He goes, "There's no way in hell you're going to eat that many." I go, "Listen, if we're going to wager on it, though, we're going to wager something on it." I wanted a $1,000 wager if I was going to eat 12 hot dogs or not. And he goes, "There's no way!" And boom, 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 blah, 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 blah.
Oh, if there was a grand in it, yeah.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
wouldn't even think about it.
Come
No
on.
way a man could eat 50 eggs.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Carmen.
That
That
seemed
would
like a nice
that would-
number, Carmen.
That would cost you way more than $1,000 right now.
It's Carmen. Yeah, it would cost you way more than $1,000. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's Home for Sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, we've all bought a car before, and what do we all hate? How long it takes. You sit for hours at the dealership. Well, not at any of the Advantage Chevrolet stores. Advantage Chevrolet stores offer a 60-minute guarantee. And if they don't get you out in your new Chevy in 60 minutes or less, they will make your first car payment. So visit AdvantageChevrolet.com and visit Advantage at their 3 locations in Bolingbrook, Hotchkiss, and Bridgeview. Advantage Chevrolet, home of the 60-minute guarantee. Together, let's drive.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch. And when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
When you call or text 988, you're not talking to a machine. You're talking to someone like me. I'm here to listen to you and hear your story. You don't have to have all the words or know exactly what to say. I'll meet you where you are. Whether you're feeling hopeless, overwhelmed, or just need someone to talk to, we're here 24/7 because your life matters. Call or text 988. Let's find hope together.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, watch all the hoops all season long at Cody's Public House. What a place. We love Cody's. Get a Sam Adams American Light in your hand, brewed with game days in mind. It's clean, crisp, and delicious. With plenty of TVs, Cody's is always dog-friendly as well, inside and out. So bring your pup and enjoy a Sam Adams American Light this hoop season.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Boy, have you upset the Illinois fans. Woo. So Bob and LaGrange called, and Bob said, look, Jurk, I love you, but you're way off. I got a series of texts here from a proud alum of the University of Illinois.
Tell him to bring it. Let me hear it.
Ivasic is good. He had mono and lost 20 pounds. You might want to tell Jurk. He also did play pro in Europe and came here because of NIL. Jurko's wrong. Landscape has changed due to NIL. They make more here. Horrific take, flat out wrong by Jurko.
No. What's this guy going to tell me about Europe? Who's this guy?
This is a proud Illinois.
An American telling me about Europe?
I mean, I don't know.
Go hang up on yourself.
I see in social
What's this guy
media,
doing?
My Twitter's all filled up now,
good.
too.
It's about time it's filled up with
wrong.
Twitter.
You got to tell him he's wrong. Listen, I don't know. This is not my realm. It's not waters. I don't swim in. I don't know.
We already acknowledged the sickness that had run through the team.
Yes, he had mono.
Right.
Yes.
No, but besides the mono, they
had the flu, yeah.
Right. The mono's an individual thing.
Mono, man.
It's individual
you
weakness.
still get that from kissing?
Individual weakness.
Yeah.
Okay? That comes from individual weakness, which seems to plague this individual.
You get it from kissing?
Yeah, I have no idea, Carmen. Put it this way, I would never have gotten mono.
You could.
Okay, mono.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sharing a drink could also spread it.
Could do it,
But the flu is the thing that can ravage the team.
Right, and that probably has ravaged the team. Nobody's going
A lot of teams.
Nobody's going to take away from that. You know, They beat Minnesota. They beat UCLA. I think after losing to UCLA a little bit earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I've been looking at a lot of college basketball. No, they beat UCLA at home. They lost to Michigan State again after losing to Michigan State by 2 earlier in the year. So they had a real good game against them.
That's right.
They got walked against Michigan State. Wisconsin took so much advantage of them that they almost thought about arresting the Wisconsin Badgers basketball team. Okay? What Duke did to them is criminal. Absolutely criminal.
Yeah,
now,
pretty good.
They've got 3 games left in the season.
They do.
Okay? The time to get healthy and the time to get your confidence back, because no matter what, when you're shaken the way the Fighting Illini have been shaken with the losses that they've had, even after having good victories earlier in the year, Carm, they've got some nice victories early in the year. I mean, they lost 13 to Alabama. All right, they went up to Northwestern, got their asses kicked. Their loss to Tennessee was a 66-64 loss that I watched on television. It was a damn good game.
And Tennessee's very
and
good.
they were in it, and it was a top-notch effort and a top-notch ball game. I watched that game, okay? You beat Chicago State. You guys want to celebrate? You beat Chicago State? And I mean, anybody going to do that? Go to 95th Street? I can get 5 bums together to go beat Chicago State, all right? Let's not pretend this team is better than they are. And Maryland kicked their ass by 21.
Yep.
All right. Let's not pretend you're something better than you are.
I think they also
Fighting Illini basketball in the land of pigs down there. The stench in Champaign.
I think some of the
when the
Ivisic
wind blows the wrong direction. He's Croatian. I'm Croatian. If somebody's going to critique him, it'll be me. Okay? That's the way it works. And Bob in Belvedere and Billy in Berwyn and Chuck in Chattanooga, you guys can all go blow it out your ass.
Viking Scott, who's somewhat of a, he is somewhat of a college basketball aficionado. Yeah. He loves it. Yeah. Almost as much as he loves the NFL. He says Illinois is probably an 8 or a 9 right now.
Yeah. Limping. They're limping home.
Yeah.
They're limping home.
Are they even an 8
but
or
it's
9
not
now?
the last 3 games only. There have been signs that this team was, withering. It was going south. And if you look at a statistical analysis of this team and plot it on a graph, this is not a mountain going up. This is a hill going down.
How much could a guy like this Ivisic make in NIL money at Illinois? You make a lot of NIL money at yeah?
I don't know. He's the younger brother of the one at Arkansas. That's all I can tell you.
I wonder how much it actually is.
And the one at Arkansas's got a limited aspect to his game also.
Technically, international student athletes cannot make NIL money.
Oh, who's wrong now?
They can't?
Who's wrong now?
I'm looking at the internet right now. It's something to do with their visas.
Really?
Yeah.
So this person that was texting me about Jurko being wrong is the one who is indeed wrong?
I don't know what to
So
tell
if you're from Europe, you can't make NIL money?
I'm not saying that 100% you can't. It says international student athletes are generally not able to take advantage of NIL opportunities in the United States.
It's all confusing, guys. I'm telling you. I don't know.
I think my
point
point stands in your top young European talent usually stays in Europe to play the professional basketball. Ivisic might have played for Real Madrid, like your texter calls you. Mm-hmm. Why'd he leave?
He's saying for NIL money.
Well, okay.
How much could he be making?
Our guy has looked something up that says that's not true.
I don't know.
Sometimes when you develop your game, and you have to develop your game, you come to America, develop your game as European. Otherwise, they stay there usually to make that kind of money. They're not being educated.
No, not playing professionally.
They're playing professionally over there.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Plus, we're going to start setting the odds for tomorrow. 312-332-3776. Back in 2.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. This February, you could miss Groundhog Day, President's Day, and even Valentine's Day. Well, some of you probably shouldn't miss Valentine's Day, but don't miss your chance from Window Nation to save 60% off all window styles and pay nothing for 2 full years. Only from Window Nation. This offer ends February 28th, so you'll want to schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Want to know where the snow is? Snow River Mountain Resort in Michigan's UP is buried in it. Over 125 inches of pure natural powder this season alone. Skip the airport hassle and head to the UP's only resort with high-speed lifts. We're talking deep snow, 0 crowds, and a season that stretches well into April. Why fly south when winter's best-kept secret is right here in your backyard? Make this spring break legendary at Snow River Mountain Resort. Snow River Mountain Resort, where the snow stays longer and the lines move faster. Visit snowriver.com to book now.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The auto show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get auto show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
They're $14.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Jurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jurko's going deep on Illinois basketball here. I didn't know we were going to be so into Illinois. And it's hard to tell if, like, these international guys can or can't make NIL. It looks like they can with some clever, I don't want to say clever accounting, but like...
It would be clever accounting, because how do they pay taxes?
It says they can make money on their NIL depending on their visa status and the university's guidelines. So something tells me the big universities have some protocols in place that figure out a way to make it happen so that they're
if you come over here on a
NIL.
work visa, I would imagine that would allow you to work because it's a job then, right?
This is too confusing. I got to be honest with you guys. I'm not invested in college athletics enough to care.
I do.
I mean, I love watching college football, and I like college hoops, too. Like, I'm watching it more now because 'tis the season.
Right.
I love the tournament. I can't pretend that I can waste any amount of energy or thought getting into what kids from Europe or anybody else is going to make an NIL. I just don't give a damn.
Okay, the Fighting Illini fans,
care.
I get you. You don't care. I care because I've been called out on the carpet. Fighting Illini fans want to let you know that the last 3 games is where they've struggled. They've been sick. They've been this. They've had mono, blah, 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 whatever. Okay? On January 10th, they were 12-3. 12-3. Ranked highly. 12-3 team ranked highly. Since the game on January 11th that they lost, they've gone 5-8. It's been 42 days. 6 weeks, guys. 6 weeks. Okay? So all the sicknesses and the monos and all the crap that you want to go ahead and spin about the Fighting Illini basketball program, and you want to say it's just the last 3 weeks and we've been ill and we've been sick. 5-8 over 6 weeks. With obviously the 3 losses being absolutely brutal. But before then, you were even 5-5, guys. You were playing mediocre, average basketball. It was substandard for the way that you played earlier in the year. Now you've got to find a way to recapture that magic, which is the challenge, which was my point, that it's a challenge, and they've got to find a way to turn it around, and you can't blame sickness over the course of 6 weeks. Now, you've just been handed a lesson. Okay? Accept it. Okay? And let's go about the business of seeing if this Fighting Illini team can turn it around. Coach Underwood has got a tremendous task in front of him. Okay? If the fellas find a way after 6 weeks, maybe to get a little bit healthier, maybe they could eat some chicken soup, maybe some matzo ball soup, maybe something to find a way for them to get healthier. But the key is, when they get healthier, they need to play better basketball.
That's great.
Check and mate. That's it. Nobody needs to say anything anymore.
I'm done. I can't.
Anything. I want them to play better.
Hey,
I wanted to
Illinois
invest
fans. I think Jurko just checkmated you.
I wanted to invest major dollars in the Fighting Illini, but I can't.
And then who's the kid that got hurt? The big man who broke his wrist.
And
I know
what a player! 2-handed block went down in the game before. Terrible.
They've lost one of their better players. The Ivasic kid did go through mono and was sick. Okay, I get it.
No, it ran through the team. I'll give you that.
I think Jurko just checkmated you.
Jeez.
I think stop being so sensitive all the time.
I'm cheering. Listen,
you know,
you can't beat up on Eastern Illinois every year and think that you're going to be a championship team. You schedule them, you score 100 points against them, and then you get all frothy.
Didn't you tell me Eastern in the Ken Palm is ranked dead last in college basketball?
It's 340th, I think.
Well, it's close to dead last.
It's close to dead last.
Jeez.
We finished dead last a couple years prior.
Oh, yeah.
Don't beat up on us. Marty Simmons
has the old Henry
Marty
Domercant days are done?
Those days are gone. Kyle Hill and Henry Domercant. Listen.
By the way, I think
Marty
Henry's
Simmons is the coach there, by the way.
Who is?
Marty Simmons.
Oh, is that right?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Illinois legend. Yeah. Illinois legend.
Henry, by the way, I think is an assistant on the Bulls staff. Did you know that? I think he's on Billy Donovan's staff.
I did not know that.
I think he is.
Yeah. But again, I'm cheering for Illinois.
Well,
the Illini fans are a little bit sensitive.
I think they're very sensitive.
A little sensitive. Your asses are chapped.
Funny how my text chain is now gone quiet.
Unchap your asses. Unchap them.
It's gone quiet.
Get some of that Boudreaux's butt paste and unchap it. I mean, I'm trying to talk basketball. I'm the only guy here. Me and Akey, champions for college basketball. And what? No, I'm sensitive. Jurko doesn't know what he's talking about. Blah, blah, blah. I know what I'm talking about because I'm a genius.
Take that.
And that's what you got to remember. I'm a genius.
Check and mate. The Bulls have an interesting game tonight. Now, I can talk NBA.
Go
I know
forever.
you don't like to.
Go forever.
The Bulls have an interesting game tonight. You'd probably like to see him lose. Not probably. I think you'd like to see him lose, right? They're playing a team more hapless than even they are. Do you know it's Bulls and Sixers tonight, Jurk? The Bulls have lost 6 in a row. The Sixers have lost 7 in a row. Embiid got benched in the fourth quarter Saturday against the Nets.
Right.
Now, the Nets are at the Wizards tonight. If the Bulls lose and the Nets win, the Bulls would actually, for the first time, I feel like in forever, be knocked out of that stupid play-in thing. Which, I mean, really, come on. Don't. When the season ends, let it end. No play-in for the third straight. What would this be, the third straight year? They're the 10th seed in the stupid play-in tournament. And for what? Watch them win it this time, go to the playoffs, and then really screw their draft position. Embiid is looking for options on his knee. I don't know if he's going to play again this year. Maxi's questionable for tonight. The Sixers are still favored. They're in Philadelphia tonight. The Sixers were like 14-1 when the season started to win the NBA championship. 14-1. They're now 500-1. They're not even going to make the playoffs. 14-1 to 500-1. I don't remember too many of those covering the NBA for a long time, where a team goes from 14-1 to 500-1. Not that it's never happened, but you don't see that too often in the NBA. You want to take a stab at the win total for the Philadelphia 76ers when the season started? They're 20-36.
So when they started, I think they probably had them at 50 games.
50 and a half.
Yeah. 50 games.
They're 20-36. And for all intents and purposes, you'd think that they will finish below 500. They haven't had a season below 500 since 2017 in the early days of Trust the Process or whatever the hell they were.
7 in a row they've lost.
They've lost 7 in a row. The Bulls have lost 6 in a row.
I know. So something's got to break tonight. Can it end in a tie?
No.
Can it end in a tie?
No.
No?
Abdallah called it the must-lose game.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's right.
We've heard of must-wins. Is there a must-lose?
Does it look like, though?
Tonight's a must-lose.
That Toronto, not Toronto.
The Nets.
The Brooklyn Nets.
The
Brooklyn Nets
are going to pass them out.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I would think so.
They're 7-3 in their last 10.
Cheer for the Nets to pass them.
Yeah, cheer for the Nets to play better basketball.
Does anybody want to see a play-in tournament again? My God. Like, let the season mercifully come to an end and see if
they were 14-32.
Get lucky in the lottery.
The Nets were before this 10-game, last 10 games, they were 14-32.
I know.
And now they're up to 21-35. Now, can they get to 30 before they get to 40? The Brooklyn Nets, 30-40. That means they would go 9-5.
Yeah, maybe. I guess
maybe they could. It's a possibility.
They're playing better right now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is the day that me and Abdallah and Jurko are going to spend a lot of hours at the corner of State and Lake, 190 North State. We are paying off the bet, three-way tie for the losers for the playoff prediction bet when the NFL season started. The Black gets to come and go as he pleases because he was the winner. He'll probably have a hot dog or two. I mean, why not? The Vienna beef hot dogs will be here. But Chris can do what he chooses. The rest of us have to spend 24 hours on site, starting any time after midnight. I mean, it doesn't matter. You get here whenever we want. The clock starts, and for every hot dog we eat over that 24-hour period, 1 hour comes off of the sentence. Very simple. And it's basically a lifted idea from the guys who started this years ago with the Waffle House Challenge for, I think it was a fantasy football. It was the loser had to spend 24 hours in a Waffle House. Every waffle you ate, you got to knock 1 hour off of your sentence. So we stole it. We're doing it with hot dogs because it's more Chicago than the Waffle House. We thought about a Waffle House, but I think the closest was in Indy. Didn't we determine that?
I believe so, yeah.
We're like, well, that's not going to work. And we said, hey, you know what? What about hot dogs? That's a very Chicago thing. And we have from our friends at the Pride Stores, the Vienna beef cart. We've all put it on our social media accounts so you can check it out. I mean, it's the real deal. It's the real thing. It's got the wheels. It's got the umbrella. We were seeing if we could get the umbrella, you really, for the accoutrement, the whole thing, you want to see that umbrella.
Yeah.
Makes you think of a nice summer day with a hot dog vendor. I don't know. It's big, though. I don't know if it'll open safely in the confines of the studio space.
It will not. I mean,
I don't think so.
In our lobby area.
Maybe in the lobby.
It would open up.
Yeah.
In the confines of the lobby area.
The wieners are here. The Glizzies have arrived.
See him. Look at him. Danny Lynch.
Danny Lynch is bringing them up
I've
now.
never seen a guy so comfortable carrying wieners in my life, but that guy is.
Adam, what are some of the over-unders some of the other prop bets that you wanted to make here?
So here's the deal. Like you said, spending a lot of time at the corner of State and Lake, that is entirely up to you.
Right, correct.
It's not up to anybody but yourself because you control how many hot dogs you consume or don't consume. Also, for those listening, watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, we will have a camera on us the entire time we are not doing the show. So between, I would say, let's call it 9 a.m. maybe, 9 a.m. and noon, there will be a camera on us on our digital studio where you can watch on Twitch, where you can watch on YouTube us eating hot dogs. There might be some content. You might be able to listen to us on YouTube and Twitch during the hours of 10 to noon.
We have to watch what we say?
It'll be a picture-in-picture.
Yes.
So while Cap and J Hood are on the air, while Clinton and friends are on the air, while Waddle and Sylvia are on the air, there will be a box of the hot dog room in the picture. So you don't have to go anywhere different. It's the same stream as usual.
Okay. We have to watch what we say, or can we...
It's a good
Can
question.
we speak freely?
You can ask Ehrman that question.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'd
All
have to ask Director of Content, Danny Zetterman for that,
Okay.
that.
All right.
And and then after, obviously, the show at 3 o'clock when we turn it over to Waddle and Sylvie, the picture-in-picture will return while they are at the this is going to be great. They're going to be at the Combine talking to Ryan Poles and Ben
Right.
Johnson, and there's going to be a picture-in-picture of us
Eating
dogs
glizzies.
in the
Watching
corner.
world-class athletes.
Are they aware of this?
They're about to
Who
be, if they're
cares?
listening.
Who cares?
They're about to be.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
Doesn't matter. Get used to it, boys.
See if that changes by tomorrow.
We're setting
we'll
the
be there.
lines.
And then we're going to wheel the cart into the studio, obviously, between noon and 3 so we can have hot dogs during the show. So, like you said, for every hot dog you eat, an hour is taken off. If you want to eat 3 hot dogs, you can eat 3 and stay here for 21 hours.
Right.
If you want to eat 12 hot dogs and stay here for 12 hours, you can. I think we have to set over-unders for ourselves. Because I don't want to set Jurko's over-under. That's not fair to Jurko. I don't want to set Carmen's over-under. That's not fair to Carmen.
Yeah.
So we'll go around the room, set your over-under, be realistic. Set a real total because I imagine there'll be some wagering. Not that we want to promote gambling, but just for pride in the Twitch chat.
Let's promote gambling on this.
Promote gambling.
No, I mean, just for pride, is that you do whatever you want to.
And I've even got the juice on it. My number is 4.5. Under is -120.
4.5.
3 dogs?
4.5. 4.5 under, so you can have 4,
Okay,
and
4.
the under comes in.
All right, okay, all right.
I'm just doing the total. I'm not juicing these
All
things.
right,
The dogs will be juicy enough. All right?
All right, 4.5 -120.
All right.
go.
Mine's going to be even money on both sides, 10.5.
10.5 dogs.
I'm taking the under.
But how much? Put it on. Open your mouth. You said it. How much?
I am
Let's go.
also going to go 10. I wanted to go 9.5, but the more I think about it, I'm going to want to go home. And if I get to 10, I'm just going to eat the last one and just go home.
Right, and go home.
Yeah.
Under.
So I'm going to go 10.5 also.
Under.
He'll get out to the alley and he'll puke it all up.
Oh, God.
Why the alley?
Yeah,
I can't leave the building.
Yeah. You're not allowed to puke, by the way. If
Yeah,
you puke
you're
up a
not
hot
allowed
dog,
to.
No,
it
you're
takes
allowed.
one off.
You're allowed to puke.
Nope, takes
You're
one
not allowed.
off.
Okay, the rule is you're not allowed to purposely puke.
Yeah. No forcing, none of that.
You're
Well,
not
what
allowed
is
to pull the
what-
trigger.
When those guys in the competition are eating, if they puke,
They're disqualified.
Well, okay, so I can puke and
or
go
you
home.
could eat it.
But
Is
that's
what
a
you're saying?
Carm, that's a contest that only lasts 10 minutes.
that's true.
It's not a contest that lasts 24
That's
hours.
Yeah,
fair.
this is not a.
Yeah.
This is more of a casual dog
Okay.
day.
If I puke, I still have to stay the 24 hours or to get to 24 hours. You don't just get to go home.
No. I'm saying.
Otherwise,
I'm saying
I'll
it
come
should,
in. I'll
I'm
walk
saying,
in and pull the
I'm
trigger.
saying for every time you puke, it should take a dog off of your total of what you've consumed. If you've eaten 8 and then you go puke, you should be back down at 7.
Yeah. If you've got some strategy of that, that's not right.
Yeah,
I'm
that
looking at
doesn't
you,
seem
Jurko.
fair. What if I suffer from bulimia? I mean, what if I suffer from it?
Suffer.
I was looking straight at you, Jurko. Okay, so you guys are setting over-unders. What happens if I eat more dogs than Carmen?
Nothing.
Carmen has to do it again the next day.
Yeah, for every dog that
Carmen
Chris
comes in the
eats,
next day.
That was never part of the deal.
For every dog that Chris goes over the 4.5, Carmen has to stay an extra hour.
Wrong.
Oh,
Never part of the deal.
Do not challenge me for that.
Don't
Never part of the deal.
Don't challenge me
Carmen
with a
will
good
be
time.
here for a full day.
Never part of the deal. Not
Okay.
happening.
If I'm motivated, I can accomplish things.
Let's rank
Not
most likely to puke. Most
Carmen.
likely to puke.
Carmen.
It could be.
Yeah, he's got such a sensitive stomach.
I do. I have a terrible stomach.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Carmen, me, Jurko.
I won't puke.
I don't think Jurko will.
I don't think Jurko will puke.
I'm not a puker.
That's why I put him last.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
That's
with
why I put him least likely to puke.
You don't puke either.
Man, I can't remember the last time I puked.
You're not
from
a
food.
puker.
I mean,
You
the last
don't
time
puke.
I puked from food, I had food poisoning.
You can eat things that would make a billy goat puke.
I can. I have.
I know you have.
Unless I get food poisoning, which as long as Carmen cooks these dogs properly.
Well, the dog's already cooked.
I'm bringing
That's fair.
Guys, I'm bringing my own coleslaw. I like a little coleslaw in my wiener. Yeah.
That's Cincinnati style, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What about
Chili and coleslaw?
Cheese sauce?
No, none of it.
Oh man, then you're gonna.
That'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be
It'd
great,
be
but
delicious.
But then you're really asking for it. You start
Get some
piling on 10
Velveeta.
of these hot dogs.
You know what? It's good though. If you go to get the Tostitos stuff where they got the cheese doohickey and
Yeah.
you put that on.
Yes.
Oh my!
Some queso?
Like the queso.
Bam!
Yeah,
That's what we're talking
queso.
about.
Queso.
Will
Queso.
anyone need a personal day the next day?
No.
No.
No?
No, I
Absolutely
think
not.
if you pull that, then you have to do it again.
I might
I think
just
so,
eat
too.
10.5 dogs, sit here the whole day and wear the same stuff I wear on a Tuesday and work with it on Wednesday, and never
Now,
leave.
Yurko's strategy has changed because you
I got
have
a massage.
You were going to show up at right at midnight
I was. That
and
was the
sleep
plan.
here for 7-8 hours,
Right.
wake up,
And then
eat
I was
some
only going
dogs.
to have to eat 9 dogs.
Yeah. But now you can't get here until a little after 10.
Yeah, 10 o'clock I'll be here tomorrow. No, even that. Massage over at 10. I'll be here at 11 tomorrow.
Will anyone have to stay past midnight?
Well, I won't because I'll have my 10.5 dogs.
I'm gonna say
12.
I'm gonna say
11 dogs.
no.
11 dogs gets me out at midnight.
Right. 11 would get you out at midnight.
11 dogs
Which
gets
is
me
right
out
where
at
you
midnight.
set your over-under,
Yep,
basically.
after midnight.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say nobody will be here past midnight on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning.
I wish I'd had my 9-hour advantage, or at this point it would be 11-hour advantage.
You can't just push the massage back to Wednesday.
I did it last week.
Well, why don't you just make
I
it
had
for
a
Wednesday?
dental
I'm saying?
appointment. You can't do that.
Okay.
This very popular massage therapist, Carm.
All right.
She just can't flip the schedule. When I canceled last week, I had to wait 1 week to get it this week.
All right, I see.
So there's an important time marker tomorrow night because Black and Abdallah, we're off the air at 7:30. There's Northwestern basketball. So 7:30, like 7:20, 7:25 will be the final on-air head count.
Yeah.
Dog.
Will all three of you, I know Abdallah will be here because the show is on the air
I'll
until
be here
7:30.
still. I'll
Will
still
you
be here.
guys still be here
Oh,
at
yeah.
7:30?
I absolutely.
I won't have a choice. I'll be here.
Yeah.
You'll
I
be
think
here?
we'll all be
Okay.
here.
Yeah, I think we'll all
All
be
right.
here.
I think we're all planning on staying
All right.
till about 10 o'clock.
Unless unbelievably motivated to get past 10.5 dogs. And
Boy,
that,
I'm telling you.
that would be a
This is
miracle.
going to be a sight to see.
All right, so like
if you're
7
motoring through them that quickly, it's going to be a sight.
It's got
to
nothing
see.
to do that quickly. It's 7:30 at night, Carm.
Yeah, but you're not getting here till 11. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you're really piling on the dogs then.
Well, you're looking
You know
at
what I'm saying?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I think
8,
you guys are very much underestimating how
9,
much.
9.5.
Do you know the amount of sodium and garbage in these
Drink
things?
some
that-
water,
I
man.
mean,
Have you ever looked at this temple I call a body? Have you ever?
gonna blow the
can
whole
you even
diet to
imagine?
smithereens. It's been so good
No,
too.
I mean,
It's
what am I going to
one
do?
day.
What am I going to do, Carm?
I think you're very much underestimating like how puffy and bloated you're going to get if you
Go to the
consume
bathroom.
them at that
I'll go.
rate.
I'll be dropping bombs tomorrow.
Oh boy. Okay.
I see that in the Twitch chat, someone is suggesting the strategy should be eat as many dogs as you can, take a nap, and then eat as many dogs as you can.
I plan on napping 12 to 3.
What's the difference?
How would you be able to tell? Funny man over there, Abdallah.
Do you
I
have?
have. Okay.
Do you have a few more? You want me to break?
No. I told Chris this because we haven't gotten a response yet. Actually, I've been left on red. I did reach out to friend of the Bleck and Abdallah program for some advice, Joey Chestnut.
What about deep dish Bertoletti?
Because Joey Chestnut has joined us in the past, so I reached out to him for some tips.
And nothing, though?
He
He
left
just-
me on red.
He hasn't responded.
Yeah, he hasn't responded yet.
It's not into our silly little game.
I mean, he eats like 70 in 10 minutes.
He ate
That's
83 in 10 minutes
That's
last time.
incredible. 83 in 10 minutes. That's beyond belief.
You're telling me I can't have 10 in 7.5 hours?
Yeah, that's
but
what
you
I'm
don't-
talking
I'm
about.
being
don't train.
insulted. I'm being insulted.
You don't train like Joey Chestnut.
You and I are friends.
This isn't like a 999 where
By
you
the
have
way,
to do
I
it in
saw-
3 hours.
I've been with him at Fogo de Chao, and it wasn't that impressive.
No.
I kept eating after him, and he's like, I'm done. I'm starting to sweat. I'm like, what? I was like,
meat sweats.
I think you're very much.
Well, no. But it's, Carm, it's the competition.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's game day.
Tomorrow's game day.
This is a professional
That wasn't a
athlete here.
competition.
This is a professional athlete.
I was enjoying salmon. I was enjoying at the salad bar, salad, tomatoes.
Here's another question. Here's the final
chickpeas.
question.
I was enjoying a lot of different things that day at Fogo, and the chicken's the best at Fogo. For a brilliant
The chicken is
steakhouse,
really
the
good.
chicken's the best.
It is.
And their caipirinhas are
Yeah,
amazing.
caipirinhas are good.
Oh, the
So-
drinks. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're getting 80 dogs.
80.
Okay, 80. They're already here. 80 hot dogs, 80 buns. Between the three of us, we're looking, if we all hit our overs, we're talking, let's see, 22 and 5, 27 dogs. Will we, as a station, everyone here, finish 80 hot dogs?
I'm going to say no.
Yes.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I've got a crew that's rolling in.
Yeah.
You're forgetting
I know
Z-Pack
that
is coming in.
Z-Pack.
Yeah.
I know that Charlie.
Shay gets free food.
Shay's
Shay-
lining up at 9 a.m. when they're
we're-
ready.
You know,
good point.
there's. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there was an outside conversation
They're doing
about
calisthenics.
my group, my faction that I've put together,
Conglomerate.
coming in and scarfing all the dogs, so you guys can't eat any, and therefore you have to stay here.
Oh, no.
not
if
part
of
the
the rule.
dog-
said.
Nope. If the dogs run out,
I agree.
automatic.
You guys are trying to
No.
cheat.
Yeah,
I'm
Ali,
not
Ali,
cheating
Ali,
anything. We're just
free.
going to enjoy some hot dogs tomorrow.
What was it when you kicked the can? Remember, Carmen? We used to play
yeah.
kick the can, and then when you wanted to call everybody back in, what was his? Ali,
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 yeah.
Ali, all set
Oxen
free.
free.
Yeah,
Ali,
something
Ali,
like
all
that.
set. I don't
Ali,
know.
Ali, all set free.
Yeah.
Something like that. We all get set free. If we run out of wieners,
Yeah, that's it.
somebody
I
better
agree.
go have some spare wieners if they plan on eating all the wieners.
I was plotting. I was getting my crew together. We were going to sit
like a
back
Game
there
of
and
Thrones takeover.
scarf all the
You don't
dogs,
think
and then you
between-
guys had to sit here for 22 hours.
Like, there are people in the
the
marketing
can.
department that are like, oh, no,
Yes.
I'm actually coming in for this.
Yes, there are people who are not always in the office.
We might
who are-
see employees we haven't
Yes.
seen in a year.
Exactly.
Wags is coming back.
Oh, God.
Wags is coming in.
He's in the middle of rehab.
Just for the hot
Barb.
dog. Well, he could come in for the hot dog.
Physical rehab, okay? Let's
Yes, physical.
put that out
That's
there.
true.
Let's
Physical
put that
rehab.
out
He had
there,
broke
okay?
his leg. Physical
Yeah.
rehab.
Go,
Yeah.
go with Connor. Connor's going to show
Yeah,
up.
Connor's going
gonna
to come
show
back. His ID, he's going to try to get his ID to work.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll see if Adam's got any more.
Friedel's
And then-
coming in.
Wait, Friedel's going to pop in.
Oh,
if he's
no.
in town, he is.
If we were doing cheeseburgers,
He might come in.
oh, old Wimpy would have been here like there's no tomorrow.
We got the lunch rush coming up, and we'll see if there's any more over-unders that we can figure out for tomorrow. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem. Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Empower. Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really good guitar solo.
Heard of the child tax credit? Your CPA has. So before filing your return, call a tax expert and call the CPA. Find a CPA near you at icpas.org/CPA. It's brought to you by the Illinois CPA Society.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, we're going to do a lunch rush here coming up in just a few minutes. Any other over-unders, Adam, that you have, or any other prop bets that you have for tomorrow?
I don't think so. I was thinking about my strategy here that at some point, if I need to just get out, I might do the Joey Chestnut Kobayashi and just like eat the hot dog and then smush up the bun
in the water, like
in the water,
dunking it in the water.
Yeah, like try to get like the amount of like just try to get it down and go. You know what I mean?
What would force you to have to get out of here? I mean, I'm assuming you've made plans.
Well, no. If it gets to like 11 o'clock, like I just want to go home. You know what I mean? Like there's gonna be a certain point where I just want to go home. Like, it's not like I go to bed early or anything. Right. Like, I could easily stay until midnight or something like that.
But if you just have two left, you might do the Kobayashi.
Yeah, if I'm just here, it's like, all right, everybody else is leaving. Like, I don't want to be the last. I guess who will be the last man standing? But I think if we go by amount of dogs, it's most likely that you will be the last man standing.
Probably. And we said you have to do the bun, right? You can't just eat the dog and the condiments.
You have to do the bun. You don't have to do any condiments if you don't want to.
Right. You don't have to do any if you don't want, yeah.
Right. It's dog and bun. And whatever you want on it.
Is it the poppy seed bun? Do we know? Is it the true Chicago?
We can go look.
By the way,
no drug tests on Wednesday.
I went and checked in on it, hence my delay.
I mean, I'm going to take drugs.
We've got over 100 dogs.
100?
Over 100? We got 100 dogs.
Oh, my God.
So whoever was planning to be medieval on us.
Oh, my God.
You're going to have 20 more dogs to play with. Yeah.
Shay, Z-Pack, and the crew.
Yeah,
Holy
20
cow.
more dogs to play with before you get down to the normal 80.
The part-time producers who don't eat are just going to come in here and not have to eat for a week.
Yeah, well, you know Charlie's taking some home. I mean,
no, can't do that until the contest is over.
Well, that's fine. I mean, there'll be some left over. John on the south side says he just ate 6 hot dogs for lunch. You ate 6 hot dogs today?
Beautiful.
You guys are talking about hot dogs. You made me pull over to the Walmart. Got me 6 Nathan hot dogs. They're $1.50 each. It was nothing. 3-4 bites of hot dog, guys. Jurko, I'm from the south side.
Yeah, we know how to eat.
I'm from the east side, the other side of the bridge, Jurko.
I know.
The Skyway is too expensive nowadays.
I know where the east side is at. I used to go to Poochie's over there. Oh,
you like
top-notch pizza.
You like those Nathan's hot dogs?
They're a little salty, but I had a strawberry lemonade to kind of,
Wash it down.
dilute it a little bit.
Gotta wash it down.
All right, a lemonade and a 6 hot dog. All right, Johnny.
I didn't see the buns.
6 hot dogs and a lemonade.
I didn't see the buns. But Danny Lynch can come in here and give you kind of an assessment of everything that's here already.
Yeah.
And what they've got. He's the one that has already been taught the machinery.
I think it's pretty easy.
And how
right?
to work it. It does sound very easy to work. But he'll be able to tell you whether there's poppy seeds on the buns or not.
My guess is yes, because I think they do a
There'll be no drug tests. If
No,
we
that's
have
what I
poppy
said.
seeds,
No
yeah.
drug tests
No
on
drug
Wednesday.
tests,
That's what I said. All those buns, are you kidding? All those poppy seeds?
Are you kidding me? If we tested here?
Yeah.
You better watch it, Adam. You might give Craig some ideas. He's going to start testing. All right, coming up.
It's legal.
We've got. That's true. Coming up, we've got the lunch rush. We're out of here at 2. We're out early today because the White Sox have a game. Waddle and Sylvie will be on after. They're driving to Indy.
Yes, they are.
Right after.
Right now, they're going.
Tomorrow, first of all, Poles and Johnson will meet the media. We'll turn some of that around while we're on, having fun with the dogs. They are scheduled to sit down during Waddle and Sylvie's show with the guys live in Indy for the Combine.
Love it.
They're going to broadcast live tomorrow and Wednesday from Indianapolis. But they'll be on after the White Sox today and then back to normal tomorrow. So we are out of here in 30 minutes. We'll do the lunch rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Their long jumps can be measured by a ruler. Their 40-yard dash is timed with an hourglass. But they are still among those invited to the NFL Combine. ESPN Chicago presents Waddle and Sylvie, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. Tomorrow and Wednesday, 2:30 to 6:30. Brought to you by Steinhoffels and ESPN Chicago.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Do you know what to do when a car is pulled over on the side of the road? First, reduce your speed. Second, change lanes if possible. Third, proceed with caution. These 3 simple steps can be the difference between life and death. The next time you're on the road, do the right thing. Slow down, move over, and drive like your life and their life depends on it. Sponsored by the Illinois Broadcasters Association. Aired in cooperation with this station. Thanks to the AAA Auto Club for their financial support in the airing of this message.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TAP to 321-321. That's TAP to 321-321.
Mitch Lyons Wealth is your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement. If you're nearing retirement, looking for the best way to optimize your income, give my guy Mitch a call at 866-857-8335. That's 866-857-8335, or visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
White Sox baseball coming up at 2 from spring training. Colson Montgomery had a big home run this weekend. Is there such a thing as a big home run in spring training?
No, not really.
He hit a far home run. Did you see Juan Soto hit a monster shot?
I did not see
first at bat
any spring training baseball at all, except for what Channel 9 showed me last night.
All right.
So whatever might have been happening yesterday during the games, I saw a few highlights.
True or false? A White Sox prospect threw a pitch over 101 miles per hour this weekend.
True. Yeah, true.
101.2. Gas.
The Cubs won again, right?
I think
Cubs are 4-0. I think the Cubs are 4-0.
The White Sox lost a couple games, but they hit some home runs.
Right, but Cubs are 4-0, and guess what happens when you go play the Dodgers on the 17th and the 18th in Japan?
They split the series.
Yeah,
I'm saying it right now.
We've got a wager on it already.
We do?
I thought we did.
I don't think so.
2-0. I've got them 2-0.
Oh,
no,
wow.
me and
Really?
the Greek.
Maybe you and the Greek.
I don't have
yeah,
the
not
Cubs.
me and you.
I don't have the Cubs 2-0.
Oh, you have the Dodgers.
I have the Dodgers 2-0.
Well, what a Cub fan. Jeez. I mean.
Well, reality's reality.
My Lord.
The Japanese are going home to roost. They're going home to be happy about themselves.
Well, the Cubs have 2 Japanese players that factor very prominently in the.
What do they have?
Shota, Seiya.
Shota who? Seiya's he's going to be ashamed of Japan when he goes home, and he's only a designated hitter. He's not even going to be playing a position in the field. You imagine what that's going to be like?
The shame of
Japan.
The shame of Japan.
Seiya doesn't even play a position. His family won't even look at him.
He's not welcome to go home to his family.
Well, I can imagine what they're going to ask him to do. Make the ultimate sacrifice.
Cut off a thumb or something. He can't go
You've
home.
seen the movies. There ain't no thumb. There's a sword involved, Carm.
You bring great shame. You are not a position player.
You are a designated hitter. You shame the family. You know what's going to happen.
You're unbelievable, man.
Will be one less player.
What? Go ahead, Adam. Let's do the lunch rush. I mean,
all right.
Unbelievable.
Japanese are serious, Carm.
Unbelievable.
Gentlemen, the combine is upon us.
It is.
Everyone is descending on Lucas Oil Field this week. As you mentioned, Ben Johnson, Ryan Poles will meet the media tomorrow. They'll also join Waddle and Sylvie as they head down to the combine tonight after the show.
Yeah.
2 players that will not be participating, Shedeur Sanders and Ashton Genty, will not be participating in combine workouts. They'll be there for interviews and stuff, but this has become an increasing trend among top players that they will not participate.
They will not show their wares.
They will not show their wares at the combine. They'll wait for a pro day of some
If you get
form.
to the point where you can do that, good for you.
I don't think you read too much into
is-
it, right? Because, like you said, this is becoming a pretty common trend.
Yes, but I don't think this is the draft to do that. Like Shedeur Sanders probably should put some stuff out there. I don't know. If he's going to do a pro day, fine, but like you're not guaranteed the number 1 draft.
That's true.
Unless you're guaranteed. Like I understood why Caleb wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
He's
not
going number 1.
guaranteed to be number 1. That's true.
Ashton Genty's going to be the number 1 running back by far. Okay, I get that. It's just a matter of like where he's going to be
That
picked.
could be 10. That could be 12. That could
hopefully
be
it's not
14. That could be 18. Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm going down how far he can go before somebody takes the first running back.
Yeah.
Brian Robinson went, what, 8th? Did he go 8th?
You mean Bijan?
Bijan.
Yeah, went 7th. I believe. I think Bijan went 7th.
Yeah, 7th.
What? Not that it was combine because it's a veteran player. What did you used to squat back in the day? Like if you were working out,
600 and like 40 was a max.
That was a max.
Max. So squat, we'd have 4 cakes on the bar.
You put 4 on the bar.
405, I believe, is the number.
Damn.
With no collars, Carm. 405. If you had collars on, it'd be 450.
Saw Lane Johnson just like repping it out like it was nothing.
The leg strength of these guys are unbelievable.
You know, like
now it doesn't always increase. I saw Dave Thomas vert 40 some odd inches. I watched in front of my eyes. He was standing and launched himself up onto a box that was 4 feet high.
Jeez.
I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Now, not a high jump because you're bringing your legs and you're bending at the waist.
Right.
But you still, from a stand, to be able to go up 48 inches the way he did was pretty impressive.
Very incredible, yeah.
Dave Thomas, defensive back.
Dave Thomas.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Once broke his femur, too. Something you have in common with him, Carl.
There you go. That's the only thing I have in common with him. All right, Adam, what else?
One team, the Packers, have proposed to ban the tush push. This comes up every year. A team may or may not propose the vote to ban the tush push, and it seems like the Packers are the one putting it up. If the proposal does proceed to a vote of league owners, there would need to be 24 votes in favor for any rule change to be adopted.
I know I feel like they've toyed with this the last couple of years, or at least there's been some talk.
The point could have been made in the playoffs.
Yeah.
When it was going on there. And I wanted him to take the one final. Remember when they made the announcement that we're going to award a touchdown?
Yeah.
That should have been the signal just to tee off and hit him. And it was the Redskins, right?
Yes.
Redskins against
the
Philadelphia
Commanders.
Eagles.
The Commanders.
Commanders. Sorry, my apologies. Commanders against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
The final, the coup de grace would have been first sound, just to haul off and go hit Jalen Hurts. Yeah, you'd have had a fight.
Mm-hmm.
You'd had a problem. It was already going to be. The game was already kind of out of whack.
Yeah.
Who cares if they give him a touchdown?
Anyway. Yeah.
The point was to get the play eliminated from football.
Yeah, right.
That would have been the exclamation point to say we're going to get rid of it because we don't want to have this scene anymore.
Yeah.
So
I think it probably stays. Jurko's might not be wrong. Like, had it come to something more dramatic and serious in a playoff game where a lot of people were watching, they might have more inclined, but I don't know. One way or another, I don't think they're going to overreact too much. I think the tush push is probably staying. Philly's mastered it. A few other teams are also very good at it. Buffalo needs to take a page from Philly. Not that complicated, guys. You made it way harder than it had to be in your playoff game. So I don't know if I'll ever understand some of the coaching. I don't often understand some of the coaching that goes on with Sean McDermott anyway, but in terms of like X's and O's game day stuff, I understand the culture is very good, and he brings a lot to the table, I imagine, because he's fixed a lot of the problems within their organization. Josh Allen has fixed a lot of the problems with his greatness, but McDermott has cleaned up some of the BS. That franchise was a laughingstock for the better part of this century before he got there, but I'll never understand some of the game day X's and O's stuff. So anyway, that's a different conversation for a different day. I already ranted on that plenty during the playoffs leading up to the Buffalo-Kansas City game and then in the aftermath of the Buffalo-Kansas City game, but it is what it is. I think the tush push is probably here to stay. There's some other rule stuff that they might get after here that I think will change. Like the kickoff rule is going to change. They're going to make it to 35.
They are considering making changes to the kickoff, including touchbacks moving to the 35. We went through the stats that the dynamic kickoff led to a 57% rise in returns, as well as a lower injury rate. So moving it up even more, they would assume that you'd have more returns there. And then they're also proposing a change to the onside kick, getting rid of it and having like a 4th and 20 play that your team would have to complete in order to retain possession.
That's about the same percentage as a successful onside kick recovery historically. Is that why they would choose like 4th and 20?
Probably.
Yeah. Very small percentage.
Yeah.
Do you care one way or another about that? I'd probably say go ahead and try the 4th and 20 play. Like, at least to me, that's probably still a more exciting play. Something more exciting could happen other than the onside kick.
So where does the play take place from? The 10?
Yeah, I guess that doesn't matter as much because you just need the 20.
Well, what happens if you
Where
score?
would you recover? Where would you recover a onside kick?
Well, that's a good point. You'd recover an onside kick at about
Would
the
that play?
other
You know how the
teams.
2-point conversion doesn't really count for anything?
Yeah.
Like if you intercept the ball in the 2-point conversion, it doesn't count as an interception.
No, it doesn't. Now,
But
you
if
could
someone
take
fumbles on
you
a,
could
on
take
a-
it back.
But if someone fumbles on a kickoff, or someone picks up the ball on a onside kick and runs it to the end zone, it's a touchdown.
Right.
So if you score on the 4th and 20, it's a touchdown.
That's what they have to decide.
That's what they
yes.
would. Yeah, Jurko's right. You have to decide that. That
Is
could
it
be
a dead play that only will give you possession?
Right.
Or is it a live play?
That's interesting.
It's got to be a live play because an onside kick's a live play.
It's true. There's
A 2-point conversion is not. So my point is, I'm trying to tell you, is it going to be more like a 2-point conversion, or it will be like an onside kick?
Well, no, but can't you get the 2 points if you turn the ball over and go the other way?
The
in
clock doesn't run.
Oh, the clock doesn't run.
Carmen.
That's true.
It's a dead play. The clock does not run.
Clock doesn't run.
Intercepted return 10 seconds off the clock? No, the clock doesn't run. Will it be a time play or will it be an untimed play? That's
but
my
I'm
question.
saying you get the 2 points, though, don't you, if you're the other team?
If you take it all the way to the house. Yeah. But it's still on time.
I understand.
So the point again now is, will this be a time play or an untimed play?
Right. And will you?
If you score a touchdown, do you get the points? If they intercepted, do they get the points?
That's what I'd be
curious. That's the two areas of concern. We've found the issues with it. What are their answers?
I'd be very curious as to that.
Two quick reports here involving Matthew Stafford. So Pete Schrager is reporting that the Rams have told Matthew Stafford and his agent, go out and find someone that'll give you $50 million, and we'll talk about it if you find someone. And then Albert Breer reporting on SI.com today that the Giants, Steelers, Browns, and Raiders have all shown interest in Matthew Stafford, along with unnamed others.
The big rumor over the weekend was that if he were to leave, that then a spot does open up for Aaron Rodgers, and that would be Sean McVay and Aaron Rodgers in L.A. to see if he can get him on track and recapture some magic. And I still think there's going to be a spot for Aaron Rodgers.
Right. I think they're doing Stafford dirty, though.
You think so?
Yeah. You don't tell the player to go out there and see what your market is. That's crap. Release me, and I'll go out there and I'll see what my market is. Because they're still going to want something back.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, what do you mean go see what my market is? I'd go out and say, I know what my market is. I want the money. I won't play for you if I want the money. Cut me then. That's what, if I'm Stafford, that's what I tell him. Cut me. The guy that won you the Super Bowl, cut me now.
I mean, are they keeping their best interest in mind because he's like their long-term
Doesn't
interest
matter.
in mind? It
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. He's got a little bit more of the bargaining
Release
power,
me.
it would seem like right
Release
now,
me.
Yeah.
I went and found out the information. Pay me $50 million over 5 years. And I always told you, you play for less where? Elsewhere. You won't play for less at the spot you're at, but someplace else you'll play for less.
He has more of the bargaining power, doesn't he? Or am I wrong?
Well, I mean, ultimately he's still under contract. He doesn't have any bargaining power.
But he could say, I'm not going to play.
That he can at the end of the day, he could say that. But then you're not getting paid at all.
You're not getting paid. He's made a pretty penny. It'd be interesting how far he decides to take it, like if he wants to dig in.
Mm-hmm.
And you think about his importance to them these last couple of years and how they would have to pivot.
I told you I don't like when you do that to your guy. If you want to trade him, go trade him for whatever you want.
Yeah.
Then he's got to negotiate with the team he goes to.
Matthew Stafford will be 37 this year. Anything else, Adam?
Nope, that's the lunch rush.
All right, there's the lunch rush. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, how about some fresh seafood at Donnie G's? Oh, yeah, they got that crispy calamari, the tender clams. It's oh so delicious. Maybe you've been craving a legendary sandwich from Johnny's Beef. They are the heavyweight champ after all. In Elmwood Park, there's so much to choose from. There's so much great stuff, and food is at the very heart of the community. I was at Jim and Pete's over the weekend. Always fantastic. It brings people together. There's no better time to experience it than during Elmwood Park's Restaurant Week. It is happening now through March 2nd. Great food, all kinds of specials. Go check it out all week long through the weekend. Bring your family, bring your friends, and bring your appetite. Discover the historic dining scene that makes Elmwood Park a true destination. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence in a retail store. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie from my friends at windownation.com. You know me, I hate winter. Not only do I hate it outside, I used to hate it inside too because my windows stunk. That was until I called Window Nation and I saved 60% off all window styles and I paid nothing for 2 years. Now you can get that same deal by calling 866-90NATION or go online to windownation.com. My guy Alan Favada will come over and give you a free in-home estimate. Call today, 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
You're invited to the Chicago Golf Show presented by the CDGA. It's this weekend in Rosemont. Free golf, free lessons, unbelievable bargains on clubs, balls, shoes, apparel, and more. This Friday through Sunday at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. Tickets at ChicagoGolfShow.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, time for our Players of the Weekend, brought to you by Orloff. Discover the Land Rover Defender 130 at Orloff in the full lineup. You're going to love the Defender, man. I'm telling you, whichever type of terrain you're looking to conquer. Yeah. So check out the full lineup of Defenders, all the other Land and Range Rovers, plus all the Volvos. Go to Orloff.com or stop in the showroom in the city on Armitage, just off of the Kennedy. All right, Jurk, who are you going with from the weekend?
Well, I'm going down to Mexico.
Mexico.
That's where I want to go. That's where the PGA Tour was.
Yep.
And Brian Campbell, Victor.
Not our buddy from the Blackhawks.
Not our buddy from the Blackhawks. Nope. Brian Campbell. And he had to come back to do this.
All right.
He had to come back to do this. He did. He won it in extra holes, too. Great. First playoff hole. So congratulations to Brian Campbell.
Nice. Congrats, Brian Campbell. Black?
I would like to nominate Justin Ishbia because the news from over the weekend that he is going to be taking on more of a part ownership stake in the White Sox gives me hope and light at the end of the tunnel that one day the White Sox will be ran as a professional modern-day baseball club.
I hope so. Like a new money guy.
Yeah.
Not just Jerry doing it to make money for everybody else and not caring about the fans.
That got me going this weekend.
Yeah, it's easy to see
I
why.
like when our teams care and try.
And we've never had an owner like this, really, like a new. I guess the Ricketts are sort of new money.
They gave you a couple of years.
Yeah, and they gave you a couple of years, but like this is true new money.
He's more
right?
of a member of the Lucky Sperm Club.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Tom is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like new money and lots of it. $5.5 billion. Woo! All right, who you going with, Adam?
Luka Doncic, 32 points, 10 rebounds on Saturday against the Nuggets. Finally put up 30 in a Lakers uniform. So, Luka.
Tomorrow is Mavs and Lakers.
Yeah, after the dud from Illinois, that game was on next.
Yes.
So got a chance to watch a big piece of that.
Yeah, it was good. You know who I'm going with, guys? He had a hat trick yesterday. He's 39, and he had a hat trick. Just imagine if Ovechkin didn't break his leg earlier this year and miss, what did he miss, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
I believe he did, yes. 6 weeks.
6 weeks, excuse me. Yeah, 6 weeks. Like, he broke his leg. He's 39. Alex Ovechkin is now 13 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. They have 25 games left. Now, that's probably not going to happen this year, but, like, this is incredible.
Unless they feed him.
Yeah.
Unless they feed him, Carmen. When they're winning, he gets the empty netters. Unless they feed him, they could make it a point in the final 25 to make sure that Ovechkin gets his 13.
You know, and they've got such a nice, comfy position in the conference, too. They can maybe play around with it a little bit. If he doesn't do it this year, he'll obviously do it early next year. But again, think like he's a near 40-year-old guy who broke his leg this year, and he's still got 20-something goals or whatever it is. He is the only player, you guys, in the history of the NHL that now has scored 200 goals in 3 different decades. He did it in the aughts. He did it in the teens, obviously. And he's done it now. Since January 1st, 2020, he has scored 200 goals on the head. He's actually tied for third over that span in the entire NHL in goals per game at .58. Connor McDavid, by comparison, is sixth at .56. Now, yeah, you're talking what are you talking there, 2/100ths of a goal difference, Jurk? That's nothing. That's infinitesimal. It's still kind of amazing. Like, he's scored goals on a per-game basis in his late 30s at a slightly higher average, granted 2/100ths of a goal, higher than Connor McDavid. Like, that Ovi still scores like this is...
It's what he does.
It's kind of remarkable,
It's what he does,
isn't
Carm.
it? So I'll go with Ovechkin.
He's a scorer. He's a scorer.
Really amazing. I never thought anybody would score 900 goals. That's ultimately, he's going to go over 900 when he'll break Gretzky's record and keep going, because he doesn't look like he's slowing down, and he's got at least another season in him, and he's going to score more than 900 goals. That's pretty crazy. Coming up next, we have White Sox baseball. They're in Camelback Ranch against the Rangers today. Both teams winless on the young spring, so some team looking to get its first dub. Tomorrow we'll have a full ride. We'll have a hot dog day. Should be fun. And you can watch all the craziness on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. So make sure you go like and subscribe, and you'll see the gluttonous form of us tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. We'll have a full ride tomorrow. Waddle and Sylvie will be on a little bit later today when the White Sox are over. And then they're off to Indy. They're driving to Indy for the Combine. They're going to broadcast live this week, tomorrow and Wednesday, from the Combine in Indianapolis. They're going to have Poles and Ben Johnson at some point tomorrow. Both those gentlemen will also meet the media. We'll listen to some of that sound once we're on the air. Cap and Hoodie will be all over it in the morning. So we'll have a fun day tomorrow with Combine and hot dogs, my friend. Thanks to Bleck and Abdallah. Thanks for listening and calling today. Chris and Adam are on tonight after Waddle and Sylvie, 6:30 to 8, and then it's the quick turnaround for us tomorrow. So enjoy a little day baseball, spring training or otherwise. It's coming your way live in Arizona next with Len and DJ on the call. Have a great day. Get some sleep, all right? And enjoy your massage, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. White Sox baseball is coming up next. Have a great day.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
Chicago White Sox 2025. Hear every game on ESPN Chicago. Opening day at Wright Field is March 27th, and spring training is here now. Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of the Sox and Rangers today at 2 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Love is in the air at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. This February, play to your heart's content in the Love It or Leave It $300,000 game show. Thursday night, you could love your prize or leave it for another. For a chance to cuddle up to thousands in cash and prizes, just play using your rewards card. Get ready to love it or leave it. Only at Potawatomi. Learn more at paysbig.com. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago White Sox baseball is on the air.
And this is a brand new ball game.
Now, along with Darren Jackson, here's the voice of the White Sox, Len Casper.
Arizona, the site for White Sox spring training action. Beautiful afternoon here, and the Sox host the Texas Rangers in their Cactus League home opener. We're ready for the first pitch. It's coming up next. You're listening to the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Got a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. Heating or cooling not working? You know who to call. Four Seasons. Need a new hot water tank installed today? Call Four Seasons. Thinking about a whole home generator? They have you covered. At Four Seasons, they guarantee same-day installation for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs with no extra charges for nights, weekends, or holidays. For all the right reasons, call my guys at Four Seasons, 866-4Seasons.
It's never too soon to start planning your backyard summer fun. American Sail has the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need to create the perfect outdoor oasis. Right now, during the American Sail preseason sale, save up to 70% and take advantage of 5-year financing or cash back. Plus, get free delivery and their lowest price guarantee. Hurry in today or visit them online. The American Sail preseason sale is happening now. American Sail. Bring the fun home.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Southside baseball fan Lenny File.
During the home buying and selling process, trust your family to our family. I'm Lenny File of Hearthside Realtors. I go the extra mile to make sure buying and selling your home is easy. Licensed in Illinois and Indiana, and doing it for 55 years, that's a lot of miles to cover. But I'll go one more for you. Visit LennyFile.com. That's LennyFile, F-E-I-L.com today.
This is the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on YouTube.
Time for our starting lineups, brewed by Modelo Especial, brewed for full-time White Sox fans. Let's kick it off with Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers. Leading off is the center fielder Josh Smith, followed by Jock Peterson and Jonah Heim. Heart of the lineup is Adolis Garcia, Dustin Harris, Ezekiel Duran, Nick Ahmed, Justin Foscue, and Jonathan Ornelas close it out for the Rangers. Shane Smith is out there today for the White Sox, starting things off. Last year in the minor leagues, he was 13-7 with a fine 2.69 earned run average. And it's time for the Nissan no-hitter. Yes, it's back for 2025, starting with the season opener, March 27th. Keep an ear out for details regarding your chance to win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue if the White Sox throw a no-hitter. Brought to you by your Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers at Nissan. We make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. The rest of the setup for the White Sox defensively, Omar Narvaez is doing the catching behind the plate. In left field, it's Fletcher. Center field, Robert. Right field, Talkman. From third to first, Vargas, Mydroth, Gray, and Gallo. Here's Will Venable's batting order for today. Starting things off, it is Mike Talkman. He's followed by Luis Robert Jr. and Miguel Vargas. In the middle of the lineup, it's Joey Gallo, Brandon Drury, and Omar Narvaez. Close it out with Chase Mydroth, Dominic Fletcher, and Tristan Gray, that is. Going against the White Sox today, it is John Gray. John Gray, the veteran right-hander for the Texas Rangers, is set to get things going here momentarily. Beautiful day for baseball from Camelback Ranch. Let's see if the White Sox can pick up that first victory in Game 3 of the spring. Smith takes the field. Let's get this one underway. Time to pass a play-by-play over to my partner. Here's Len Casper. Thank you, DJ, and great to have you with us this afternoon. Mention the weather, and it's a little warmer back home, which is nice to hear. But right now, 78 degrees in Glendale,